miles, for example, they have a whole bunch of other giant mountains in front of them. So you've got issues when it comes to specifically how much you can see. So luckily we have that beautiful giant body of water in between, and we can just test for that geometric horizon that would have to be there at 125 miles.
So 128.52 from the observer at just typical refraction. So if we do K0,
That's not even typical refraction. Typical refraction that surveyors use is 0.13.
yeah, so we can do that one too. 0.13.
Yeah.
So standard refraction.
Mm-hmm.
And surveyors typically wouldn't use it at that distance, though, but that's fine.
Well, surveyors wouldn't do an observation over this distance.
Oh, I find a way that I can share this. That's zoom out. I lost my math while I was doing that, so I think, is that observer height right? Yeah, 9,141 feet.
Yeah, that's good. So we're just focused on where it says horizon, 125.53.
Mhm.
And that's marked in the image that I posted. I'll post it one more time. And what I'll post is the panorama. So the panorama shows a hell of a lot more. It's just like 100 and something megabyte file.
You can link me to it, man.
Yeah, I can't upload a file that big. But I do have it actually in my video, so I'll get a timestamp.
Which one are you after? Canigou Alps Panorama, the big one?
Yeah, but I've actually got a one where I zoom in and actually pan it all the way across, close up.
All right, it's loading.
Yeah,
now. For anyone that
if
wants
you
it.
got the big one, yeah, that'd be good.
Yep, 90 meg.
Okay, so the
DJ, are you saying that, like, what is the impact of the horizon on the view of something like that's taller than the observer or taller than that has height, right?
The horizon should be the maximum distance that you can see the water, and then depending on the height of anything that goes beyond it, a bottom portion should be cut off by it. So it should be at 125 miles, and that's including standard refraction.
But I mean, he's higher than the water, so he's the surface apex between those two things would be the 1.453 miles, and he's at 1.731 miles. But you're saying that I guess I'm trying to figure out what leap we're making there, right, or what I'm missing.
So the distance to the geometric horizon is based off the height of the observer. So when we take the height of the observer into account, the geometric horizon should be at 125 miles, but we don't see any sign of it. We can see the water continuing beyond that. You shouldn't be able to. And we can see features that should be hidden behind it. And we just don't see any sign of the curvature that should be there if the Ursa globe. We just see flat as far as we can see until the light isn't able to push back to the camera and everything fades into black.
Miles right there.
So in that, I'm not seeing what you're saying, that you can see the water past that amount.
The leading edge, the horizon, the peak that you've put in your picture, that should be obstructing other things behind it. If you see water or anything else behind it, that means it's not curving.
DJ, I have a question. So, like, how many miles of refraction would this be? Because he already thinks that
we don't see it. This is the problem. We don't see any horizon at all. We just see flat. There's no horizon, so I mean,
okay.
Yeah, there's just no sign of any curvature whatsoever. But that horizon that would have to be there, it's just not there. There's no sign of it whatsoever. Just like when we go out and do observations, like the 8-foot one, right? The horizon should be at 3.46 miles, but there's no sign of it there. And then we go to another one, and the horizon should be at, say, 3 miles, but we can see something that's 30 miles away. And it's just over and over again. When we go and try to find this geometric horizon, we don't see any evidence of it. So we have observations from 3 inches above the surface all the way up to the height of airplanes. And we're not finding any sign of a physical byproduct of the curvature that would have to be there if the Ursa globe, but can't not be there. It has to be there physically.
25. So it would be. So you said the horizon should be at 125 roughly miles, and you're able to see mountains at 255 miles. Is that what you said?
Yeah, we can see mountains at 255, but there's also mountains in front of those as well. So it's kind of difficult to use them as references because it's kind of hard to tell how much exactly can you see of the mountain and how much of the mountain's hidden behind other mountains. So it's best to sort of look for things in the foreground a little closer. For example, we can see windmills that should be partially obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, but we can see the entirety of the windmills, and we can see the land below the windmills. That shouldn't be possible. But the main thing this is just testing for that geometric horizon. It's just not there, as usual.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, man,
we can demonstrate that bottom up obstruction using miraging effects, right? And atmospheric conditions, normal, natural atmospheric conditions. But no one has ever reproduced flat Earth, not flat Earth. No one's ever flattened the curve using natural atmospheric conditions. No one's ever been able to see behind physical obstruction. And it's not.
Right.
It's supposed to be like 1,000 feet below the curve, isn't it, DJ?
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah, if there was no refraction, it would be hidden under 1,610 mile or 1.610 miles.
And that's just the tippy top. Like, look how far down, how much of the mountain you can see.
Right. So look here, I've got a nice, like a close up. So this is the panorama. So unfortunately, with the one matrix uploads, like Discord just downgrades the quality of the image.
You've got to download it and have a look at it on your PC to see it properly.
Yeah, exactly. But here's like a zoomed in version of the GIF. And we can clearly see the shoreline, the water meeting with the shoreline. And if you look up on the maps, like you can see that there's not a horizon there. You can see the where the water meets with the shoreline because it's obvious.
All right, so he said 1 point something miles was missing. So Shane, is 1.7 miles missing? Do you think that's why is that happening?
Oh, so if you had no refraction, I thought that was your question. Was that you were saying like how much would be hidden? So like, if you have no refraction, 1.61 miles is hidden from the observer at this distance, at this very specific one that we're looking at. And then if your refraction is 0.25, then it's 4,494 feet is hidden.
All right. So this is the issue.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we don't have any evidence of this radius-based refraction because it presupposes the globe in the first place. And the lapse rate is actually that the temperature gets colder as you go up. That's the normal lapse rate. Right, so inversions is something that usually happens close to the surface of water when you have like a layer of cold air trapped underneath warm air, and it's rare. It's not something that's consistent, right? Because the normal lapse rate is the opposite of that. That's why they call it an inversion, because it's an inversion of the normal lapse rate, which means that it's warmer down lower, and then it gets cooler by 6.5 degrees every kilometer as you go upward. And then if you look up what light does, right, it will deviate towards the cooler air because the cooler air is more dense. And then you have a bit of a trade-off because you have a decrease in the overall amount of gas in the air as you go up as well. So this is why it gets tricky, right? But the thing is, we don't see any curvature. So we're just experiencing what we can see as a non-curving Earth. And if the globe Earthers want to claim that really it's curving, then you guys kind of have a bunch of work to do when it comes for accurately accounting for the refraction. We can't just use a slider and say, "Oh, if we slide it up to this setting, then this could work on a globe," because we don't even have any evidence that refraction can flatten out a curved surface and make it look completely flat either. We know that refraction can make things appear to sink bottom up, or that they can make things stretch, or they can make things squish, but not that it can just flatten out huge amounts of curvature. we can't even find footage of a laser bending down through the like a long distance observation with a laser. There's zero footage that even shows a laser bending down. So why anyone would account for standard refraction, which means the light would bend downward at a certain rate as a standard, I don't know where they get that from. I think it's just because the Earth is always too flat, and they're trying to compensate that, right? If you believe it's a globe, you'll say, oh, it's the standard because it looks too flat. So we're going to try to flatten it out a bit more by saying it's downward bending light. But like Dr. John D has never seen a laser bending downward. He's been doing laser tests for years. And he says, as a PhD in optics, he says he's never seen a laser bend down. He says sometimes they can bend upward, and most often they just go in a straight line, but never once has he seen one bending down. I've never seen one bending down, and no one has ever been able to find one bending down that I'm aware of. So if light bends down as a standard, then the lasers should always be bending down most of the time, right? But it doesn't happen. So it's a problem for the globe, and it's a very difficult one for you guys to solve. That's why I always say refraction's the globe Earth's worst nightmare.
Because the refraction does not exist, or I mean, refraction does not exist over distance. Like I'm not.
No, it does exist.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said at all. I'm sorry, but
it's not able to do what would. It's not able. There's no evidence that it's able to do what it would be required to do to rectify these observations and make them work on a globe, or to show that downward bending light is the normal. And there's no evidence of lasers bending downward, and we have a countless amount of laser tests that hit the target. It's the worst nightmare for the globe side because it mitigates every because what globe earthers say is that if you see something and the bottom's missing, then that's curvature. That's evidence of curvature, whereas that's the exact textbook definition of sinking refraction. You know, something that would normally be visible on the geographic horizon apparently sinks beneath it or becomes fully hidden, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. That's the definition of it. And if you look up what is the primary controller of the refractive index in the lower atmosphere, it's the temperature. And the normal temperature rate is that it gets colder as you go up. Colder air is more dense than warm air. So light would bend upward as the standard.
Isn't there less air up there?
Yeah, there is, but we're doing tests over a short vertical distance. So the amount that the natural decrease in pressure changes over the small band vertically that we're doing our observation through, right? It's primarily temperature that controls it, right? That's why we have all of these effects like mirages, sinking, stooping, towering. All of these are just caused by temperature fluctuations, right? That changes the refractive index, and that's why we get these things, right? We're not going to see one day we go out, we see a superior mirage. Another day we go out, we see an inferior mirage. Another day we go out, same location, we see something squished, right? A few hours later, it looks like it's stretched. That's got nothing to do with the natural change in the density gradient of the atmosphere. That's all completely to do with the atmospheric, like the temperature conditions, the weather conditions.
And
we can test it on a small scale, right? Yeah, there's refraction. Refraction is just the light deviating towards the higher refractive index, the higher portion of a refractive index if it's a single medium.
When the light goes through the atmosphere, does it bend?
I just said that. Literally just said that. Bends towards the more dense medium.
Which would be down?
No, which would be the colder air. Which would be up. in the normal situation, right? Because the normal lapse rate, anyone can go look this up now. Just type into Google, what's the normal lapse rate? It'll tell you that it gets colder by 6.5 degrees every kilometer as the standard. Occasionally you can get an inversion, a temperature inversion, but it's rare. It's not the normal.
What if there's no humidity?
Humidity reduces refraction, and we have higher humidity lower to the surface. Much higher humidity lower to the surface. And humidity is kind of like a dilution, because it's wet air or wet water vapor is like 40% less dense than dry air. Dry air is much more dense than.
What if you use like a thermal camera at night? How much refraction would there be?
It would depend on the situation. I've not tried that.
I asked AI that question, and it said the refraction would be like 0.01%.
So less. Your AI
basically almost non-existent. Like it would be almost non-existent. So to claim refraction on like a thermal camera observation done at night would just be ridiculous.
That's pretty cool. Interesting. I'd like to see some thermal camera footage at nighttime on.
It's out there if you look at the wolf videos and stuff. But I mean, obviously, I can't tell you the distances, but you could take their word for it. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. That sounds cool.
I mean, they're using high-powered scopes and shit like that from like miles away, as far as I know, right? So if there's some kind of rise over distance there, that would be bizarre, you know.
Mm-hmm. So lasers are good to test for this at nighttime. Dr. John Dee's got a whole stack of laser tests that he does it. I mean, most people do laser tests at nighttime. So sometimes you'll see them bending up, like Zodiac has put some footage there in the side chat of that happening. Most of the time they go straight, but sometimes they can bend up, and we've never seen them bend down. And no one's ever been able to show us one bending down through the actual air, like over a long distance, over land or over water. You can make it happen if you use like a fish tank filled with sugar water and regular water, but that's not analogous to the real world.
DJ, can I challenge you're saying that humid air is less refractive?
Yeah. Okay. So we got what's called the wet term and the dry term. So when we're talking about the dry term, we're talking about the temperature and the pressure, right? So we're talking about the dry air, the oxygen and the nitrogen in the air, and it's actually much more dense than the what they call the wet term, which would be the moisture in the air. Right, so like water vapor is actually much less dense than oxygen and nitrogen. So if you have, let's say you have 10 square meters and it has a lot of humid air, right? A lot of wet air or wet moisture in the air, it's going to have a lower refractive index than if it's just dry air. It's like it kind of like dilutes the refractive index, waters it down, literally.
So water, typically we refer to it as like having a higher dipole moment, right?
Yeah. We're not talking about water. We're talking about gas in gas form, like water vapor. You can just look this up right now if you want.
I'm looking
it right now.
What makes humidity? What makes air humid?
We're talking about off-gassing. Yeah, evaporation. Yeah. Off-gassing.
What is it in the air that's making it humid? Like, what is the molecules in the air that are making it humid?
Water vapor.
Okay. And then water vapor has a higher dipole moment, right?
Water vapor is less dense than the dry gases in the air.
Yeah, that's why it rises.
It's less dense. A humid air is less dense than dry air. Totally agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is the water that is in that air, the humidity, has higher dipole moment, right? Has a stronger dipole moment.
What's that mean?
And I don't know if I want to give you the way I understand it, because the way I understand it is like I kind of had to like make up mnemonics for myself. But basically, when you push waves of any type, like a radio wave, electromagnetic wave, anything like that, it can be bent pretty heavily through water or through even just molecules of water. Rain's a good example. Like AM radio doesn't transmit as far or has a different angle when it's going through a storm than it does when it's going through dry air. Electromagnetic waves do the same thing. Light waves do the same thing.
Is vapor a liquid or a gas?
I mean, it's a gas, but the molecules are what we're talking about. We're talking about the molecules.
Yeah, they're less dense. So the molecules are less dense, right? So I mean, look, here's some screenshots I had.
Yeah.
It's like deja vu, right? So that's why I didn't even take these screenshots now. I just had them sitting there from like yesterday or something. Someone seemed to have asked the exact same questions. Right. So does humid air reduce refraction? Yes. Humid air generally reduces the overall refractive index of visible light. And then the next screenshot is water vapor less dense than air? Yes, water vapor is less dense than dry air. So I mean,
I'm gonna type that exact thing in there too. That's interesting how yours came up differently. Water or does humid air?
Is there any water in the air actually?
The molecules of H2O, yes.
How does that work?
Are you contending that there is no H2O in humid air?
I'm just trying to figure out how is there a liquid in a gas?
It evaporates and turns into a gas.
But the claim is that there's water in the air, which would mean water's a liquid, right? So how?
Going on mute. All right, don't worry about that. That guy's a
water's a liquid. Water is a gas. Water is a
listen to that guy's not a flat earther. That guy's a troll.
Okay. I didn't know this was like. Do we need to take this as seriously? This conversation? I couldn't figure it out.
No. Like, see, we call him pee drinker. He drinks pee. That guy.
So why?
That's why Overfences is calling him PD. That's what we call him, PD. He pops up everywhere we go, and if we ban him, he'll come back with like an alt account over and over again with different alt accounts. It's kind of crazy.
Hey, I got to show you this just because it's like we have two different Googles. Okay.
So what? I only Googled it just to show someone on the spot yesterday, but there's papers that talk about this as well, like proper research papers that also say the same thing as what Google's saying here.
Yeah, just for each other's edification here. So, 49 minutes past hour, you asked Google, does humid, or you didn't ask Google at that time, but that's when you posted it. Does humid air reduce refraction? Okay, and you received the answer yes. I asked the exact same question. Does humid air reduce refraction? No. That's wild, huh?
Yeah, that's retarded. It's crazy.
Like, I didn't know you were going to post that. It's not like I prepared.
No, I get you. It is ridiculous. I have noticed that AI screws up atmospheric things a lot. It gets them upside down quite often, and if you are to correct it, it will apologize and
yeah. Google AI, especially that one is not great.
I'd have to dig up. I'd have to dig out. I do have citations for it, like from proper proper
Okay.
papers, but not sure if I can just quickly find them. I can try.
High humidity increases refraction. Water vapor molecules are less dense than heavier nitrogen and oxygen molecules. What does yours say? It's so wild.
See. Yeah. See. Yours just said that they're less dense. Right. So if you were to actually click, right, if you just click where it says AI mode, and then question it, just say how it might even just give you a different response when you click AI mode. But then if it says, like, just tell it contradicted itself, because it does this with upward and downward refraction to me all the time. Like, it'll say that, oh, we see things lower, hidden behind the horizon because light bends down. I'll be like, no, light bending down doesn't cause things to appear lower. That would make things appear higher. It's like, oh yes, you were right to call me out on that. I'm sorry.
I'm
So,
I'm in absolute agreement with you that humid air is going to be less dense. I'm absolutely agreement there.
So less dense means a lower. Well, the refractive index is dependent on whether something's more or less dense. So I'll just read this out really quickly. This is from a different source. Dry term versus wet term. In classical leveling and surveying, the dry term refers to taking angular or leveling measurements under standard conditions without accounting for localized moisture effects, while the wet term accounts for the presence of water vapor in the air along the line of sight. Essentially, dry term measurements assume dry using only temperature and pressure to calculate the refractive index. Wet term measurements account for humidity, which slightly reduces air density and therefore lowers the refractive index compared to dry air. The impact on the refractive index is subtle but significant over long distances. Dry air is denser, so light bends slightly more downward. Wet air is less dense, so light bends slightly less. Ignoring wet term, as many did in historical surveys, means the refractive index gradient is slightly overestimated, which can make lines of sight appear to drop more than they really do. Yeah, I got a whole section. I don't want to keep reading it, but
yeah.
And then we have much higher humidity near the surface. It's called outgassing, not off-gassing, which I said before. I meant outgassing, just basically evaporation. That's why sometimes when we have like even sometimes we could even have cooler air down lower, like an inversion type situation. But if it has a huge portion of humid air diluting it, it can still be less. It can still have a lower refractive index than the warmer air above it, and that's what I speculate is the reason that we never see lasers bending downward.
So just to be clear, so when there's water vapor in the air, it's basically thinning out the air.
It's lowering the refractive index, so as the light passes through the air, it's going to be not slowed down as much. So yeah, it's exactly sheepdog. Yep.
And did you ever talk to him about infrared observations and how infrared mitigates refractive conditions?
I don't know exactly how much infrared mitigates refraction. I know it allows you to see way further. It cuts through haze really well. I'm not sure exactly how much it mitigates refraction. I haven't seen any tests that have been done on that.
That's fair enough. I'm just making an observation that, like, with the longer wave of infrared versus the visible light, you know, basically there's less of an opportunity for refractive conditions. Not saying refraction can't occur. You know,
I
there's
get you.
opportunity for refraction to occur in infrared more than other conditions as well, just based on if the conditions were right for infrared to be refracting. Like they did that with all the military laser tests. I'm sure. Or at least that's what I would do if I was in the military testing for refraction. I'd want to see all forms of refraction.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I'm not a flat earther because I don't want to believe the globe. It's just like the more I dig into the globe, the more I find the devils in the details.
It sure is. How much do you guys delve into the physics around here?
So I got papers here that basically just say that standard refraction is just complete horseshit, basically. And you know, not just because they're saying it, because they tested it over and over and over and over again, and it's just not accurate at all. So for anyone to say that just add standard refraction in, it's just I mean, all it is just trying to flatten that globe out a little bit more. And it's not based on what would actually be happening over the distance at the time.
The devil's always in the details with any other explanations if you're willing to dig far enough. Even in quantum. I've found a way to simplify it. It's really easy, actually. So in quantum, how they define a field is they have to define it as something that, quote, has a value at every point in space, which is language that specifically is describing an ether, something that has a value at every point in space, an ever-present background medium. So no matter what, even in their definitions, you still have to invoke language contrary to the paradigm that they tell you.
Here's
Can I just say something? Sorry to interrupt really quick.
You're right. Go ahead.
Shane, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So I know I asked you this earlier, but is it possible physically to see around a 90-degree corner using only atmospheric refraction? Just a yes or no answer is all I need. And in your opinion, is it physically possible to see around a 90-degree corner using only atmospheric refraction?
To see completely around? Or what
Yes.
are we? Oh, no. Yeah, I don't think.
So it has
I
limits?
can't imagine a scenario where you have completely around using only atmospheric refraction.
So refraction has limits then? You're not able to see around a corner, right? Even with refraction, you said no, right? You said no.
Well, you gave me
Even
two
with
options.
refraction.
Yes or no. So I gave you one response. I mean, there's definitely nuance
no.
in there. All right.
So the answer is no. You can't see around a corner even with refraction. So why would you believe that you can see 7 miles or even like 1 mile worth of refraction in any of these observations? That doesn't make any sense.
It's not even close to a 90-degree angle.
So if it was, so if it
to
wasn't 90 degrees, you can. Hold on, let me get this straight. You think it's possible to see something beyond 7 miles where it should not be because of refraction?
Right.
Like you're seeing something where it shouldn't be due to 7 miles worth of refraction. That you believe that is physically possible, correct?
7 miles of refraction? No. But I don't know if you're asking
So
me the
then-
straight line view. Like, can I see something that's 7 miles farther away from me because of refraction? Yes. Can I see something that's 7 miles lower than where it should be because of refraction? That's quite a bit of a stretch. I'd have to be very, very high up in the sky.
Can you demonstrate 7 miles? Can you demonstrate? You said yes to one of those things. Can you demonstrate the thing that you said yes to physically?
Yeah, I mean, you
Post
we
it.
were
Post the
just looking at
demonstration.
we were
Post the
just look-
demonstration in the chat.
No, we were already looking at them. There's a bunch of them. I'm not sure what you're asking me because they're already there.
None of them show it.
None of them show something beyond where we should
You
see it.
you said 7 miles worth of refraction. You said it was possible, right?
Oh my
So
god, dude.
post the
Let me try again.
demonstration.
Let me try again. I did not say 7 miles of refraction. So what I said was could I see something if I'm looking straight down like in front of me, right? Because of refraction, could I see something that is 7 miles farther than what I should be able to see? Not 7 miles like tangentially, not 7 miles straight down from there.
This is a simpler way.
Is it something that is obstructed? Can you demonstrate something being obstructed and then 7 miles of obstruction, but using refraction you can see it where it shouldn't be. It should be behind the obstruction. Can you demonstrate that?
What does 7 miles of refraction mean? Like I'm really confused by that, Zodiac.
Because it's in the Black Swan.
I know what he means.
It's talking about the Black Swan.
I'll simplify. What he means is the geometric horizon should be at 3.46 miles, but we can see water that should 7 miles or more than 7 miles of water that should be hidden. So that's all of that water is 7 miles worth of water that's perfectly being refracted up at different amounts to make it appear like it's perfectly flat and to completely hide the geometric horizon that's really there for the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, but that's not what he was asking. He was asking if I could see 7 miles down or up.
No, that's exactly what he was asking you.
90-degree angle of a corner. That's a different.
No. There's 7 miles of water that we can see that we shouldn't be able to see.
Yeah, your question was incoherent, Zodiac.
I get what he means.
He's basically saying that it's possible, but then earlier he said no, it's not, right? So my question to him is
2 different questions you asked. So
so you agree that it's not possible to see around a 90-degree corner using atmospheric refraction. You agree with me there, right?
I have not seen anything where I could see everything.
It's a yes or no answer. Do you believe it's physically possible? Do you believe it's physically possible to see around a 90-degree corner using atmospheric refraction?
I'll say this, Shane. No one's ever done it before, and there's not even a calculation for it. So just concede and say no, it can't be possible. Otherwise, you're basically saying under the perfect conditions, you could see the back of your head.
That's not a 90-degree angle, the back of my head.
That doesn't answer the question.
Yeah, but I already answered the question.
Is it possible to see the back of your head using atmospheric refraction, Shane?
God, dude, really?
You're not answering the question. Is it possible for you to see the back of your head using atmospheric refraction? Shane, yes or no? Simple question.
Are you asking this to determine whether I am capable of saying yes or no? Is that the point of the question, or is this an actual question?
Do you believe that it is physically possible to see the back of your head using only atmospheric refraction? Yes or no?
I have never experienced that, so I would say no.
Okay, so then refraction has limitations, correct?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not infinite, right?
Yeah. Yep. We
So
already
there's
went
certain
through
things
this.
that cannot be done, even with refraction. There's certain things that cannot be done, right?
Sure.
So when we're seeing miles and miles of a horizon where it's beyond 10 miles, right? The horizon is beyond both platforms and it's
Mhm.
supposed to be at 3.8. It's not there. So it's at, we have 7 mile differential, right? Why?
Okay.
But you believe that's physically possible, right? So 7 miles of curvature?
There's not 7 miles of curvature. That's not saying you're 7 miles of curvature. The horizon doesn't. It's not a cliff.
think
It's
you're
not a 90-degree angle
So
on the
it's
horizon.
Zodiac, I think you're strawmanning Shane. He's just talking about 7 miles, right? The horizon should be 3 miles away. It's 10 miles or beyond, so therefore
yes.
there's 7 miles of further observation. You're strawmanning him completely, and you got to be fair.
Okay, so according to is it physically possible to use refraction to make a horizon appear at 3.8 miles where it should be at beyond 10 miles?
To do the inverse of
Well,
what?
now you've inverted the
Hold
question.
on. Hold on a second. Hold on, guys. Well, look, here's a super simple way to think about it, Shane. Right. So let's say we got a 10-mile stretch over the surface of the water, and the Earth's a globe. Okay, so that 10 miles should be curving by 66 feet, but based off your observer height, which is let's say 8 foot, like the observation that we showed, that means that out of that 10 miles of surface water, you should only be able to see 3.46 miles of the water. The additional miles left in the 10 miles would be hidden. Now, in the observation, we see clearly at least 10 miles because we can see that the oil platform's at 10 miles. So we see 10 miles of flat surface, but that should be 10 miles of curved surface. So, like 6 and a bit, 6.4 miles of that 10 miles should be completely blocked behind the horizon, but it's not. So he's asking you, do you have any evidence that it's possible to be able to flatten out a curved surface so the 6+ miles that should be hidden just appear like it's a 10-mile flat surface? Maybe if you were to do it on a small scale, with a Perspex board or something, where you have a horizon that's 30% of the distance down the board, and then the remaining 70% or 60% or whatever is hidden behind the physical geometric horizon, and then you manipulate the temperature, pressure, and humidity conditions, and then all of a sudden that curved board becomes a flat board just due to refraction. And I don't think that there's any evidence that that's possible, but we can replicate all of the other atmospheric refraction effects that we do see in reality that we can reproduce on a flat surface, like sinking, stooping, towering, which is stretching and compression and all that kind of thing, but not flattening out a curved surface by a huge amount. It's not able to be done.
What's a huge amount? Let's define huge, and maybe that will help us.
All right, so let's give an example of just because let's say 20 miles because I know the math.
Okay. 20 works.
Memorized. Okay. Right, so 20 miles is 266 feet of curvature. So that's like a 26-story building. So if I was standing on one side of a 20-mile lake and there was a 20-story building on the other side of the lake, I wouldn't be able to see it at all. And the horizon would be at 3 miles, right? Let's say I'm 6 foot tall. The horizon would be at 3 miles. Okay, so the additional 17 miles should be physically blocked behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, add temperature, pressure, humidity into the equation, and try to test it in some way that shows how you can get that 17 miles that should be hidden to just appear completely flat.
Sure.
And to
let's do it
hide
right now.
that. Or-
Okay, so what is the height of the observer on your 20-mile distance to a let's say a 200-foot building?
Let me pull up an actual observation really quickly, because I've got one over a 21-mile lake. So that way we have visuals to work with. Sorry, so just give me 1 second.
Nope.
All right, so this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. 1 second.
Man, Donato's got me thinking of pizza now.
You said you just got some food?
No. I saw the name Donato.
Oh,
You have a plate. I don't know if you have that. You're in Poland, is that right?
yeah, I'm in Poland.
Yeah. I only do that because I was watching a video that you posted earlier today on here.
Uh-huh. All right, here we go. All right, so we got 21-mile distance.
Okay.
All right, so I'll just pull up just the raw curvature mathematics. Here it is. So we have a 5-foot camera height.
5 foot?
Here's
Okay.
Yep. Here's a picture of the camera. So we got 21 miles distance, shoreline to shoreline, and we got a 5-foot camera height.
Okay.
And you just let me know what you need to see. If you want to do your own calculations. Right, so here's a picture of the distant shoreline that's on the other side of the lake.
Oh, 21 miles is what you said, right? Sorry, I didn't update that.
Yep. 21, yep.
Okay. All right.
What's this calculator that you're using?
It's something I put together using the other, like some of the other calculators out there. I don't like how they take the globe and they like artificially curve it, right? So I wanted to make it so that the curve would actually be representative at scale. So like, for instance, like the measurement we're doing now, I'll show you here.
It's pretty cool. I like it.
And I'm giving it a shot to see what it's like before I say, hey, here, everybody, feel free to use this. I just built it like last night while we were talking through stuff. That was one of the reasons why I was on here for quite a while. I've been feeling sick, so I've got some time. But what I wanted to be able to do is, like all of them, like they'll show an artificial curve, and then they'll just throw like a lines across the top of the curve, almost like a tangent across it. But I'd rather say, okay, at scale. So the scale's down at the bottom. That is 621.37 miles for that scale.
We just need to fix the refraction coefficient to 0.13. It's 0.33.
That would be the 2/3 rule, right? Or the 1/3 rule?
No, that's not. No. 0.3 is considered like crazy heavy refraction. 0.13 is the standard.
Yeah, I had that selected. My bad. That was based on the image I was doing earlier. Yeah. But it has the other refractions on there. You see those? The other K values?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the other thing that I really wanted to do too, is like every calculator I found had like, you could put one K value and then you could see that K value, right? With this, I was like, well, why can't I just put multiple?
Do you have negative K values as well? Because negative K would actually is what what seems to be the case most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I could. I'd have to find some information about negative K values. I mean, they definitely make sense. I mean, you could just do it. I could just add them, but I don't know if they're representative of anything that I've seen.
Well, if you've only got positive K, that means you're indicating that light can only bend in one direction. We know that light can bend up and down, so therefore you have to have the availability. K.
All right, so I'm going to just bring up a citation from a paper from the National Journal of Geophysics. 1 second. Right, and they actually did their own tests, a stack of tests. And it says here, so this is the Journal of Geophysical Research, volume 115. Upward refraction as a normal condition. The study confirms that upward refraction, negative K, is a standard occurrence during daylight hours rather
Did you
than
post
an
it, or
anomaly. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where did you post it?
I'm just copying the link now.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Here.
We have another researcher called Dr. John Dee, who's actually done a stack of his own tests, and he actually, because this is saying that during the day, during the daytime, it's mostly fluctuating between -1, right? K equals little k equals -1 and -3. But at nighttime, Dr. John Dee is actually finding even more upward bending of the lasers. So yeah, it seems that the reason we never see lasers bending down is because upward negative K, well, if the Earth was a globe, negative K would be the normal. Because K, little k, right, that presupposes the Earth's a globe in the first place.
Refraction 0.13. Jeez. Magnitudes, is it? Oh, we zoom in a little bit. Those numbers look crazy. On the other hand, our empirical research results show us that the refraction coefficient K may reach magnitudes as high as +12 to +16 over grassland. That's crazy. Let's see. Probably for the first time. Regions.
Yeah, that's +12, not -12. You require negative to bend down around your side.
No. The question we had was, you guys were showing me a negative K.
Negatives is bending down. That's what you require.
No, positives bending down.
Yep.
Why the fuck would they run it backwards? Like, seriously?
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Yeah, if you talk to Drace about that, he'll say how he's got some interesting papers on that as well. How they invert everything on the globe, but I don't know enough about that to repeat what he said. But that guy knows so much about this. Where did you get that 0.5 refraction coefficient is an inversion?
Oh, let's see if I can cite my source on that.
look, don't worry about that. All right, don't worry about the negative K. Let's just get back to the
I'm doing two things. So I'm reading the conclusion of the thing that you posted from Wiley Publishing.
Hey, it's a good paper. Maybe just take the time to read it, like later or something, because there's lots of interesting stuff in it. Remember, they do assume, they do presuppose that the Earth's a globe, so take that into account too. But back to the
that paper that they mentioned the exemption that the odd man out being the Schofield and Breach had a K of negative 2.3 to 3.5 over ice at plus 14.9. What's that number mean? I'm trying to find their conclusion about using the negative K.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I read that's what the citation I gave said.
I'm reading that right now.
Yeah, it says the study confirms that upward refraction, negative K, is a standard occurrence during daylight hours rather than an anomaly, which most people think it's an anomaly. But it's not. It's the normal. Because temperature controls the refractive index mostly. And the standard lapse rate is that it gets colder as you go upward. It's also more humid down lower, which all further reduces the refractive index down lower.
What page does it have the study confirms?
I'm not sure. I just had.
That'd be I've not too many research papers do I hear someone say this study confirms. I can't see it in the text, but it might be an error of the search.
I'm not sure. I just had this saved in my
Yeah. Okay.
in my
Yeah.
server.
Well,
So
you're right. Let's not dwell on that. I'll keep looking. I don't see them making that statement here, and in their conclusion, they're saying that there is an exception, which was one person's research.
Right. The point is, we get very varying numbers, right? So to claim that 0.13 could be accounted for, right? If you were to say that, let's just punch in 0.13, that would be completely inaccurate, basically.
I mean, it's not completely inaccurate. It's kind of like, but yeah, the standard.
It's not.
The standard
it is completely. It is completely inaccurate.
It's kind of like I have an EV, so like a North American charging standard, right? It was named that before it was a standard, right? So it's named standard, but it doesn't mean that is the standard. But it is commonly used for shorter distances by surveyors. But yeah, it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
I don't think too many people take it serious as like that's a.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing, right? So these are hyper specific claims being made by the globe side when we do long distance observations, and that horizon, right? Let's say that 0.13 was a standard occurrence to some degree, then the horizon would be at. From a 6-foot observer, the horizon would be at like 3.2 miles. But we never see that. We never see it there. I've never seen it anywhere near there, right? The closest I've seen it's like 5 miles, 6 miles out. Most often it's much further than that. So if that was the standard, then it doesn't ever present itself in reality. So it seems like it's something else is going on. And if the Earth's a globe and you have standard refraction, then that horizon should usually be somewhere around 3 to 3.5 miles out, but it's never there. So that's a problem.
I think that's kind of a definitional problem, right? At least from where I'm at, or versus where you're at. So like, I don't see the horizon as like a cliff. Right. I don't see it as like this thin line that when it occurs, that it is.
No, it's a gradual thing.
Yeah, it's gradual.
But it's exponentially.
So the horizon's not the edge of a sphere? Is that what you're saying?
It's exponentially gradual.
So it's not the edge of a sphere, right?
What do you...
Correct.
Okay, go ahead, try again. What are you asking me?
Is the horizon the edge of a sphere, yes or no? Is it the edge of the globe?
What is an edge of a sphere? What does that mean?
Your globe. Is it the edge of your globe? Yes or no?
If I hold a basketball in my hand, what is the edge of the basketball?
Is the horizon? Yes or no? It's a simple question.
No, it's not. I just asked you a question that was very simple. If I'm holding a basketball, what is the edge of the basketball? So you can't answer mine?
No. You can't just answer. If you see the horizon on a globe, if you're standing on a globe and you see the horizon, is that not the edge of the sphere? Yes or no? It's very simple, Shane. If you're on a globe, you're standing on the beach, you look out to the horizon. Is the horizon you're looking at the edge of a sphere or the edge of a globe? Yes or no?
I don't know what the hell you mean by edge of us.
Okay. Is it the sagitta of your line of sight?
He's trolling. He's trolling.
That is a more a different question.
You're dishonest. Right? You're being dishonest.
No, it's not. It's the same thing.
Dishonest? How am I being dishonest? You're asking me if I see the edge of a sphere.
And
then Matrix asks.
Hold on a second. Look, I'm just gonna post a diagram, and you can. Right, so that's why they say that the horizon would be at 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall. It's not like while the curvature is gradual, that tangent point, right, where the straight line, like let's say you draw a magical laser beam from your eyes, and you're looking at the maximum distance that you can see the surface of the globe. That would be that point. That tangent line would meet at the curvature point on the globe that's 3 miles away, exactly 3 miles away. So it would look like here's a so let's just talk about on a body of water.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so Yaga Bruno just posted one, but have a look at this one.
Okay.
Right, so that's what it would be. That the horizon would be that. That's the maximum distance you could see the water. And then any water beyond that would be physically hidden behind the horizon. And that distance is dependent on the height of the observer.
I mean, is my question not make any sense where I'm asking what is the width beyond that horizon that you can still see? What is the width of a horizon as you're viewing it?
You wouldn't physically be able to see. You wouldn't. The horizon's a circle around you. It's a circle, and you're in the center. Like, so let's say you go out and
it's less than a millimeter, is what you're saying? Horizon is 1 millimeter or less.
Well, it's just the line in which the sky and the ground appears to meet. So you're just seeing it as a line in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an actual. I mean, on a globe, it would be a physical location, and any of the water beyond that, you wouldn't be able to see it.
So at the horizon, absolutely nothing beyond it is viewable. The water behind it, not absolutely nothing. Wrong word.
None
of the water beyond where the horizon point would be viewable.
That's correct.
Okay, so, but it's not a continuum, and with what you're saying.
Well, if you don't change your observer height, then the horizon distance won't change, and you won't be able to physically see any of the water beyond that because it's obstructed physically behind the curvature of the Earth. So, let's say you had some atmospheric conditions, and let's say that light somehow can actually bend down like it's claimed to do in these situations, and all of a sudden, let's say the Earth's a globe, but all of a sudden you can see like 20 miles of just completely flat water. That physical geometric horizon would still have to be there if the Earth's a globe at that exact distance. And now what you would have to be claiming is that everything beyond that horizon is being perfectly refracted up into the air.
Everything needs to be, at
different amounts, right? Like at 10 miles, it would be 66.6 foot lifted. And at 20 miles, it would be 266 foot lifted. And every single distance in between would have to be lifted up just that right amount for it to all appear like it's flat, so much so that it actually hides that geometric horizon from existence. From not from existence, you know what I mean, from visual confirmation. Like you wouldn't be able to see it at all, and this is where it gets crazy, right? So we can so that would require extremely specific temperature, pressure, and humidity conditions for that to even be possible, if it even is possible, which there's no evidence for. But what we're doing is we're doing it in completely different weather conditions. We can go to a lake in Canada, we can go to the ocean in Australia, we can go to somewhere in Thailand, all these different places, and every single time the same thing's happening. That geometric horizon is just disappearing, and whenever we can't find it, no one can find it. So how do we know it's really there? How do we know it exists in the first place? How do we know the curvature exists in the first place? Because we can explain everything that we see when we do a long distance observation on a flat surface, right? So if we assume it's a flat surface and the bottom of a boat's missing, all right, so that can easily be recreated on a small scale. Like we can just show you a flat floor, and then we can just add some cool air into the room above the warm air, and then all of a sudden it looks like something that you could see just a moment ago. It looks like the bottom of the boat's missing. If you use a little toy boat, the bottom of the toy boat will all of a sudden it will disappear behind a horizon, right? You'll have a horizon on the flat floor, and stuff will start to dip behind it. And all you did was manipulate the weather conditions. But there isn't any tests that show that you can flatten out and hide these geometric horizons and just flatten out like curved surfaces, if that makes sense.
No, because of
all right.
we'd have to say two things, right? That are different than my. We're using different definitions on things, right? And I think it's why I'm now realizing that why we keep going in the kind of the same circle. Like I don't see the horizon as a finite point, right? That it's just it's always going to be like, no matter what's happening, that horizon is going to be this like perfect line at only using the geometric K of 0.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Yeah. I got you.
I'm just trying to help with definition. I'm not saying you do, but if you feel you need to depend on
No. I'm not trying to. I'm just let's simplify it even more. Right. Let's just do a hypothetical where we don't have any refraction. Right. We don't have any refraction at all. Right?
Sure.
Let's say all of a sudden we have just the globe and no atmosphere, and that means that horizon line would be at the exact distance every single time, at just like you're on a basketball kind of thing, right? It would be at 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall. It would be at 1.2 miles if you're 1 foot tall, and so on. 3.46 miles if you're 8 foot tall, and that's the distance that the horizon would be. Any water that goes beyond that, you wouldn't be able to see it. It would be hidden. Do you agree with me now?
I'd have to. I mean, you do understand the leaps I'd have to make to say that the horizon is going to be completely static, right? And it's going to be like a finite point.
Right. So you could just use a basketball, like a basketball. Like let's say you had a basketball.
Yeah, basketball's a good one. Yeah, basketball's good.
Yeah, same. So it would be at a fixed point, a finite. It would be at an exact point that would be calculatable based on the height of the observer and the tangent from the observer to the surface of the basketball.
Huh.
And it would be there no matter what. And any of the basketball that's beyond that maximum, beyond that tangent point, it would be hidden, physically obstructed from the observer's line of sight.
And see where we keep kind of getting into circles is I haven't seen the definition of a horizon being a finite point that isn't like a continuum. So it's not an edge, it's not a cliff, it's not a wall, it's not a single point.
Yeah, it's just the same as what it would be on a basketball. It's the maximum distance the observer would be able to see because of the curvature of the Earth. Right? Remember, we're using a hypothetical where we don't have any atmosphere at the moment.
But I think we can agree that like one of the I'm trying to think of how to. One of the things I think we can agree on is like you can still see that a basketball has shape, right? Like you can still see that it has depth. It doesn't look like it's not like a two-dimensional thing at that point. It has to be very far away from you to look two-dimensional, but then your mind would still say that's a basketball. I know it's curved, so it would perceive it as curved, right? Can we agree on that, or is that not agreeable?
Yeah, you would if you were little on the basketball, and let's say, I mean, we don't need to use a basketball. We could just use the globe. Okay, right? Like if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be at 3 miles. You can look that up right now. Every single source is going to say yes, the horizon would be at 3 miles.
Can I ask something for clarification? I think I know what he's trying to get at. Like, if the horizon is 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer, at 4 miles, there's only 8 inches of curvature. So it's like you're not going to notice 8 inches over 4 miles. And I think that's what he's got his head wrapped around. And then so at the 5th mile, it's only 32 inches. So that's like just under 3 feet.
All of that would be hidden. Yeah, all of that would be hidden.
Right.
You wouldn't be able to see it.
But what he doesn't understand is like once you start getting to 8, 9, 10, 12, 15 miles, we're talking like story buildings that are supposed to be hidden that we can see completely, and the horizon is behind that. I don't think he can wrap his head around that. Am I mistaken, Shane? Like, you're not understanding that, like, yes, it is gradual, but it's exponentially gradual. Like, it's a parabolic curve.
Well, it's not parabolic, it's spherical curve.
It's parabolic.
It's not parabolic. Who says
it doesn't matter which one you choose to use. 1,000 miles is only something a couple of inches difference. Yeah, at 1,000 miles, you're only out by a couple of inches. So it doesn't matter which formula you choose to use.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I think for him, he's having a hard time understanding the exponential growth of the curvature as it gets further and further away. So, like when you're looking at a basketball, if you put your finger on top of the basketball, you can see all of your finger. And if you draw a line behind the basketball, your finger is going to become more and more hidden the further you go behind that ball.
You honestly think I don't understand that?
Right. So if that's the hard horizon that everybody's trying to explain to you, and you're not grasping that on a globe Earth.
Okay.
That's the geometry that everybody's trying to explain to you.
So look, I typed in if we had no atmosphere, would the horizon be at 3 miles from a 6-foot observer? It says no. If we had no atmosphere, the horizon would be at 2.997 miles. Thank you, AI, which rounds to 3 miles. So yeah, like it's just the tangent point. You wouldn't be able to see any more water past that. If the Earth's a globe, you would have to have that geometric horizon. So look, we just did the hypothetical where we don't have any atmosphere. Right, so that tangent point, so just picture the 6-foot observer and then an imaginary tangent line going straight from the eyes of the observer to the maximum distance that you could see the surface of the globe. That's at 3 miles, 2.997 or whatever, 3 miles, let's just say. Now, keep that tangent line there, keep the image in your head. Now we're just going to add the atmosphere back. Right, that tangent line doesn't change. That geometric horizon distance doesn't change. It still has to be there, right? So that physical geometric horizon is still there. but now we have refraction to take into account. Okay, so now all of a sudden, over a 10-mile distance, we see zero curvature. We don't see that geometric horizon anymore, but it would still have to be there if the Earth's a globe. Now,
The
now we
refraction
change
doesn't
the.
allow me to see farther.
It can. Well, that's what they say. Standard refraction allows you to see 15% further.
But it doesn't. It does not change the horizon, is what you're saying.
It doesn't change the geometric horizon, the physical horizon.
It doesn't change
just
the math for the geometric horizon, but it does change the horizon distance.
It doesn't change the actual.
It doesn't change K at zero.
Listen.
K, right?
It doesn't change this. It doesn't change this, right? It doesn't change that physically the water that's beyond 3 miles is physically blocked behind the curvature of the Earth, right? It might change what you could see visually, but it doesn't change that water at beyond 3 miles is physically obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. That doesn't change. Okay, that's what the geometric. Yeah, you know what I mean.
I see what you're saying. Where my mind is, we're using two different definitions, so it's like I'm trying to.
No, dude, no. Let me help you out, brother.
Yeah,
Shane. There's only one definition, and then there's the glober fantasy of what's going on.
Yeah, so I mean, is that not what I just said? That we have two different definitions? I mean,
yeah.
But
I'm just pointing out that that's a problem with your worldview, not ours.
Okay.
See, flat earthers understand that the horizon is an optical effect. You simultaneously think that even though all as you experience of the horizon is an optical effect, that there's an underlying geometry that you can't measure or ever see.
I think there's an underlying geometry that I cannot ever see.
Correct.
Oh, that doesn't gel with what I experienced.
Everybody here who heard what you've been saying for the past 3 minutes understands exactly that I'm correct.
Okay.
Okay, listen, the geometric edge of an object is its geometric edge. I mean, it is where it is. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So the only thing left is your visual interpretation of what you're looking at, which puts it in the optical category, right? There's no other option. I mean, unless you have like floating point knowledge of all spatial relationships, like let's say God, then you only have the underlying geometry and then how you perceive it optically, correct? There's no other category, right?
So, here's my response. So earlier, individual, I think it was Donato, had posted this. I've just posted it onto the live stream chat. Is the horizon staying at the same distance? In this video, is that horizon at the same distance?
Yes.
We were using just observation. There's no math.
No, it is. It's the horizon's at the same distance, 100% of the time.
Just rising and falling.
Well, where's the horizon?
I don't know. I mean, we're just using observation alone. We're not using.
No, I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you a question. Where's the horizon in the image?
And my response will remain the same. I do not know. I mean,
I know. I know where it is.
What I perceive to be it, but do I know what it's measured to be? No. But I can see what I perceive.
I can see it. I can see where it is too.
What's the number? I'm trying to answer the question as truthfully and as honestly as I possibly can. I see the horizon, yes. Do I know what distance it is? No.
Well, we could help you out a little bit. If you just go to Google and just type in horizon definition, and then it will be revealed. And then look at the picture again.
Dude. Okay. So your contention is I don't understand the definition of horizon?
Well, you would know where the horizon is.
No, our contention is that you live in cognitive dissonance where you know what the horizon actually is. And then you have this geometric model of what the Earth is that you've never seen and never measured. And you're trying to conflate the two in some weird gobbledygook.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying at all. But it seems like we're just keep going in circles. I'm happy to keep conversing.
All right. All right.
But yeah, I mean,
the horizon's the line in which the sky and the ground appears to meet.
Okay, hold on. Stop. Everyone
question?
stop. Shane, stop for a second.
You want me to give you an absolute yes or no to respond?
No, I don't want you to give you a yes or no.
Okay, then what do you want?
Okay, if
sorry, I got a little mouthy there. I'm sorry. Let's
okay, just check this out. Check this out
real quick.
If the horizon is a line where the ground and the sky appear to meet, then the horizon can only exist in one place and one place only, and that is in the optic. It's either in your eye or in your camera. It doesn't actually exist out there in space.
Yeah, it's not actually an edge.
Right. Now, on the globe Earth model, the geometric horizon is an intersection point of a tangent line between you and the geometry of the Earth, after which you can't see anything.
At
right?
zero
This
refraction.
is well, okay, let's say that's true. Show me a picture of the geometric edge of your globe Earth. You can't. Based on your own admission.
What did I admit to?
You admitted that there's never an instance where anyone can see the geometric horizon, which means, like I said before, it's an optical category, and then you have this underlying geometry you believe in, which you've never seen and have never measured.
I contend that I have seen it and I have measured it.
Well, we know that's your contention, but anything you're going to show us is going to be in the optical category, not in the geometric category. Whether you realize it or not, you already admitted that.
Anything I showed you is not in a geometrical category. What types of things would be in a geometrical category? That's an honest question. I'm not trying to play. This whole time I've played no gotchas with you guys. I've done nothing to sidestep. I've tried to be as honest as I possibly can and as an honest question to you. What would constitute what you're asking for me?
Well, I mean, you could start with based on what you said. If there's no atmosphere, how about a picture of the Earth with no atmosphere? That'd be a start.
How could I possibly do that?
Exactly. Now, secondly, how about
a geometric?
Okay, that's fine. We don't need to
atmosphere.
Right, you're never going to see it. That's the point. Now, secondly, since it's geometry, you could actually physically measure it.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so that would be another way to go.
Okay.
So, do you know of anybody that's measured the physical geometry of the Earth to validate this alleged horizon that's supposed to be blocking things?
I know of less people who haven't done any type of measurement or experienced it.
What? You know less people? That doesn't even make sense.
That would make the claim that they have not experienced it or measured any part of it.
What the hell? So what are you trying to say? That the majority of people on Earth have measured the Earth?
Or experienced it.
So your claim. Okay, let's agree. I would agree with you that the globe Earth.
I don't know if they're.
I would agree with you. That the globe Earth is an experience, subjective experience. That's what it is. Thanks for agreeing.
Did I say that?
No. It has to be.
Why is it? So my question with you guys is why is it always a leap based on what I said to make some huge inference on what that means? Like, why is there usually this huge leap?
Well, you've already agreed. You'll see the problem is you've already agreed that nobody actually sees the true geometry of the Earth. So the experience of the true geometry. You did say that.
Jesus,
no, dude.
Man, this is just.
Hey, Shane. I know logic is hard for you, brother, but sometimes things you say have logical necessary implications that follow.
Okay, well, let's try a logic then. What logic did I use?
If no one's ever seen the Earth in the globe geometry, right? Because the underlying geometry is never seen, because the overlying the optics, right, preclude you from seeing the true geometry, then nobody's actually experienced the underlying true geometry. So the idea that you're going out and seeing it. So, for example, people will go out to the ocean and they'll say, "I saw the Earth as a globe." And when we say, "How did you see it?" they'll reply, I saw a boat disappear." You didn't see a globe. You saw a boat disappear. You inferred that was being caused by a globe, and you imagined the globe in your mind. Now, to be fair, Shane, whether the Earth is a globe or not in that example is irrelevant. Like, the Earth could be a globe, and they go out and they think they see a globe, but really all they see is a boat disappear. But they didn't actually see the globe. They inferred a globe from the boat disappearing. So even if the Earth was a globe, that experience would still be a subjective experience of the globe, not an objective one.
Yeah. Okay.
And so, so that aside, supposedly the globe is 20 miles bigger on the equator than the poles. So the circumpolar radiuses compared to the equatorial radiuses are 20 miles removed. So that would result in a parabolic dome on the top and a parabolic dome on the bottom. So the curvature rate would be parabolic, not spherical.
Sure.
Not only that, but spherical versus parabolic rates. So if you take the 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Parabolic.
And then you take a true sphere of radius 3959, which the Earth isn't. But if you overlay those, that's accurate to an error rate of less than 1% out to 1,400 miles. So unless you have a 1,500 mile observation, you're not even getting with a variance of 1%, dude. So yes, you can approximate all 500 mile and less, because they're like a less than a tenth of a percent different from each other. So the variance is irrelevant.
So here's a link to Washington University, and they're telling you how far the horizon should be if the Earth's a globe. They got the formulas and everything in that PDF there. So that's what you need to try to validate, and you can use anyone throughout all of history. In your research, and good luck.
Yeah. So you don't have to agree with my point of contention, but do you understand my point of contention?
Can you say it one more time?
So geometric K of 0, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to give you one measure, right? That's going to give you one horizon point, right?
It's going to give you a geometric horizon, yeah.
Yeah, so that's geometric horizon. All right. So then if there's any refraction, that is going to move the horizon.
Yeah, but the K factor is baked into it. The presupposition the Earth's a globe, dude.
No.
Yes.
Because you guys still get refraction.
Oh my god, dude.
You still have
the K. Listen, dude. When it comes to the K coefficient, it's talking about the atmospheric refraction, dude, which is already presuming the Earth is a globe. It's not just refraction generally, okay?
Yeah, I understand, but you would still have a refraction on flat, right? Or
Right, but you wouldn't calculate it with a K factor because you'd be presupposing a model of a globe. So why in the heck would you use that model? Holy moly, bro.
Okay. So what factor would we use? Honest question. That's because that would be extremely helpful to me.
Well, first of all, if I'm taking a photograph and I look out there, holy shit, it's really high incidence of heat haze or miraging or something like that, and I'm after a very specific subject in the distance, I'm going to shake my head and go, nah, wrong day, wrong weather conditions to do this. I'm not going to run around and go, oh dear, the K factor is above and beyond my capability. I don't know what to do. I'll have to run the slider down. No, I don't. I just go, oh shit.
Yeah. What Matrix is basically saying there is where's the justification to include a K factor at all?
So if I'm taking a photo of something and I'm producing it for others to say, hey, please evaluate this photo, right, of the distances of these things.
No, you're not producing it for others. You're just taking photos.
It's a simpler answer,
You're out taking
Matrix.
a photo of your favorite thing.
It's a simpler answer. The only justification for putting in a K factor is you already assume the Earth's a globe.
Okay, so then what would be another value I would use to not assume that, but still be able to provide information to others to determine the refraction that I saw?
Why the necessity?
Because do we not see refraction?
Why the necessity?
I believe I just said why. Like what?
Okay, so I'll answer your question. If I see refraction, I don't take the photo. I don't click the button. I go and do something else.
Well, the answer is simple. That some days you take a picture and things look to be in certain locations in your field of view. And then you take a picture another day and they might look to be in different locations in your field of view. And so you're saying, well, they didn't move physically. Sure. So the only change is in the optical category. So something's optical going on. Okay, let's say that's true. Something optical is going on. Mm-hmm. What justification is there that the something optical going on has anything to do with the globe Earth?
And my question to you is, what other way would I be able to calculate or to display to others the reasoning behind that different view? Forget anything about globe Earth.
In that case, then take the photo and demonstrate the miraging effect.
My God, dude, totally got it. I'm asking you, how would I be able to say, hey, if you take this photo and you have the same, let's call it.
So what you're after is a model.
I'm not. I'm asking for. So let's just.
You're after a model. You're after me to say when the temperature is X, the humidity is Y, and the distance is Z, you are going to receive this effect of A, B, C. You're after a model.
Sure. I'm after a number. I don't
You're
know
after a number.
An entire model, but.
Well, you'll need a model because every single day I can go to the exact same location and take the exact same photo of the exact same thing and have different effects.
That's fair, but there is no accurate model of atmospheric or terrestrial refraction. It doesn't exist.
There you go.
So you're asking me to provide you with something that doesn't exist. The models of atmospheric refraction are S post hoc. That means they take the observations first, and then they reverse engineer how much refraction they need to maintain their assumption of a globe. They put it into their globe model, and then they say that's how much existed. That's how it works.
I mean, you could do it the inverse way and have it without the globe, right? Like that is possible, right?
How can you have a globe model of refraction without the globe, dude?
No, I'm not asking. It's
the models are based on the globe.
What I'm telling you,
that's the bit you're missing.
Okay, listen, Shane. What I'm trying to help you out with is that there is no accurate model of atmospheric refraction, whether you assume a globe or you assume flat Earth. There's no accurate model. Okay, they're just now starting to study what's really going on. Like the military was been doing it. They did one where they did a tri-band laser from a Hawaiian island to an observatory. I can't remember. I think it was 80 kilometers away. And it didn't match the globe assumed terrestrial refraction model at all. And the guy didn't even realize it at first. He was doing it for his thesis paper for his PhD or whatever. And after he got all the data, he started crunching it. He goes, "This doesn't match. This doesn't match no globe assumption. We were all wrong. We have to have a different model."
In the side chat, atmospheric turbulence, University Physics, University of Dayton.
And they've done a bigger one recently that I've heard of, and that's going to be coming down the pike. So when flat earthers look out across the Earth and they look at the horizon, they don't assume that horizon is the edge of an object. They understand that it's an optical effect. And they understand that what they can and can't see, depending on the day, is all in the optical category. It has nothing to do with the altering geometry of the Earth. The Earth isn't changing its geometry day in and day out. So a flat earther simply understands the Earth is a consistent geometry, and so everything I'm seeing is in the optical category. Now, when a globe earther looks at all the differential optical categories, they say, I already know I want to maintain a consistent geometry of a sphere, so I'm going to reverse engineer all the optical categories to match my assumption, which is why the K has the assumption baked right into it.
Yeah, but if we remove K0 and you have refraction in front of you, the question I had is the horizon at the same point under refraction or not under refraction? Under atmospheric conditions, whatever term we want to use. We remove the entire concept of globe, and I'm looking at what we perceive to be the horizon. Right?
Yeah, it appears to be in different locations all the time.
Does it appear to go farther out? Does it appear to come closer?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was the single question that I was trying to figure out is how can we determine that? How can we determine what that?
I mean, I look at, okay, that's great, but check this out. Here's the answer, which I told you before. There's no accurate model. There's no accurate model. Doesn't exist.
So then why do you guys always use the K of 0?
Because we're doing it's called, Shane, let me help you out. It's called an internal critique of your worldview. Okay. We're not accepting these things as if they're givens per se. We're just critiquing what would be necessary in your view.
Well, then how would you explain it?
I posted up for you last night, Shane, the black swan, if given a 7/6 formula. So it gives you an extra 15% or 16.12 something or other.
Right,
so
but we're only
the black
doing
swan with the upgraded numbers.
Right, but Matrix, you're only doing that as an internal critique. Like this would be, maybe what would happen or not happen in your worldview. Now, here's the problem, Shane, and this is not a critique against you personally. But there are plenty of people, even in the flat earth side, who don't understand what an internal critique is. And sometimes they'll hear people making an internal critique of somebody else's view, and then they'll misattribute what they're doing as if it's their position. There's some flat earthers who make entire 6-hour videos misunderstanding people doing internal critiques. It's quite embarrassing, to be honest.
Yeah. No, I totally get that. I listened to your one of the podcasts you posted last night where you were you were asking some questions that there were a lot of internal critiques, and there was quite a few other people that were joining into the conversation not understanding what you were doing.
Well, yeah, and we even have veteran flat earthers who have been in flat earth almost a decade, and they still don't understand what I'm doing half the time, and I can't help it.
Yeah, I mean, but I can understand both points. I mean, I meet people every day who will not even entertain the conversation that challenges their view, right? So just stating that anybody else out there exists who has a different view triggers them to make them think that you have that view because you stated someone else's view.
Correct.
Yeah. And I understand too. I mean, you guys, I've been in these rooms enough, especially this weekend because like I said, I haven't been feeling great, so I've been giving myself a break to just sit here and I appreciate you guys speaking with me. there might be somebody else in here to speak with. But I appreciate that you guys have people that come in here with, and I hear them. They come in and ask the same like 6 or 7 questions, as if for them it's a mic drop moment. How do you guys explain this? Like, okay, I get it. And you guys are, when you guys get upset, I understand it. Or when you get animated, I understand it. You've been asked the same question 8,000 times. I get it, man. I'm trying not to be one of those people. I'm trying to engage differently. I'm not trying to change your guys' views, or I don't even know if I'm trying to change my view. All I'm trying to do is understand more, and some of the conversations we've had, I have learned some things that that are adaptable on and regardless of view.
You will. So, for example, Shane, if I had to tell myself the reason why things disappear from the bottom up is exclusively Earth curvature, and let's say I accepted that premise, okay, that means that when I go to my lake, which is only 1,014 feet, and I see something disappear from the bottom, I would then have to do a calculation of spherical geometry based on the off angle of the tangent of my eye height to that location, draw the sagitta, get the hidden height, and then extrapolate a radius for the ball that I'm on. The problem is that would result in a different sized ball. The ball would be very small, right? So I know for a fact that the claims of the globe, that the phenomenological world that we observe, that including the horizon and things being seen or not seen, is not about the Earth being a globe. It's about optics. And I don't have any reason to include a globe into any of that. Now, globers do, because they think the Earth is a globe, so they need the globe to be a certain size. So instead of scaling the size of the globe, they try to scale the size of the light. But here's the problem. If you actually do the math, like orthographically, go to any of these, like we'll go to Walter Bislin's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator. When he is making refraction fit observations, if you watch the underlying math of the calculator, what it actually does is it increases the radius of the Earth. It basically just assumes straight line distance from line of sight, increases the radius of the Earth, and if you know how the circle segment formula works, when you increase the radius, you decrease the apex of the arc between 2 points. And so that's all his calculator does. In fact, his calculator goes all the way up to a 60 billion mile radius of the Earth.
60 billion mile radius of Earth.
Yeah, his refraction slider. When you slide the refraction slider, what you're really doing is inflating the radius of the Earth, and you could see it in the math.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now. Yeah.
So it's really not solving anything. It's just saying, well, hey. So basically, what it's saying is, if the Earth was a bigger globe, you could be able to see this. That's really all it's saying. So in other words, if the Earth was functionally flat, you could see this. And in order for you to see it, they have to make the Earth more functionally flat. Well, let's just remove the assumption it's a globe in the first place and just say the reason you could see all of these things is because the Earth is functionally flat. And anytime you can't see them, it's because there's optical conditions causing you not to be able to. That is a very rational position, don't you think?
Get the last part of that.
Okay. Rather than assuming that I'm on a globe and I have to make it functionally flat to be able to see things, let's just assume I'm on a flat Earth, and when I can't see something, it's because of optical conditions. That's a perfectly rational position. Now, that being said, the globe proponent would have to justify to me why I need to include a globe geometry in any of the observations I make.
I think one of the other things that you had in your podcast is you were talking about when you were this wasn't your stance, but you're seeing it as a problem, was the lack of having a model, right? So like when Globers come, they come with numbers, they come with formulas, they come with those things, right? So that's how I've come here, and it gives us a whether you agree or not. I believe that it gives us, and I have experienced, and I would say I know that it gives me the predictive ability, and it's usable to me. And so there's value in that to me, right? So, and this is my view. I'm not saying it's your view, but for someone who is in that state, right? The things, the tools that they've been given because of this model, the things that they've been able to do because of the model, has provided them benefit. To then come to a group who, and I don't think everyone's saying this, but when I ask for like, okay, can I have some type of way to predict or to have a usable way to do things that I can't, like, they go beyond what I can just see or beyond what I can just experience. Like, could I predict what view I'd have from a mountaintop on such and such day at certain things? Could I predict that? So when I go there, it's like let's call it like tourism, just a way where I would have at least some inference of, is it going to be a good day to try to take this photo or to, experience this view kayaking to Oahu or something like that, like those are the types of things
Right.
that I ask for.
Okay,
right?
yeah, but if you ask like guys that do the long distance photography, like that guy who did 300-mile shot, he'll just say he waited for the atmospheric conditions to be favorable so he could see far.
Yeah.
And he just tried it out. He just tried it out and learned by doing, right? Because he didn't have the true conditions charted out over the entire distance,
I think you have an ideal of seasonality of when those conditions.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah, even like even on my lake, like when it's a hot day and the water was cold the day before, I can expect certain types of visibility and and all different conditions.
Yeah. So you'd be.
I get.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I get bottom up obstruction, quote unquote obstruction, disappearance. I get top and bottom disappearance simultaneously. I get sideways disappearance. I get all kinds of different disappearances, and I can actually match them to disappearances that people show me of boats that are much larger and much further away, like miles away in the ocean, right? And they look identical. Like they show me this big cruise ship, which is going out, and it's shrinking top to bottom, but it's mirror flipped, so that you could clearly see that there's a mirror image below it. I can do that at my small lake. They show me things disappear bottom. I can do that on my small lake. And this is a more weirder one, but other people were actually amazed that I could do this on my small lake, but sideways. So the thing is actually shrinking sideways.
Yeah, I can see. Okay. Well, what would you call that effect?
Well, first I'd categorize it as an optical effect, not a geometric effect. I'm not under any illusions that there's any geometry changing throughout the day, right? So, the general term for this, people would say it's atmospheric distortion, atmospheric lensing, atmospheric refraction, whatever. But some of these things aren't even necessarily known in the scientific literature to be caused by any particular thing in those categories. There's all kinds of things going on. It's multi-factor, right? But one thing I know for certain is none of the geometry has changed. So the only thing that's changed, that the boat's in the same physical location. The lake's the same size it was yesterday. It's still on the Earth where it is. You know, none of the geometric relationships have changed. The only thing that's changed is the ambient conditions, and that includes atmospheric conditions, temperature conditions, what time of day, things like that. So I refer to that. I refer to it personally as light paths or distortions in the ambient atmosphere. That's all I refer to it as. And I you know, some people critique me. Other flat earthers will critique me because I use the word atmosphere, because, you know, they have these scripts where they say, "Oh, you can't say atmosphere because that means the air is a sphere." I'm like, no, that if I say atmosphere, it doesn't mean the air is a sphere. I'm sorry, that's not how it works.
Yeah, you could have an atmosphere inside of your home.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you know what you call the atmosphere inside of your home? The ambient atmosphere.
My home's not circular, but I don't live in a geodesic or anything like that. Yeah. Yeah, but I still feel like and it's just, it's my view. I still feel like it's disingenuous to say that it's not, that you can't possibly create a formula or something to reproduce or predict or.
No, maybe you can. Listen, maybe you can, but to date, it hasn't been done. There's no accurate model of terrestrial or atmospheric refraction, whether you assume globe Earth or flat Earth. Okay? Doesn't exist. So you might say, well, maybe we should be able to have that. But you know what? One of the reasons why we've not progressed in that field, I'll tell you why. It's very simple. Because most people researching that field, they assume the Earth is a globe, and they take all their data and they force it into the globe assumption. Even famous experts at the field. So, for example, if I'm not mistaken, this quote comes from Andrew Thomas Young himself, who says, "We take all of our measurements flat, but we know the Earth is a globe, so we wrap them around a globe." It's like, wait a minute, dude. Wait, what? What did you just say there, bro? So no matter what they do, no matter what progress they make, they're going to fall back on their globe assumption. But guess what? There has been technological advances that have caused people to start to realize that these assumptions are wrong. For example, that laser test that they did in the Hawaiian Islands. The guy crunched the numbers and he realized there was a discrepancy, and he realized that a terrestrial refraction model cannot possibly predict what happened with his lasers. And so what actually happened with his lasers is they shot the laser, a tri-band laser, and they were trying to hit a target, which was a 4-meter telescope. Okay, like 80 kilometers away or something. Now, according to the standard terrestrial refraction model, right, they're imagining the Earth is a certain size. They're imagining that the atmosphere is curved around the Earth, and they're imagining a certain path variability of light through that atmosphere. Now, the problem is that different color lasers refract at different rates because refraction is wavelength dependent, okay? So that means that it's impossible within the same path variability for 3 different colors of light to take the same path, because they're going to encounter the same refractive index, and they're going to be variant specifically to their wavelength. So in other words, each color is going to take a different path through the same atmosphere. Now, those lasers should have never hit the target, all 3 of them. They should have been spread apart and missed the target, and only one of them got into the target. But all 3 of them hit the target. And when the guy realized that this was the problem, he said, this model that we have of refraction based on these terrestrial refraction assumptions just can't possibly account for what happened. It just can't. It just doesn't work. I need a different model.
So whenever I'm looking at something like that, so the first thing I do is try to determine how do I go about rejecting the null hypothesis of the null hypothesis of that statement, right? So the null hypothesis would be that the attribution is not correct. Right. So how do I go about testing that? And so that's how I approach it as a skeptic. Instead of saying to myself, I wouldn't say, "Oh, well, that kills every model." I would say, "Okay, this is the information we're presented. How do we reject the null hypothesis of this? How do we reject that this isn't impacted by something else?"
Yeah, the problem is that all of the actual real data that isn't actually ex post hoc globe excusory doesn't show any model of refractive conditions that comports to the terrestrial refraction assumption. They just don't. All that is paperwork, dude. Like the actual experiments don't match it.
I guess maybe I said it wrong or something there. So one way you could do it is let's figure out how to reproduce that at a different location or at different heights or at different other things, right? So
they're gonna keep doing that. In fact, they made a bigger and better one later on.
I mean, we've all seen like crazy claims that have, especially like on like let's like CNN or somebody who just reads the headline or reads the title of a academic paper. Chocolate's good, chocolate's bad, chocolate's good, chocolate's bad. That whole shit we've gone through, right? And not reading the conclusions, not reading through the rest of it. But the reproducibility of it is what gives it more vigor, right? Gives it more strength.
For example, Dr. John Dee was a PhD level physicist and specializing in optics, and he took out the same method, and he measured the Earth using the same method and determined the Earth was flat. There's one example of reproducing the same type of test.
Yeah, but I guess maybe I wasn't clear. So what I'm saying is like the one example creates the skepticism, right? The anecdotal or that's not anecdotal at all, but
that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. But you know what the skepticism leads you to very quickly? If you do a little bit of research, you find out that the assumption of atmospheric and terrestrial refraction is not substantiated by experimental data. It's actually just a giant model that's applied to observations. There's no underlying experimental data at all.
There are inferences that people make. Let's say I want to measure how long my house is. I'll use a ruler or use a measuring tape or various other instruments, right?
Yeah, but you know what you never do? You know what you never do, brother? You know what you never do? You never mismeasure your house and then say, you know what? Fuck it. I guess my house is a globe.
Did I say that?
No, I'm not saying you said it. I'm not saying you said it. I'm saying people throughout history have operated this way. So, for example, one of the reasons why the idea of atmospheric refractions exists in the first place is because wrong. I'll tell you why.
You told me.
I'll tell you why. No, no.
You observed it on your small lake.
Pay attention.
Sure.
Okay, when someone like me says something like atmospheric refraction, we're talking about the ambient atmosphere, right, causes displacement of things in your visual field of view, okay? When a glober says atmospheric refraction or terrestrial refraction, they're assuming K coefficients and they're assuming an underlying model that's wrapped around a globe, okay? So yes, I use the word, but I don't mean what they mean, okay? So for example, anyway, that's fine. That's the point.
Same, right? Like whether it's...
No, the effect's not the same.
No, to my eyes, to my eyeballs.
Well, look, whatever you see, let's agree with this. Whatever you see is what you see. The interpretation is different. The underlying thing of what's causing what's happening is different. So, for example, when they first came up with this terrestrial atmospheric refraction model type stuff, one of the impetuses of this were that they had this assumption of the Earth relative to the celestials. And they had this geometry that they modeled out. And then there were observations which completely debunked this geometry. And there's no way this is possible with this geometry. And then someone said, well, what if the light is just coming over here rather than here. And they said, oh, yeah, that fixes it. So, for example, one of these events is known as the Selenelian eclipse, also known colloquially as the impossible eclipse. Okay, because the geometry of the syzygy can't possibly get you the observation of this eclipse above the horizon. It's impossible. So the only way to correct that, to maintain the assumption that the Earth is in your globe model geometry that they had to reorient the light in a manner in which maintained the observation and maintained their globe geometry, because they didn't want to abandon their globe geometry, right? So they just said ipso facto, that's what's happening. And ever since then, they've coalesced a bigger body of excuses. So they don't have a body of science. They have a very large body of excuses that support each other.
So you understand the example I was giving earlier about the measurement, right? Like I have a ruler. I don't have to measure. I don't have to calibrate a ruler every time I use it, right? I can say, okay, this ruler, this piece of information, it's a physical piece of information. I can use that, and I don't have to every time question, is this a ruler
that's not true.
1 foot, right? So every time you use a measuring tape, you question it. I mean, I definitely measure twice, measure 3 times, measure 18 times.
Yeah. So let me tell you, bro. Yep. Tape measures actually stretch, but not only that, they have an end tip that stretches. That can become out of whack.
You've not heard measure twice, cut once?
Yeah, that's why I just said. Yeah, it's always interesting. You guys always ask me questions of stuff.
So, for example, like a measure. The end of the measuring tape has a hook, right? So you have a blade, and then you have a hook, and that hook is displaced. Mm-hmm. The alleged standard amount that saw blades are made, but sometimes you have thin curved blades, but it doesn't matter as long as you put the tick mark on the other side. But if you're butting or pulling, that little blade takes up space, and if that blade is stretched or moved or displaced from its holes that it was riveted in over time, especially if you pull or you let your thing snap back into the housing rather than hold it with your hand and guide it in, your tape measure will become out of whack over time, 100,000%. You cannot rely on your tape measure over time, and that is a fact.
Okay.
Now there are ways to get around that. So, for example, you might.
Cool. I mean, it seems really hard to like. I don't know. I mean, there's always nuances, right? We can always pull out a nuance to something. And that's part of the
right. But here's the thing, friend. Here's the thing. Check this out. When I realize that my tape measure is off for those reasons, you know what I can do with my tape measure? I could go pulling from the one. So rather than pull from the hook, I have to understand that I move the tape measure over to the one tick mark, and then I just measure the number and then add that difference, right?
Sure.
But see, here's what the globe earthers do. They get a supersedery observation that can't possibly work with their globe geometry, and they just add things that they pull out of thin air. There's no justification for adding what they add, except to maintain their presupposition the Earth is a globe. So the question is like, how much refraction is present in this observation? The globe answer is exactly the amount I need or greater to maintain the Earth being a globe. That's the answer every single time.
Sure.
So the analogy when it comes to tape measures and boards is like, I tell the guy, hey, listen, go cut me a board 80 inches. He cuts the board 79 inches. So it's obviously short, right? And so then I try to put the board in, and I'm saying, dude, I need an extra inch of board. And he goes, oh, just put some refraction in there. Problem solved. Now, that sounds outlandish when it comes to the globe, but that's exactly what the Globers have been doing in this chat room for the past decade. We tell them this observation can't possibly work with the globe geometry. the globe isn't big enough, the globe isn't the right size. And they say, no, the globe is the right size. Just add refraction on top of the 79-inch board, and then it magically becomes 80 inches. And I go, well, how do you know that you have that much refraction there? And they go, well, I have to, otherwise the Earth ain't a globe. Therefore, I already know the Earth's a globe. Therefore, there's that much refraction there. That's the refraction model on the globe. That's how it works.
Can I make a statement here on that?
Unless it's giving me the accurate model of refraction, which doesn't exist, go ahead.
No, 20 Cups was jumping in there. I'll give him a chance. I can.
Yeah, my apologies. I don't want to interject too quickly, but I thought to provide maybe an example of what AI is talking about if you haven't already seen some of this stuff before.
I probably seen it. But no,
maybe,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, maybe not. I mean, I put this together.
It's possible, yeah.
I put this together not too long ago. But let me post them in the chat. You guys keep going, and I'll jump back in my answer.
Okay, good deal. So I wouldn't say so. Here's how I would describe inversely by what you were saying, the leaps that a glober is making, right? So I wouldn't say it the way you were saying it, because it's not how I experience it. It's not what I do. So I'm not plugging something in order to make the excuse for why the results are what they are. What I'm doing is I'm using past data, experimentation, and available knowledge and information to me in order to either make predictable or usable information based on the information I am provided at that point in time.
That's
so just like measuring my house.
Not prediction. It's coming after.
I'm sorry, what?
Pre is before, post is after.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Now I'm trying to think of Mate makes great points, and I always have to try to figure out what he's saying because he's good at prose.
Hey, does anybody have the 1 foot observer height black swan on hand?
Are you talking about
listen, 20 cups. Shane, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me right now, bro. I'm informing 20 cups of something.
All right.
So 20 cups. We already went over this. Indio reached an impasse because Indio said that there's 4 points of that could be contended: the observer location, where the horizon is in the image, where the cranes are, etc. And he was asking Shane to contend with any of those points, and Indio got pissed because he wasn't actually specifically saying, no, I don't think point. So there's 4 points, and he's like, point 1 is wrong, point 2 is wrong, point 3 is wrong, or point 4 is wrong. And he couldn't get him to identify which one he's actually contending with. And the only one that I think can be contended at all is the observer location. But I don't know. I mean, he'd have to pick one to contend with. But he already understands what this observation is, and he understands, you've got the observer location, you got the distance the horizon's supposed to be, you've got the horizons behind the oil rigs, you've got the oil rigs fixed to the ground at specific locations from the observer. Okay? So he has to pick one of those to contend with to defeat this observation, which supersedes the globe geometry by, I don't know if it's orders of magnitude, but definitely by 3 times at least.
It's a hell of a lot. Now, what I put in the chat is something I threw together based on that. Basically, what you guys were talking about before, the whole kind of filling in the gap with a refraction slider, right? Any amount of refraction sufficient enough to maintain, the ball idea, right? So in the 2 chats, right? The first image is basically a modeling of the oil rig furthest out, 9.41 miles, right? And according to this calculator, if there was 0 refraction, there would be just about half of the oil rig being cut off. Okay, it's about 9.
Oh, hold on, 20 cups. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Just please stop. Please stop, brother. Stop.
Feet.
You're cutting out.
Yeah, I am. Go.
All right.
Go ahead.
You're breaking up really bad.
Am I cutting out? Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit. Sorry. Hold on.
But also, while you're getting your connection finished, PSA, he's doing an internal critique for all you morons in the audience who don't realize.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, how am I now? Am I okay?
In that moment, you were.
I was looking at 3 individuals specifically who love to watch our streams and then make complaints about them afterwards. Continue.
Okay, let me give it a shot though. Cut me off if it's bad enough. But it's self-explanatory. Okay. The oil rig, the furthest one out, it's 98 feet tall, and according to this calculator, if undergoing zero refraction, just about half of it would be cut off. In the observation, we see the thing in full and beyond. Okay, now even just for this calculation, just for these purposes, it's modeled out whereby what would be necessary just to see the oil rig in full. Never mind what's behind it, right? So you can see in the second image, I had to slide the refraction index all the way from 0 to 0.989182 in order to give the appearance of the oil rig being lifted up by just about half of its height, right? Sufficient enough for there to be zero hidden height, as you can see at the top left, right? To match what we actually observe. Okay. Now, this refraction coefficient, it's a sliding scale between -1 and 1, whereby 1 is basically an infinite plane, and -1, I guess it's a point. I don't know. It's like a radius that has collapsed in on itself or some shit. Right? And 0 is standard radius of the Earth, supposedly. Okay. So this is eerily close to an infinite plane in order to get this observation. On the right-hand side, below the horizontal line, I guess 5 rungs down, it reads the apparent radius under which this observation would be modeled to be able to see, right? It gives an apparent radius of 365,900 miles. Okay. Now that's besides the point. The main thing was just to illustrate an example of what AI was talking about, where you kind of just fit in whatever necessary refraction coefficient to make the equation balance out. But as you see in this example, it requires an absurd refraction coefficient that, it begs the question under what actual type of temperature, humidity, and air pressure gradients and values and whatnot actually would create such a thing.
Yep.
Which they never really provide.
Hey, let me give you another history lesson here, 20 cups, and Shane will benefit from this as well. So you remember there was a certain shot of the Canigou Mountains, which is impossible in the globe geometry, and it basically buries the top of the mountain below a mile of hidden height, right? Whatever observation that was, of course the Globers said, well, it's refraction. Now at that time, thereafter, Bislin altered his website so he has these different refraction slider, and then he has refraction buttons. So you can pick standard, and then a couple others. But he put the extreme. He had this one called extreme refraction button, and when you see the value of that button, it's like 1 greater than is needed to explain the Canigou shot. So in other words, he literally put in a button that people could just press, and it would explain the Canigou shot and just make up this refraction necessary to explain it away. Just pulling it out of his ass.
Did it list what the actual K value was?
Well, yeah, when you press it, you could see it, and then you could see the effective radius and the the whole Sagata thing and all that.
Yeah.
Now, me and Zodiac, pretty sure it was Zodiac, or it was either Zodiac or Killian. It might have been Killian. I was showing him how to use the slider. I was showing him how to use the not the slider, but the whole website that day, and we discovered it right then and there. And then we also discovered that the effective radius when the refraction is all the way up is 60 billion miles. That means that you need the Earth to be 60 billion mile radius. It's like, what, dude?
Yeah.
So, like 20 cups, I was telling my friend Shane here earlier, why should I assume that there's a globe and I can't see things because the globe's in a way, but when I can see things, it's because of optical conditions? Why not just assume the Earth is flat, and when I can't see things, it's because of optical conditions? Isn't that rational?
I've been asking that question for a long time.
That's the only question I'm going to ask from now on. And then I'm going to justify why I should include a globe in any of this.
I remember when I asked that question, it was kind of like swept aside, say, oh, well, atmospheric conditions, blah, blah, blah. You don't bother asking that question because refraction doesn't exist or some shit like that. It's like, what the It was weird at the time.
Yes, and the flat earthers that kept that conversation did the whole community a disservice, because it was fine if they didn't want to talk about it, but they made it as if they had the authority to tell other people they weren't going to talk about it, and those people for some reason thought, well, I shouldn't talk about it either then. And that was a major faux pas in the community. Should have never happened, and it happened for various reasons, but who cares? It's over now. We're moving on.
I'm glad I pushed through. So yeah. Anyway, please continue, Shane. There, I just want to give you an illustration of what he was talking about.
Yeah. Looking at your two displays here, you're asking a question of what was the K for Canada, and I was doing that for shits and giggles. But but no, on your thing, I think one of the things that's like, we don't know that platform is 95 feet from the surface of the water at that time. That's one of the things that just, like, I couldn't figure out how to calculate it effectively. Like,
what?
So like those platforms, unless we're contending that tides don't rise and fall, the platforms aren't always 98 feet above the water.
Sure.
What? You think they're floating?
Not that I'm contending that anything here was different than 98 feet. It may very well be, but I couldn't figure out a way to figure out that height.
No, dude, you could see features. Well, let's just go there real quick. There's features on the thing that you could see on the water. I think there's a little
other
boat.
Photos, I can see more features. I can see farther down on the water. So
you're saying one of them. So let's say there's this platform that you could say, okay, that's the third platform down, but this other picture has the fourth platform down.
You're saying? I guess I'm thinking of the whole.
Yeah, like one picture, one. No, like what I mean is, like, you got these legs, right? And then the legs have like horizontal platforms along them where people can walk around, or they can dock a boat. Let's just say, and so you count three. You say, well, in this photo I have three, in this photo I have four. So if they're supposed to be this far, then obviously the tides are different. So I don't know which is which.
And then the other thing on 20 cups is that refraction number is absolutely nuts.
It is. I know. This is the whole point, dude. Now, even if you ballpark,
but I don't get anything that shows me that I would have to do that much refraction. I haven't seen that. I don't even bother trying to go over 0.5.
Hey, you want to know what's something funny, Shane? Bislin himself tried to model this, because you're not just modeling how much you should or shouldn't see of the rigs. It's not. It's the horizon is literally behind the rig.
Yeah.
So you have to have resolved water. Yeah, you have to have resolved water all the way behind the rigs. Now, what's interesting is you have no idea how much distance is between the resolved water line and the last rig. It's greater than the distance of the rig, but it could be much greater because there's no more demarcations after that. So Bislin himself tried to model this, and then he presented it to the community. And what he had to do to get the horizon to be behind the rig, he had to cross the paths of the light before they hit the observer. Now, if you know anything how your eyes work, right, it flips the image, right? Because, it flips once on the focal plane, and then the software in your brain has to flip it upside. So if it's already flipped once, and it flips in the focal plane, and then your brain flips it, you'd be looking at this thing upside down. And this was Bislin himself who presented this.
Yeah, that's a weird claim.
And it's worse than that AI. So along with that flipped image thing, right? He also presented an alleged, or like a type of model, right, that to go with it, right? A model of what the temperature gradient, and I think another one, I think it was a pressure gradient, I forget. It might have been a humidity one, I'm not sure. There were two, right? One of them was certainly temperature. Indio and I went over it and we were like, what the fuck? Because it was a model that basically depicted that, okay, in the gradient, the temperature gradient along the line of sight, what it entailed was between something like, so somewhere along the line of sight, there would be a temperature gradient of a difference of maybe between some elevation and 10 or 15 feet above that elevation. There would have to be a difference of like 10 or 15 or 20 degrees Celsius.
Right. So in other words, you'd have to be on Centauri Prime for these conditions to exist, not Earth.
Have to be in God fucking knows what for it to make sense.
You guys sell it?
You'd have to be in like an event where God is boiling the Earth alive because he got pissed.
You guys ever sailed? You guys ever sailed on like a larger boat?
Not any significant distance, no.
But dude, think about that, man. Where have you ever seen 10 or 15 degree shifts, or 15 or 20 degree Celsius shifts, but over an altitude difference of 10 feet?
Oh, I know, a stove. So this dude's a stove earther, bro. The point we're trying to make here, Shane, is that these conditions that they need, that are extreme conditions, right, don't exist on the Earth. And they need these conditions to exist almost all the time to explain away the supersedary observations. So it's pure fantasy. So why is it just not more rational to say, rather than imagine the Earth is a globe, and you can't see things because the Earth is a globe, why not just say the Earth is flat, and you can't see things because of optical conditions? That seems pretty rational to me.
You've heard my answer, right?
Well, yeah, you already believe the Earth's a globe. Yeah, I know your answer.
I mean, I don't know if it's yeah, sure, but no, it's because of my own observation, my own eyeballs, and my ability to be able to predict conditions based on other people's data or my own.
Yeah. Go ahead. Predict the black swan photo that we're talking about with your quote unquote data that you've got. Go ahead. Oh, that's right. You can't.
I scroll up. No, I can scroll all the way up again. Well, I don't know if my stuff stays.
Listen, dude. He just told you that the environmental conditions aren't possible, and Bislin's own attempt to model this resulted in an upside down image. So good luck. Good luck for you, bro. I wish you luck.
All right. There's no reason for me to show then.
What?
Then there's no reason for me to show.
Wait, you say, well, if you've already done it.
Well, it's ad hoc discounted, right? Well, let's be honest with each other. Is it ad hoc discounted?
What is?
Any data that I would show, right? Because I have to presume that a globe and the data that I'm producing, I don't have to, but I choose to, And so it's ad hoc discounted before I even.
No, dude. If you've got an accurate model of refraction that you want to apply to this observation,
but
right?
You claim I can't have it, so it's ad hoc discounted, right? I mean, let's be real with each other. Like,
no, I said no. What did I say? What did I say?
Because it's derived.
That's
from
not what I said. That's not what I said.
Yeah, maybe it's just my own baggage of the other conversations I've had in here. They just kind of there's so many conversations that lead to go Google this, come back in 20 minutes. And
what I said is, if 20 cups just told you that the conditions don't exist for this to happen, and Bislin himself couldn't model it, good luck to you.
No, dude, that still leaves a door open that, if we're making a mistake here, like, show us, dude. Door's not closed. Not ad hoc discounted.
Yeah, but keep in mind, we're not just going to accept you drawing a ray path diagram. You actually have to validate that these conditions are possible and all of these other things. So it's not going to be as simple as presenting something with no scrutiny. We're going to scrutinize it to our ability.
Sure. They give the yeah.
I mean, dude, we've done our homework, dude. We do have.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, we've done the homework. If we made a mistake, do your homework and show us where we're wrong. It's easy to understand, right?
I think one of the things that I got hung up on when I first saw this, I got hung up on the platform distances and the views of them, and didn't get deep into the perceived horizons, right? I'm not saying it as I agree that there's multiple perceived horizons, but the someone earlier posted that with which horizon is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Where is the horizon? A, B, D. I'm coping. A, B, C, D. So I was hung up on the wrong thing and spent a lot of time going the wrong direction on what this is actually asking.
Hey, don't worry. There was a bet placed when this image was put into an argument form, like a single image argument form. And the bet was how long before Globers finally realize that the argument is about the horizon. And some people were like 2 years, 3 years, 8 years.
Oh man, it took me some time because of look how it's presented. I mean, right? It's not a flaw in the person. I think it's a flaw in the presentation of what's being questioned. Now, once you put something on there like those things, like where is the horizon that Donato put, or also Donato, where is the horizon ABC? I'm coping. Those give me more things, but the by ball, what the hell's the question? In that image or in the video.
Well, it depends. It depends because there's multiple versions of this. There's one that has like this text, which has like the whole argument presented, and then there's ones that don't have that text. They just have like the quip, and then there's ones that don't even have any text.
So it's like, which one is the one we're being questioned on? Which one's the one we're going after? And when I kept asking, what is it you want me to solve for? I kept getting the irate responses from the crowd saying, you know what you're looking for. Like I don't know what you're asking me. So that's what I was stuck in that. So I went and
tell me who they were. Tell me who they are, and I'll spank them.
I spent all that time of my, and it doesn't matter to you guys how much time I spend, but to me it was pretty annoying that I spent all this time because in something that the person could have just said to me, look at the horizons and tell me where they are. Then I would have known what they were talking about instead of sending me on this wild goose chase of completely pointless information that would never answer their question or my own. Right? It was just super annoying. So I get a little bit of baggage with these images. Is just how, because of that, not because of any problem I have with the images, but because of the approach. So,
So the horizon is beyond the final platform. And it's supposed to be before the first one. Do you believe that is because of refraction, Shane?
I believe that is because of refraction.
Can you demonstrate 7 miles or however many miles of refraction with a practical demonstration in real life without using the black swan photograph? However many miles was in that photograph that you expect to see, right? However many miles of refraction. Do you have a practical demonstration of that kind of refraction in real life?
I mean, there's one that I've like produced of my own, or like what is the standard, right? And understand, I'm asking that because everyone has a different standard. Some standards are completely outlandish. Like I need to go out there and I need to drop
The one
drop
that
a
convinced you,
camera at that
whichever
specific
one
spot.
convinced you, whichever one convinced you the most, just post that one.
Whichever one can. Okay, but then is that going to provide any standard that you would accept? I mean, or that you would question, like, right?
Just
Because I
post
can
it, man.
I can go out and
Bro,
pull all kinds of crazy stuff that I haven't even researched yet, right? I can pull all kinds of stuff
post
and
the
just start
one.
dropping it.
Just post it. Just post it. Don't worry about what we expect. Just post it.
No, the
just
reason why I
wanna
have to
see-
worry about what you expect, so it's not just you; it's in this room, right?
We just
Well,
want to see
you
a practical
may be a rational
demonstration of
being.
refraction. It's fine. Don't worry about what we expect. Just post it and and we'll critique it. Just post the best one you got.
Yeah,
Shane, brother, this is starting to ask like a conversation with a girl where you say, "Can I kiss you here? Can I hold your hand? Do you mind if I touch you?" Just do it already, bro. Kiss her.
yeah, I can go on pause. You guys don't want to talk to me anymore. That's cool.
No.
Oh, wow. Zodiac, just post what you got. Oh, I see you guys don't want to talk to me anymore. See you guys, that's not how that works, bro.
Well, there's a difference between the girl you want to kiss and the girl you don't want to kiss.
Oh, wait a minute. So you're saying Zodiac? Oh my god.
Do you actually have the demonstration of refraction? Like, do you actually
Do I have it right now available? No. Could I research it for an extended amount of time in order to discover information that I could then try to put data on in order to be able to refute the claims? Probably. I don't know. I haven't done the research. So, like, can I do it in 16 seconds? No. Can I do it in 3 days? Maybe. Could I
What
do it
about
in
like
2 hours?
this?
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
We agree.
Fair enough,
We agree,
Take
Shane.
your time. Fair enough.
Zodiac, the answer is he has no body of knowledge that this refraction is possible. He's just assuming it is because he has a presuppositional bias that the Earth is a globe.
Dude, you understand how much of a leap that is, and based on what I said compared to what you just said, right?
But you don't have the demonstration. So you believe it is possible.
Oh my
you
God.
believe right now that it is possible without having it.
Without having
should,
it
though.
saved on my computer right now, where I've already done the research.
That's a different story, dude. You didn't
That
make
is what
it
I'm
sound
saying.
like you already did it.
No, I'm saying that I have not done this research, right? And I'm not going to just start posting stuff that I have no validated study
All
on.
right,
I haven't done no work on.
Shane. Now everybody's confused because at first it sounded like you hadn't done it and you could do it. Then it sounded like you did do it and you had it saved, but you couldn't produce it right now. And now it's back to you didn't do it.
I was very clear what I said. I spent a massive amount of time on this, looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at the height of the platforms and how they're viewed.
Yeah, gotcha.
And then somebody finally posted, like Leonardo did, then I was like, oh, that's what they're asking. No one would just tell me that was the question that I wanted
That's
to
fair.
address.
That's fair.
Right.
Right. And then we know that the only excuse that makes this geometrically feasible for the Earth to be a geometric globe is if there's extremes amounts of refraction. So we know that's the case. You don't yet know that's the case because you haven't studied it. So basically, you're telling us, yeah, I'll look into it. There you go. That's fair. What's wrong with that?
And I don't know. I don't know if I want to go down that tangent right now. Not that I'm saying I don't ever want to do it. It's just I don't know if I'm in the mode right now where I want to just go on silent and go Google.
No, you don't have to do it right now. Yeah, exactly.
But do you believe it's possible? Like, do you believe that do you believe that it exists, that practical demonstration, somebody else already did that? Like, do you believe that somebody else already did that currently?
I don't care if somebody else did it. I still have to do my own research.
Okay. So you're not claiming that it is possible and you don't believe that it's possible. You're just saying, I don't know yet, so I don't know yet, is what you're saying.
Oh, what I'm saying is I see that image. I see that. I agree that is an image. I have done no further research on that image or other images like it.
Okay, but when it comes to refraction, you're not saying that right now that you know for a fact that there exists a practical demonstration of refraction that would justify this. Like, you're not 100% confident that that demonstration exists right now, are you?
I mean, here's a fair question to you. What would that prove?
I'm just asking you a yes or no. It's just a yes or no question. Are you confident that it exists?
There's never yes or no questions. Like, really? I mean, come on, man. We know that's not a yes or no question.
Is the Earth a globe? Yes or no?
All right. Well, let's give you what you're looking for. All right, we're going to give you both answers. If I said yes, what would be your response? If I said no, what would be your response? Go ahead and give me both.
So if you said yes, I would say, why do you believe something without evidence? That's what my response would be. Because that would be a religious belief. You would essentially, you're the same. If your answer is yes, that you are confident, that is a religious belief.
No, it would be an inference. That would not be a religious belief. A religious belief has a deity attached to it, or has some other thing.
No,
religion.
You don't have to have a deity.
You don't have to have a deity for it to be called religion.
Right, dude. Dude. Listen, dude. Hold on, Zodiac. Hold on, bro. Are you unaware that there's tons of religions in the world right now that don't have a deity as their figurehead?
Yeah, I believe that I know that there are several, and I am a participant in one of them that does not have a deity, and we don't call it a religion.
Wait a minute. So did you just say I'm in a religion, but we don't have a deity, and we don't call it a religion?
Other people call it a religion. What do you call Buddhism?
Okay. Oh yeah, Buddhism is a religion, 100%, dude.
Exactly. Who's the deity of Buddhism?
I don't think they have a specific deity.
What's our religious belief? Like, what's our religious thing? What makes it a religion?
I think it rhymes with shawarma.
The shawarma sounds good right now too. So we out throughout our day, every day of your life, all of us make inductive and deductive arguments and in our own minds of, hey, the chair was there yesterday. It's probably good chance it's going to be there tomorrow. Hey, I think I hear somebody moving the chair. Deductively, I think maybe the chair is not going to be where it was. I didn't see it move, but I heard it move. So maybe it was. Maybe I have some type of thing. Or, chairs move when other people use them. Things like that, right? So those things don't necessarily mean they're beliefs. They mean they are reasoning. They are the thought processes that we go through. Beliefs would be something where I would say, there's no way I could possibly justify these answers. I have done the research. Like I have done. Let's make up something like a unicorn. If I were to say, I do not agree with this, but if I were to say that I believe in unicorns, right? If I were to say that, I do not believe that. But if I were to say that as a belief, it's something that, because there's no way I can answer that beyond faith, right?
Yeah,
Then
but you're
it's a
100% confident that unicorns don't exist, right? I mean, yes or
But
no,
does that
Shane?
make
Just answer. Are you
Nah,
100% confident that there are no unicorns right now?
I mean, I've never seen one. I've
It's
never
not a
had
trick
any reason to
question.
understand it. What?
It's not a trick question. Yes or no? Do you
It
believe
is a
that
trick
unicorns
question.
exist
No, it is a
right
trick
now?
question because
No, it isn't.
you're asking me one question in order to lead to the next part of your argument rather than listening to the statement I just made. You're looking for your next response as opposed to listening to the response I just gave you. So
What
in
you
essence,
told me.
you are,
I'll
no
repeat what
matter
you
what I
said. I'll repeat
say,
what you said back. I'll repeat what you said. I remember you said maybe it was there yesterday, maybe it wasn't. I remember you said that. So maybe is not 100% confident. So the answer would be no. Then all you would have to say in that scenario is no.
I could be wrong.
Okay, so then just say no. I'm not 100% confident that a practical
What the
demonstration.
dude? How could you? How
It's
could you
okay,
be
man.
wrong? How could you be wrong about your own confidence, dude?
So you've never thought something was going to be there and it wasn't there? Like you thought you put your keys down on the table, but you actually
Oh,
put them
holy
down on the
crap,
shelf?
dude! Listen.
Like,
Let me help you out, brother. Let me help you out.
That's called
Being
deductive.
being
Yeah, let's go.
confident that your keys are where you left them is different than the keys being where you left them. So when someone asks you, "Are you 100% sure your keys are on the table?" and you say yes, but they're not there, that doesn't change the fact that you're confident, right? But that doesn't change the fact that you're confident they're there.
But you understand that what he asked me a question that led to this question that now has circled back, right? So this question that he's asking me now is leading to his next question. It doesn't matter what I respond to this one. He still has
Right.
he
It's
has a
like
presupposition
exactly.
response that he's going to give
It's
me.
like when your wife,
I would
right? It's
prefer.
like when your wife asks you, "Are you 100% confident your keys are on the table?" and you say yes, and then she looks at you and asks you again, but she knows the keys are in her pocket.
No, it's not like that. It's because okay. Listen to what I'm saying. Let's quit jumping. Right? He's asking me a question that has no bearing on what we're actually discussing. What I'm asking him to do, and asking anyone to do, is instead of these like trying to do gotcha things or trying to do something else, just ask your freaking question or make your point. Right? Like
You're
why
not
do this?
answering.
Why do this other
You're
stuff?
not. You could just say yes or no.
Right,
That'd be over.
okay, we'll get to the
Just
point
ask
then.
your
Are
question,
you
man. Move
lying? Are
forward.
you lying about the fact that you already believe this data exists because you already have a globe bias and you want it to be a globe? And if this refraction can't possibly exist, then the Earth is obviously flat.
Am I lying because of that? No, because I'm not. I don't feel that I'm lying.
Okay, so you're lying for another reason. Dang, I got you.
No, dude, this is so annoying when you guys do this. Did I say that I was lying, or did I lie at all?
No, but we're gonna clip it out to make it look like you did. No, I'm just kidding, dude.
That's what you guys do, though, man. Not you guys,
No,
but
we don't.
somebody else in this will do it, right? So that's why I
We
have
don't
to be
do that here. No, dude. Listen, let's be clear. We don't do that here.
Oh, it's already happened to me, so it's cool.
What? Who did it to you?
Somebody clipped you? Who clipped you?
Oh yeah, man. There's been a couple of them already.
Post it.
They clipped you intentionally, truncating your sentence to make you appear to be lying or something?
No, it was just like so. I had said something. Somebody else said what they thought I said, and then that was the truncation.
Wait, where? When was this?
So you say something, and then someone says, "Oh, he meant this," and then they stop it.
Yeah.
So what?
When was this?
That's not misrepresenting what you said, because if what you said is clearly heard, and then somebody else says what they think you said, what you said is clearly on the record being unedited.
Only not in context.
Well, maybe if they left the context
It's
out.
just them owning a globe tart or whatever, right?
Here, post it for me, and if I find it egregious, I'll spank a fool.
Yeah.
And I'll let you watch.
Pass. Hard pass. No, but yeah. So I'm sorry, I didn't see what the name was that was asking me the question, that wanted me to give a definitive yes or no. Who was that?
Zodiac.
Oh, Zodiac. So what was the question you have for me? That's like, rather than going back and forth on other
Okay.
things, is there a question
Okay,
you have for me?
are you 100% confident that there is a practical demonstration of refraction that exists that would justify the black swan?
There has to be some type of explanation in that, because there's an image right there that you guys have shared multiple times from multiple different angles, and it's not always the same image, it's different types of images. So there has to be some explanation that exists.
So you are confident? Yes, the answer is yes. That's it. That's all I wanted. It's just a yes or no.
But you know that I already made that statement earlier, right?
No, earlier you said maybe I was there yesterday, but maybe not yesterday. You know,
That was a
I saw it
completely
yesterday,
different
but
thing
maybe
when you were asking me, when you went down a rabbit hole of trying to ask me
you
other
didn't answer
questions.
direct. You just
other
kept,
things.
You didn't just say yes or no. That's it. You went on a whole like. All you have to say is yes or no. That's it.
It's not your fault, man. It's this room, right? It's or conversations like this. It's not this room.
Okay,
it's
the answer. Let's move on.
this.
The answer is yes. Yeah, well, answer is yes. Let's move on.
Cool.
All right, So where is that? Well, yeah, let's get to that demonstration. That's what we need.
Well, let's ask another question, Zodiac.
Yeah.
Let's say you go out to find it and you find out that there is no explanation that can be substantiated that comports with a globe, and therefore the underlying geometry of the globe is called into question. How would that make you feel?
If one point of data made me question my understandings, I mean, I'd look at other points of data. I'd have to have it's not, one point of data isn't going to be the one that like pushes me over the edge to accept a completely different reality, right? I've misinterpreted so many things in my life, and that I've learned not to take one point and say, yeah, that's it. That changes everything.
Right. Keep in mind, dude. Keep in mind. I already told you earlier that the terrestrial atmospheric model isn't accurate, and that the people know it's not. And so there's more going on than just this ex post hoc globe excuse. So within there's at least some wiggle room where you say, well, let's say that they can't model it with what they know nowadays. Well, they're doing tests. So maybe it's the case that this extraneous data can be explained when they do these extra tests into this advanced model that gets rid of this globe Earth excuse model and actually measures what's really going on. Maybe the Earth is still a globe after they do that. And that would actually be a fair position. So in other words, the models that they have now can't possibly explain this observation if the Earth is a globe. But that could be that their models are wrong, right? Not that the Earth isn't a globe, but maybe just their assumptions of what light can and can't do are wrong. And that wouldn't be an unfair position to have.
So it wouldn't change anything, basically. If he discovered that there was no practical demonstration, he said it's only one point of data, so it's not going to push him over the edge. So it's not going to change anything. Okay.
Yeah, that one point of data. So
it's fine. Let's move on.
It's again, you're misrepresenting what I said. So I understood you did take a piece of it. Yes, I did say that one point of data is not going to change it. But to make another leap that I am not going to change, that's an odd statement to make.
I mean,
well, that's fair because Zodiac. It's fair because in your journey to let's say becoming a flat earther, somebody didn't come along and be like, "Hey, do you know that I can get boats to disappear on my small lake?" And you're like, "Dang, I'm a flat earther now."
True. True. Yeah, it's gonna take. It took years, actually, honestly. Especially when it came to gravity. Like that one topic, even though it's not even it's not even how should I say this? It doesn't have to do with the shape. Like it's not a measurement or an observation, but just that it took so long to realize. It took so long to realize. Still nonsense. But you get there. Get there eventually.
Undoubtedly, I will get somewhere.
Well, I'll tell you where you're not going to get anytime soon, and that's to an accurate model of refraction that maintains the Earth being a globe. I mean, unless you join the team that's working on it. You have to wait for them to finish.
And Donato is a stream of means. He's not even in the voice chat here at all, is he?
Listen, friend, many hands
He's here. Oh,
make
he's listening on
wibbly.
YouTube.
Yeah,
Oh.
fair, but many hands make wiggly, wobbly, refracted, curvilinear, space-timey, wimey light work.
Okay, here's an interesting topic. Shane,
Mhm.
what's the best thing or most compelling piece of evidence that convinced you 100% that the Earth is moving?
That the Earth is moving?
Yeah.
I don't have like a top 10 list.
What would
But
be
I could say what.
Go ahead.
Well, we just go with. Well, let's ask the question more fairly, right? Because we don't all come to these conversations with a list of arguments ready to go, right? So we'll just say one that. What's an argument that comes to your mind, and then we can have a conversation about that one, right?
Okay, let's start simple. So, like in real life,
Mhm.
do you experience is there anything in real life that would, when you like in your daily life, that would indicate that the Earth is moving in your real life experience?
I mean, they're all based on my perception, right? So everything from I'll just throw some out there. It doesn't necessarily mean they're not arguable. It doesn't mean that I have all of the evidence to back them up, and that I would really enjoy a conversation going down it for 5 hours. But let's say star positions, because I do enjoy looking at the sky. That's one thing. The sun, the moon. So a lot of celestial things, right? The sky. On the ground, some of them are leaps of thought because the numbers are pretty small. You know, like if you've done long distance travel, you know, long plane trips or anything like that. There's some interesting things that occur there. Let's see what else.
Let's start. Wait.
Yeah,
go ahead. Do you want to go one by one? Do you want to go one by one, or do you just want to keep going?
Yeah, I mean, we can. I mean, but like I said, I don't. It's not like I came here with a like. If it's going to come to a point where you're just going to say, "Go Google this" or "Go research that," I'm not going to do that right now. Right?
Could you defend?
But we can have a conversation around it.
Could you defend any of those that you mentioned?
Like defend them how? What is it? What is an adequate defense of those?
Okay, so the first one you mentioned was stars. Okay, so how does stars prove the Earth is moving? Star positions.
One of them was pretty interesting to me. It was like, so have you ever been to like an observatory where they look at the stars like during the day?
Oh my goodness, bro.
Yes, go ahead. Continue. Yeah,
it's pretty cool, man. Like,
well, let me help you out. Let me help you out real quick.
Go ahead, man.
So the question was, Have you ever been to a building with a flat floor that models the motion of the stars with epicycles?
The building models it?
No. Just hold on a second. Have you ever been to a building where they have a flat floor and the sky rotates above you, modeled with epicycles?
What's the flat floor have to do with it? I got stuck there.
Okay, so you go to a building, you're looking up at the sky. The building has a flat floor. It has
What's
a
the flat floor have to do with it?
door.
Why are you saying that over and over again? What does that have to do with
And it's modeled with the motion moving around the flat floor, right?
How's it modeled? I don't understand when I'm looking through a telescope.
It
What are you
mimics
talking about?
reality.
Looking through a
Oh, all
telescope.
right. Well, hold on, brother. Hold on a second. I think I messed up. I think I misheard you. Do you meant you go to somewhere that has a telescope?
Yeah, like an observatory.
Okay, I thought you said
Not like a planetarium. I see what you're saying.
yes. That's what I thought you said.
Planetarium. Yeah. That wouldn't be super compelling to me. Like, oh, that's reality because they've got little points of.
Yeah. So when you go to the planetarium, but check this out. When you go to the planetarium and you see the sky modeled with epicycles on a curved ceiling over a flat floor, and then you go to the observatory, how do you know you're just not in a bigger planetarium?
Mainly because like the technology that went into that planetarium, it post dates any other observations.
What? Post dates? What is being at different points in time have to do with anything?
So did the sky exist before we had planetariums?
Yes, but the point is you can model the sky with epicycles on a hemispheric dome over a flat floor. So how do you know you're not in one a bigger version? But anyway, go ahead with your point. Don't be distracted by my question.
No, it's still a good question, especially since we got. I wasn't talking about planetariums, but when we got there, I understand where you're going.
Okay, so the positions of the stars proves the Earth is moving because fill in the blank. Shane, fill in the blank.
Yeah. So the position of the stars,
yes,
proves that the Earth is moving. So one of them was like, so you can see Polaris, like, not all the time, but you can see Polaris, right? And you can see it during the day, and you can see the wobble of it, things like that. I don't think that Polaris is spinning around us. It's just multiple reasons, but so that wobble look.
Well, if there's multiple reasons and you don't speak about them, then the reason that's left on if there's multiple reasons why you think Polaris isn't moving, but the Earth is moving, and then you just say, I think it is, and you take those and never speak about them, then you're only left with, I think it is. And that's not really compelling. See here, let me say it in reverse. So when I look at Polaris and I look at the stars moving, I think they're moving around the Earth, not that the Earth's rotating under the stars. And I have really good reasons for it, but I'm not going to tell you.
Okay. Oh, that's cool. I mean, I don't have a problem with you saying that. Because you asked me what was the things that were compelling to me. That's what's compelling to you. That is an answer to the question that Zodiark posed. And I gave my answer that as Zodiark posed it. I told him.
So the answer is so far, and you could evolve the answer, of course, but all as I heard so far is I see Polaris wibbly wobbly, and I don't think it's moving. I think I'm moving instead.
I mean, I think it's moving, but I don't think it's moving at the same rate.
Okay, so let me put it another way. So I see the sun. I see Polaris move. Therefore, I know the Earth's moving.
I guess you could say it that way. I mean, it sounds weird that way.
Yeah. Well, because it is weird. Because you have to make an extra step to get to the Earth is moving. So I look at something else that is moving, I see it moving, therefore I'm moving. Like there's something missing there. There's like
You know,
the
when
meat
you're in a
and
car.
potatoes aren't in the dinner. No. I don't need to hear that, bro. We
All
all
right,
know
man.
this
Here we
analogy.
go.
It's
Here
tried
we
out into
go.
the billionth degree. We all know
Well,
we
then
entered the
what's the point of
car
the conversation, man? Like, really, what's the point of the conversation?
because there's ways where you're in the car where you can validate it, and you have to take those points and apply it to the stars. You can't just create an analogy where in both cases you can't tell which is moving, because we have to get to the part where we know there's an extra step where the one is moving or the other isn't. So is there any way you could tell whether, if you're looking at the sky, whether it's the sky moving and the Earth is still, or the Earth is rotating and the stars are basically, pardoning any assumption of cosmic movement, they're basically still relative to the Earth, but the Earth is rotating, or whatever. Like, how do you differentiate between the two? So
there's no like,
well, go ahead.
there's no one
Go
sentence answer to that question.
Nobody said it had to be a sentence.
Man, it's you're. I don't know if do you guys want to listen to like a research article on that or something? I mean, because it's not just one answer. It's not like something that you, in order to adequately address the question that you're asking, it's not something where I can just say, because.
What about Aries? What about Aries when he addressed it? So he said, you know what? If the stars were moving or the Earth was moving, and I took my telescope filled with water and I tilted at certain degrees, I wouldn't be able to acquire the same star at the same angle. He went out and did it, and he found out that it didn't happen. And basically, the Earth isn't moving. It's the stars that are moving.
Okay.
I'm familiar with Aries failure. Or have you ever heard of Aries failure, Shane?
No.
Okay, no worries. It's okay.
I probably have heard it, but it's not something that I'm familiar with.
It's fine.
Well, the most interesting part about it is the man devised a test where he said, okay, I've got this proposition on the table. One dude's telling me the Earth's moving and the stars are standing still, basically. And the other guy's telling me that it's the Earth standing still, but the stars are moving. So which is it? So he said, you know what? I'm going to come up with a test. And he went out and tested it.
His test is a valid test. I don't know. I'm asking you guys.
Well, check this out, brother, bro. So the basic concept is if you have an umbrella, right, and you rain's coming down at you, okay, and you're standing still, you're not going to get wet. Now, if you start walking fast in one direction, you're going to start running into raindrops, right?
Okay.
So you have to angle your umbrella to get the raindrops that are coming at you diagonally based on your motion, right?
Okay.
So there's like a diagonal and a lateral motion, and that's a crude example, but basically
That's
the same
a great
principle
analogy.
works.
I never thought about it.
The same principle works with light. So with the lights coming down, right? If it's coming down straight, it's just coming down straight. But if you're moving in the direction of the light's going to be moving sideways as it's passing through you, same way the raindrops would. And so what he did is he filled his telescope with water to slow down the light. And he basically said, well, if the Earth is moving or the stars are moving, the way the light's coming into the telescope, depending on how I angle it, it's either going to travel smoothly through the telescope because it's moving in a diagonal direction, much like the raindrops, or it's going to hit the sides of the telescope. And so when he did his test, and I can't remember which result was which, but when he did his test, the result was that the Earth is standing still and the stars are the thing that's moving.
Can you spell this guy's the name for me?
Let's see. I think it just might be AIRY. Either that or it's IE, one of those two. But it doesn't matter. If you just search Aries failure and spell it to the best of your ability, it should show up. And of course, there'll be a copium relativistic answer attached to it.
Well, not for me. Now that I've been searching with this on my Google account, now it's targeted me now.
Oh no.
What theory was he trying to prove?
He wasn't trying to prove any theory. He was just trying to delineate between, is the Earth standing still and the stars moving, or is the Earth moving, causing the apparent motion of the stars?
So he's associated with the ether theory. Let's see.
Well, yes and no. It doesn't have anything to do with ether. It has to do with Fresnel drag, which is that light in the medium is redirected in the motion of the medium. Whether there's an ether or not an ether, if light's traveling right in a direction, but there's something coming at it in a sideways direction, right, then that thing's going to hit it, right? It's going to run into its path. You know what I mean? So this is irrespective of any assumptions of ether. So in other words, if you fire a bullet through a pipe, right, straight on, it's going to go straight through the pipe, right? But if you rotate the pipe while the bullet's going through it, it's going to hit the barrel. It's going to hit the pipe. It's basically the principle.
Rotate the barrel, it's going to hit the pipe.
Yeah, dude. If you imagine a stationary pipe that's, let's just say an inch, so it's bigger than the barrel of your gun. You put your gun in there straight and you shoot, right? It's going to go straight through. But if that pipe is moving, right, so that the side of the pipe hits the bullet as the bullet's passing through, it's going to hit the bullet, right?
Like if the pipe's moving, like, and not, I guess I misinterpreted when you said it the first time. I was thinking you're saying like the pipe is like rotating, but you're saying like if you move the pipe like in any direction other than front and back.
Correct.
Yeah.
You can move it laterally, you can rotate it, you can do whatever you want. But Airy's experiment was slightly more complicated than that, because he angled his telescope into the direction of the motion of the stars, and so the light would be coming in directionally at an angle, relative to the alleged motion, right? And since stars rotate in a particular way in the sky, he knew which direction to do that. And so the premise is that because of the angle, when you add the water, so if you have a raw telescope or a water-filled telescope, it shouldn't change anything. It should just be going straight through if it's the same angle. But if the telescope is moving and you slow the light down with the water, the light's going to hit the side of the telescope, much like the bullet hitting the side of the pipe.
And what was it he found? What was
he found that The pipe was stationary. Oh, sorry, his telescope is stationary, and it's the stars that are moving.
I'm trying to find. Do you have interpretations of it? I'm not finding any that have the interpretation that you're saying. Do you know what I should search for in order to find interpretations that are what you're saying?
Ooh,
Like
no,
his
off the top of
results
my
for that?
head.
Yeah, that's. I'll look at that some more. I mean, that's. I can't.
Yeah, well,
find
keep
an
in mind, friend.
interpretation.
Keep in mind that every time they've debunked the heliocentric model and they've debunked the motion of the Earth and they've done all this, there's been a response from the pseudoscientific science community, so-called, which is really just a bunch of religiotards, where they come up with new exotic ways of explaining away the facts. You know, like, and one such example was when they did the Michelson-Morley test, they decided, well, if we just change the size of the ruler, then our results still mean we get to be a globe spinning around the sun. So they have magical salvation devices that they always implement, much like they do with refraction to save the globe today.
No, I see the raindrops thing, geocentricity.com.
Hey, you know what? You know what I think you need to do? I think what you should do, get rid of all of this flat Earth research you're doing.
Okay.
And before you do any more research, anybody's given you, just watch the movie. It's called The Principle. THE Principle. Now, this is not a flat Earth movie. It's just a history of a lot of these things we're talking about and some of the philosophical biases that were included. And it helps you get a perspective of how we got from there to here. Now, to be fair, it's put out by a guy called Sungenis, and Sungenis is actually a geocentrist earther. So he thinks the Earth is the center of everything, right? But the content of the thing talks about a lot of these points from the perspective of what happened in that historical moment and the men who were and what were their philosophical positions that caused them to interpret the results this way or that. And so it's almost like a brief history lesson of some of these key points, like Airy's failure, I think the Hubble constant, all these other different things, right, that are pivotal moments in the journey from how we got from, the archaic ancient flat earthers to the modern enlightened globe earthers.
Shit, can you guys still hear me? Yeah, I put an animation of the Ares failure in the chat in case you're curious. I'm not sure if it has the. I don't. I actually don't know if it actually says the Earth is not moving. I doubt it says that in here, but I did watch it, and it does explains like the telescope and things what he did. But let me see. What does he actually say?
Everything I'm reading is basically saying that his stated result was that, and the use of the water was to represent the ether. So this is just what I'm finding. And his some of the writings that comes from that time, that he was making the statement that the ether was probably like a domed wall or domed thing, right? So that
it's nothing to do with any of that, dude.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's what the majority of stuff I'm finding.
I know, because
that's why I was trying to find something else.
Yeah, the reason why, Shane, is because embroiled in this heliocentric, geocentric history is a battle about the idea of an ether and a not an ether and the reference frames and all of this, okay?
Sure.
But his test had a retarding medium, which was the water itself. And that is why I told you ether is irrespective of this result. So a lot of people will attach ether to this, just like they'll attach ether to Michelson-Morley, right? But to be fair, some people attach the ideas of ether to Michelson-Morley and make it all about ether. But on the other side, there's people that attach relativistic shrinking of measuring devices. So it becomes impossible to actually measure the motion in the direction that you're traveling without accounting for relativistic processes, which contract the measuring device. And so your result is skewed by the fact that you thought you measured a foot, but really your ruler is actually smaller. So both sides are dripping with philosophical assumptions, okay? So when you take both of those sides away and you just look at Airy's experiment in itself, with the retarding medium being the water, and just take the ether and put it in the toilet, you still get the same result.
For the record, I believe the ether does not exist. Just saying. That is a really good analogy, by the way, AI. When you said the rain cloud or the umbrella with the rain, and he starts running, and that's when you feel the rain, but when he stands still, he doesn't feel it. Yeah. That's genius. I never thought of it that way.
Well, I mean, I didn't come up with it. It's that's basically the principle that they used to explain Airy's failure for a long time.
Yeah, that's really good. Shout out to the ancient people who did that.
Yeah, and there's even some ways of that also being used to explain like the Doppler effect or something. Because like as you run faster into the rain, the droplets start hitting you faster, right? But they're not actually moving faster, you're just running into them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mythbusters did that running in the rain versus walking in the rain as well.
Oh, did they get wetter?
Yeah, well, running got you wetter.
I think most people run in the rain partly because they think they're going to get less wet, but also because they have like an uncomfortable feeling with the cold rain on them. So they're like, I need to get out of it as fast as possible.
Depends where you live, depends what time of the year it is. Starts raining in some places, we go out and dance in it.
Yeah, I know what you mean, dude. I love just walking in rain, letting it get on you, and just enjoy it.
Mate, whereabouts are you at? You
What?
can be
My
real
accent doesn't
generic.
give it away. New South Wales.
Oh, New South Wales? Oh, sweet.
I was going to
Did
say
we
London.
already? Sorry, go ahead.
You know, I was going to say London, but what do I know?
Yeah, nice one, brother.
I spent some time in South Australia, so that's why I was questioning. It didn't sound like you didn't sound like the like a Melbourne or a Hobart person. It's have that accent exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not woke enough.
Hey, Matrix, did you see the
Austin of Australia?
Did you see the Disturbed video?
Disturbed
Well, that's
video. Which?
yeah, you know Disturbed the band.
Yeah.
It's there's this funny video of like a British guy singing it. It's so funny. Let me get it for you, dude. Believe me, dude. It's not even like a British guy trying to sing it seriously. It's like a complete joke song. It is so funny. Here, I'll get it for you. It's hilarious.
We already do the whole gas pressure thing with Shane already. Did you guys already talk about that? I don't want to get into it if you
No,
already did.
I don't think anybody's. I've heard it, but yeah,
Not today, or at least not today. We didn't talk about it today.
no one. I don't think anybody's ever actually asked me that question around that.
All right, here we go.
Let's do it.
All right. So the globe is in an open vacuum, yes or no?
Agreed.
Okay. What's stopping the air from going out into the vacuum?
And it's mostly gravity.
Okay, can you demonstrate air being pulled down by gravity in real life?
Sure. Yeah. You ever played with dry ice?
Dry ice?
Yeah. You ever played with that?
Okay. Post the
That'd be
demonstration.
a solid, not a gas.
Oh, wait, I thought he was asking me about gases. What happened?
Yeah, post
He
the,
was.
post the
Dry ice is
demonstration
not
of
a
the dry
gas.
ice.
Yeah. So have you ever played with it before? You know, like how you can do like throw it in a pool or throw it into something else, and like how the CO2, like how it will where it will find its place.
Okay. So like I
Like,
need
even
a
before-
demonstration of this. I need a demonstration of this. Just post a link to the dry ice demonstration.
Dude. All right, sure. I'll go Google some stuff and bring it over. Conversation killed again. Okay.
And just to be clear, the demonstration of dry ice is showing that gravity is pulling air down, right?
It's showing like kind of what dense air does. And not dense air, but like a dense gas does.
But
Not the dry ice itself, but like when I mentioned playing with it, I was saying, you know, like when you have you ever like noticed like I don't know if you've ever been around dry ice, but you take like a brick of dry ice, right?
Okay.
When it's in its solid form, and you set it on a table or something like that, you know, or you throw it in a pool, or you. I'm around it a lot, so I have quite a few experiences around dry ice and super cooled materials.
And it shows gravity pulling the air down.
It shows the density.
It shows the
So
density.
density and its specific gravity are two things that contribute to why things go stay closer to the Earth than go farther away. Oh, so
Okay, yeah, let's see. Post it, yeah, let's see it.
all right.
So while he's still looking for that, years ago on a flight, they we had our meals and they handed out these ice creams for dessert, and stuck to the side of my wrapper was this little pellet of dry ice, and I couldn't help myself. My mate sitting next to me, hey, check this out. Kaplunk, dropped it in his can of Coke. Just to give you all an idea, if you haven't ever seen what happens when a piece of dry ice goes into some kind of fizzy drink or soda pop, just think Mentos in can of soft drink type explosive.
It's got some unique properties that are pretty fun to play with.
Wait. Before you post it, sorry, one more question.
Sure.
The demonstration that you're about to send, is it analogous to the atmosphere?
The entirety of the atmosphere, or like how we would experience dense objects?
Or
to act
let's just
in
say
it?
the air. Like, let's just say the air that
Sure.
the air that we're breathing right now. Is
Yeah.
it analogous to that? Okay, go ahead, post it. Yeah.
Is it analogous?
Yeah, like is it
Not to
is
the
it
entirety of
like
it. The air that we breathe
Basi-
is made up of so many other chemicals other than just carbon dioxide.
is there a way to demonstrate the air that we're breathing being pulled down by gravity in real life?
The air that we can't see that we breathe. You want me to demonstrate that air with a video?
It's tough. I mean that's the hard part is like how do you even how would you even do that?
So one of the ways we do it is by by condensing different gases, right, and then seeing how they act, increasing their density.
So is that what but the atmosphere we're trying to prove that the atmosphere that we're breathing is being pulled by gravity. Nothing like that's what makes it so difficult. It's like it has to be like that. You know what I mean?
Well, so rather than me like finding a video and then me having to watch it to determine does it show what I'm trying to show you, because people are going to play with dry ice in multiple different ways. Rather than that, so when you take dry ice and you've got it like out in the open, it then changes to a gas pretty rapidly. It's at like negative 80 Celsius. It's never negative 78 Celsius is dry ice. So when you bring it into like a 23 degrees Celsius building or whatever, and you just got it, you wouldn't want to hold it in your hand. I don't recommend that for a long time, but it is still fun to play with.
Wait, sorry to interrupt. I just realized something that is so important to this demonstration that it's over. Okay, so I forgot to mention, and this is my fault, I blame myself, okay? I forgot to mention that in this demonstration, the gas has to be next to an open vacuum without assuming outer space is real.
Why
which would be impossible to demonstrate. I'm right.
No, it's not impossible to demonstrate. See, there's
okay. Let's see it.
There's a vacuum. Let's see if we're in agreement on one thing. There's a vacuum that creates suction, which we would call like a vacuum cleaner, or like when you pull a vacuum on a container, right? There's that type of vacuum, right?
Okay.
And then there's another type of vacuum which is already absent of air, right? It doesn't have a pressure differential with the thing around it, the majority of the stuff around it, right? So it's not sucking away it's not sucking away the entirety of everything around it. Like that's not what it does. It's not a vacuum cleaner or a pulled
Right, but how
vacuum.
do you demonstrate a vacuum chamber without the chamber? Is what I'm asking.
How do I demonstrate it? But I just okay. Did you not hear I said that like the vacuum chamber, where you pull a vacuum on something, that is, you have sucked all of the air out of it, right? Everything around that chamber, everything around it, the entirety, all directions, is at a different pressure, right? Everything around it. So if I have that thing, when I open it up, it's going to suck in air, right? Because it wants to maintain its homeostasis or whatever you want to call it, right? It wants to get back.
Okay,
to
let's just see let's just get the link of the demonstration of the open vacuum. Just paste it.
God, dude, I'm trying to have a conversation with you rather than a continual seek and
Yeah, because
find
we
experiment.
need a physical demonstration of an open vacuum next to gas pressure. That's what we need.
Can I talk to somebody else? I can stop talking with you guys. It's cool.
You can continue talking, but that's what we need: a physical demonstration of an open vacuum next to gas pressure. That's what.
Yeah, the alternatives are not very nice. Stick with Zodiac.
Stick with what? I'll tell you. Vacuum, non-vacuum. That's a huge atmosphere that you guys have put on the non-vacuum area. That's massive.
Well, allegedly, the Boffins reckons the atmosphere goes out to the moon beyond. So that's not so big.
Oh yeah, wasn't there an article that said the atmosphere extends beyond the moon?
Yeah, there's some crazy thing like that. It's just like
where is
that?
Where is that moon? That actually kind of, if it means that, get into that.
I mean, yeah, interesting. I'm open to a conversation. I just don't really it's 2 a.m. I don't really want to go watch a bunch.
How about this question? Let me ask you. Let me phrase the question differently.
Yeah, let's go for it.
In real life, have you experienced an open vacuum?
In real life, have I experienced an open vacuum?
Yes, an open vacuum. It's kind of a weird question, but just answer it to the best of your ability.
Like a 100% vacuum? I don't think so. I can't think of a scenario that I would happily walk away from. What if I was in an absolute vacuum?
Okay, now second question. Do you think it's physically possible to have an open vacuum without a container?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you demonstrate that in real life? Or anyone not you personally. Can you post a demonstration of that happening in real life?
Let's have conversations, man. If you don't want to have conversations, that's cool.
Okay, is there any? Have you ever heard of a demonstration?
You don't have to.
Let me forget. Let me ask you a different question then. Okay, have you ever heard of a demonstration that has that? Have you ever heard of one before?
There's no one that comes to the top of my mind, like a specific one, where someone has been in an open vacuum to show to me that they're in an open vacuum. Because it wouldn't be very healthy for them to do that.
So have you had the experience of? Have you ever heard of somebody or seen something that is indicative of the existence of an open vacuum without a container and without assuming outer space is real? Have you ever seen that or have experience with that? Or ever heard of anyone doing a demonstration for that?
I'm not sure how they would do it to assume. So you do understand we have different views of how the world works, right? So like with that different view, I don't know how me answering your question is genuine to myself or to you.
Sounds like a lot of dodging.
Like without
No, it's not
assuming,
dodge.
without using outer space.
He's asking me to give up two of my core beliefs in order to say a belief that I.
Then you'd be able to apply a demonstration and explain your core beliefs alongside of such demonstration.
Okay, let me be more specific. At
No,
ground
I'd have
level,
to give up
is it
my
possible?
belief or my understandings of the world in order to
Okay,
draw
let
that.
me phrase it like this. Let me phrase the
Okay.
question like this. At ground level, is it possible to physically demonstrate an open vacuum on the surface of the Earth without a container?
Mm. I can't think of a way to do it where you were like on the surface of the Earth or anywhere where you would be able to have a vacuum that's larger than the space around it.
But that's a no, right? So the answer is no. It cannot be demonstrated, right?
No, man. What? Did I say no?
Okay,
No.
so it can be
He knows
demonstrated.
the implications of his answer. That's why he's being, dude. He's not
Yeah.
asking you if that's what your belief system requires. He's asking if have you ever heard about it being done in reality? He answered no. It's not a big deal.
Can you have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system without a barrier between them? Yes or no?
Where the high pressure system is larger
next
and,
to a
and
low
more
pressure
encompassing?
system. I didn't say there was no necessity to add anything on. Can you have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system without a barrier to separate them? Yes or no?
I mean, you're not giving me enough information to give a yes or no. Like where are we?
Okay, how
We're
about
in your
how
house.
about? Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, in your house. There you go.
Maybe the demonstration in side chat where it's posted at 59 past the hour. You know, high pressure system, low pressure system, barrier in between. They turn the barrier off. Gases equalise. Thought that might have been an epic clue, but
without.
I'll be honest with you, bro. To me, it sounds like you do a lot of dodging for some reason. I don't know. Give you a pro tip.
Well,
if you don't know the answer to something, we do accept I don't know, because at least that's honest.
Well, he knows the answer. The problem is he also he realizes the implications of the answer.
No, that's not it.
Yeah, because you said, well, you're asking me to give up my core beliefs. You realize the implications of it. You'd have to be not paying attention not to.
Well, I was having an enjoyable conversation.
Dude, we are having an enjoyable conversation. This is your opportunity to make some progress. This is enjoyable.
Well, then let's be cordial. Let's be cool with each other.
We are being cordial, dude. Okay, you know what? I don't think being thin-skinned crybaby isn't being cordial.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, man. Listen to the words I'm saying. The words I'm saying is,
I am being
let's be
cordial.
representative of each other's statements. Let's not make inferences and make leaps based on what's being said.
Those are that you've been doing this for 2 days. I did say what you said. I quoted you.
No, you didn't. You made a big leap in repeating what I said. You did not repeat my words. You did not even come close.
Can an open vacuum be demonstrated on the surface of the Earth? Yes or no? Without a container.
It would be very hard to do on the surface of the Earth.
Can yes or no? Can it be demonstrated?
It would be very hard, is my answer.
You're
I'm
not
not-
answering.
these aren't yes or no.
You're not answering the
That was
question.
a slimy answer,
They're not
dude.
yes or no questions. It's okay, man. You guys don't have to converse.
Actually,
Are
yes,
you
it was
aware of
a.
it? Listen, are you aware of it having occurred?
No, I'm not aware of it occurring. Like on the surface of the
Okay,
Earth.
then it's
Okay.
over. It's over.
Okay,
It's over.
thank
it's over.
you.
It's over. We can move on to whatever you guys want now. Yeah, we can move on. What else did we? So we went through gas pressure. Did we talk about proving? Did we talk about proving gravity? Do you think that Shane? Do you think you can defend gravity? Scrutiny. Do you think you can defend gravity, like being criticized or questioned?
I mean, I'm open to the discussion about it. I know. I can tell you guys that it's going to be really hard to get yes or no's out of me. So if that's not enjoyable, I would prefer that we stop with me. You can pick somebody else, but because I'm going to give
You don't like
responses
answering
that are-
yes or no?
Why is it? Why do you consider it difficult to answer yes or no when someone opens or offers you a close-ended question? Like, is the sky blue? And you don't need to ramble. You can just say yes or no. But if I ask you what colour is the sky, then it's open to your interpretation, and you can spend an hour talking about it. What's so difficult about close-ended questions?
Not all questions can be answered.
That's an open-ended question.
So
But-
answer.
not all questions, even though on surface they may seem to be yes or no, is the only required response. That's not always the response. And in dialogue,
Well, pro tip, it does annoy some people when you're asked a very direct, close-ended question and you talk about everything else but.
well, I talk about only that, but I just don't give the response or just yes or no to a question that doesn't have in my mind.
That is a yes or no. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
that doesn't mean-
That's why I said we also accept I don't know as an answer. If you don't know something, you don't know it. You don't have
How
to
about true
baffle
or
people
false?
with bullshit.
Shane, how about true or false? If we phrase it in that
What's
way,
the difference?
Would you be cool with that?
We just want to hear. We just want to hear the in between version of that.
How about no? It's
False.
the same. They're
True.
equivalent.
Shane, do you agree that reality is either true or false? Or it can only be true, rather. Sorry. That's weird. Reality can only be true, right? Right, Shane?
Do I have to answer only one way or the other?
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
What? So it does. Okay, Shane. Do we agree that there is objective reality, that it exists?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's true no matter what, right?
The objective reality? Sure.
Yes. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. There it is. The yes. See, that was easy.
No, like I said, there are questions that can be answered with yes and no, but there's other ones that cannot be answered with yes or no.
Okay.
If that is a problem, you don't need to. No one needs to converse with me. Like I can easily.
Well, dude, do
go away.
you not do you not hear yourself using measured language when you realize giving the actual answer would be damning to your globe fantasy?
No, it just has to do with me giving the answer that comports with my reality.
What?
So not being
Well, it
honest.
comports
That's
with
what
your
I wanted to
belief
hear.
No, dude, it's like you said before. You're asking me to give up core tenets of my belief system. No, it's not your reality; it's your belief system.
It's of my view. So the
Man, you are a double. You have a weird habit. If you're not aware of your weird double speaking, then God help you.
Cool.
I
mean, what other response can I give you, man? Okay.
No, I agree. It is cool. It's cool. I guess this. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not picking on you, but it's like you're intentionally being. It's not even vaguity. It's just refusal to give us a real straight answer. Where is this occurring? We had to tell you in your house, in reality. You have you're seeing your interpretation of things. I don't know, man. You're claiming that these are parts of your reality, but you've admitted that they're just beliefs. It's like you want it both ways. You're not the first, but
How about this, Shane? Is true or false? The Earth is a globe.
True.
See, that was easy, right?
Because
So
it
true or
aligns with his
false?
core beliefs.
Okay, so true or false? A physical demonstration on the surface of the Earth of an open vacuum without a container is impossible. True or false?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Okay. A physical demonstration of an open vacuum without a container demonstrated on the surface of the Earth is impossible. True or false?
I've never seen one.
Okay, so probably false, at least. Is it probably false? I mean,
Yeah, I put some probability on that one. Yeah, probability. Probably.
okay. As far as we know, like based on the current information that we have right now, it's false. Right?
About the surface of the Earth? Yes.
Okay.
As far as the information we have now.
All right. All
The
right.
surface of
Okay.
the Earth.
All right, we're getting
You
there.
know,
Baby steps. We're getting there.
let's say like, my
We're
height
getting
or something
there.
like that. Things that I can actually observe.
That was good. Okay. The baby steps. Baby steps. Okay. Now,
Is the what?
go ahead,
I
sir.
mean,
Go ahead.
Here
we go.
like,
Here
no,
we
I'm
go.
just saying.
Here we go. Here we go.
No, I'm just okay. Do you guys want to continue the conversation? Like I'm
yeah,
open.
we'd all leave if we didn't want to continue the conversation.
No, you guys would be here without me, right? I mean, you guys are
maybe, maybe not. I mean, it's like
Actually, if you leave, we'll all start picking on Zodiac because he hasn't been here for a while.
Yeah.
Oh man, go for it.
Roasted.
yeah, continue the conversation.
Zodiac is like the trues and falses and yeses and nos. Like I prefer, like, since we're in a voice chat, we both have the ability. We're not taking a quiz. I'd prefer that if we had a conversation. If that's not what we're interested in having, then there's probably somebody else in here that
yeah, but your definition of conversation is sophistry and weaseling and dodging around when we're trying to measure stuff and prove things.
Okay.
Complete polar opposites.
I've had good
That's
conversations.
probably why people are getting frustrated with you, is because we're trying to establish what's going on and you're doing your best to avoid it because you don't know. Instead of just saying, hey, I don't know, and be like, hey, join the club, neither do we. That's what we're trying to check shit out.
Shane, have you ever questioned gravity before? Like, have you ever seriously? Okay. So you've had doubts about it, at least?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
okay.
Different points in my life, yeah, of course.
Okay, what can you name? Do you remember any of them?
Things falling at different rates, or things acting in different ways. Like, very young. Like, I have not vivid memories or anything like that, but definitely, like, the thought process is going. Sure.
Okay. Where should we start with this? Does anyone, by the way, before we go down this rabbit hole, does anyone else want to talk about something else? Because we're about to go down this rabbit hole. Anyone?
Well, before you go deep dive, connoisseur, gourmet ice cream, roasted hazelnut and chocolate is freaking awesome for all those ice cream fans. Just saying.
Is it roasted hazelnut in there?
Yeah.
Damn.
Roasted hazelnut and chocolate. And the chocolate is like the McDonald's chocolate fudge stuff, except it's got a real like strong hazelnut flavour. It's like pretty tiny. Like I think I've just put on about 8 kilos eating a 1 kilo bucket.
And for those that don't know, his McDonald's is way better than our McDonald's in the States.
I don't even eat the shit.
Man, but yeah, and you guys have like
the last time I ate it deliberately was over in the States, and that was back in 2014.
Yeah, don't eat ours.
Yeah, I've heard that's probably a bad move.
But man, every time I've been down there in that area, man, the McDonald's are amazing. But sorry about the tangent there, but
do they have Vegemite at McDonald's?
No.
Oh, okay.
Macca's years ago used to be awesome when everything was served in those styrofoam containers.
Mm.
Now it's got these little cardboard rings around it, and I'm sure the Big Macs ain't big anymore. That's why I don't go there. Plus, I had a run-in with one of the McDonald's years ago. And I refused to go back to them.
Or the hamburgers down at McDonald's compared to ours down at Macca's versus McDonald's, man, like U.S. McDonald's, like beef in Australia and is just amazing.
Yeah, because yours ain't beef, bro. That's the problem. McDonald's serving millions.
Yeah. Ours is like a paste of something, whereas your guys is like real.
Wait. Okay, I got a fun topic. Okay, all right, Shane. So, the Earth, according to the globe, the Earth has a tilt. How do you prove that the Earth is tilted? This is going to be a lot more fun than talking about gravity, I assure you.
Yes.
Way more fun than gravity, I'll tell you that.
And the way I experience it is that, like when is the seasonality.
Okay, so you don't use a protractor? I'm just kidding. Go ahead, yeah. Season. Sorry.
No, it's just how I experience it. Right, and then that experience is what made me question, like, hey, what the hell is going on? Like, why do we have these seasons? And yeah, so that's probably my main answer to that is just how I experience it from seasonality.
Wait. Oh, okay. So how did so you experience winter, fall, summer, spring? Therefore, you think that the floor has a tilt, or the Earth has a tilt?
Hold on. Hey, Shane, if the Earth weren't tilted, would there be seasons?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh.
So it would
I don't think. I think that if there was no tilt, I don't think we'd have like the seasons.
Why? Wait,
I mean,
why?
is it really is it really the Earth still? Because isn't in the globe paradigm the Earth's always tilted?
Tilted toward or away, yeah.
So it's about the sun,
it shifts
right?
its tilt. Yeah, it would be about its position of the orbit, is what they tell us.
About its position of the orbit. Well, I mean, it's tilted the same, right? So if it's going around,
I don't know. You're the one that says it pitches both ways. Yeah,
that's true. That's true. That's fair. So if the tilt stays pretty relatively the same, right? But I try to think about this. If I got like my fist in the middle and in the middle representing the sun, and then I have the Earth, or I just have my hand at a tilt. And then I maintain that same angle, and I move my hand to the other side of the sun. I cross my arms. I'm at a different angle, or I'm at the same angle. The Earth is still at the same angle, but now my angle to the sun is different than when it was on.
Okay, so now we've added another claim. Not only is it tilted, it's moving around the sun.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what causes the seasons.
What if
it's our precession around the sun?
Hold up.
You just said the tilt causes the seasons.
Okay. The tilt by itself is not the only contributing factor. We also are orbiting around the sun.
So what if the Earth isn't
why wouldn't we have seasons if the Earth weren't tilted?
Yeah, because then, so like if let's say the Earth was just continued to maintain its like a we'll just use straight up and down as a thing. It's not a number or anything like that, and it doesn't change. Then the light rays that are coming at it will always be fairly equal, other than atmospheric conditions and other stuff like that, right? So yeah, that's why.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be further and closer to the sun?
What's that?
Wouldn't it be further and closer to the sun? Anyways.
Yeah, that's one way you could do it. Yeah. If you move closer to the sun, yeah. But then it would be like all of the Earth, right? Or the larger bands, north and south hemisphere, would be experiencing the same fluctuation in temperatures around the same time. They would be very close to each other. In your example of if we got closer and farther away from the sun to describe the seasons.
I mean, doesn't summer occur in North America when the sun's further away?
Mm-hmm.
According to the story.
I don't know if I've heard that. I don't know. Let me look that up. I don't know.
What was the original question? How he knew the Earth was in motion?
Oh, how he knows it's tilted.
How he knew it was tilted.
Oh,
tilted.
How he knew it was tilted. Okay.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
So he's attributed seasons to tilt.
Yeah.
So how do you validate? Wait. Why would it not just be the position of the sun? Like, why does it? I don't see. Like, couldn't you achieve the same effect with a different sun position?
So, different sun position, meaning, like we just talked about, kind of the closer versus farther, right? And these are all kind of thought experiments, right? I'm not, yeah, if it got closer.
And size. Sorry, I forgot to mention. Different sun position and different sun size.
That makes it odd. What do you mean by sun size? Like the sun gets bigger, or gets like the way I experience it is it's bigger. Which?
Okay, forget the size. Forget the size. Let's just talk about position. Yeah, let's just talk about position. Could you not achieve the same effect with a different sun position?
You could, like, let's say, like if like in the example that like Old Haas brought up, like what if the if there wasn't a tilt and it was just like straight up and down or something like that. Hey, it's not exactly his words, so I'm not representing him exactly correctly. But
no, I just said, would you have seasons if the Earth weren't tilted?
Yeah,
since you only knew the Earth was tilted because of seasons.
Yeah. And like the answer I gave to that was like I would.
You said I don't think so.
Yeah, I would think that you would have like the temperature bands across the Earth, the North America and South America, at least the greater, the more northerly part of it, would have very similar temperatures year round without the tilt. But then to your other question, Zodiac, around like, I mean, there's other positions that the sun could be. I mean, we could say that like the sun somehow goes
Hold on, dude. Just you just said, well, the North, United States and Brazil would then have the same seasons, the similar seasons, growing seasons. Well, that still means there would be seasons. Would winter exist if the Earth weren't tilted? Would summer exist? Would spring? Would we get spring? Just because I don't even know why we're even talking about this, but you know what I'm saying? Because you're just sort of announcing.
There's nothing else.
Yeah, the gravity thing would be better because all he's doing is announcing. It's kind of ridiculous that he's saying seasons exist. That's how I know they're stilted.
Yeah, that doesn't.
I mean, no offense, but it's sort of like, where do you go from there? He's going to say, well, yeah, that's what.
It's affirming. Yeah.
Yeah, it's circular. It's empty.
Consequent. All right, let's.
How'd you guys explain seasons? Anybody?
The sun is moving.
Like, which way does it move?
Which way does it move? What do you mean?
Yeah, are we moving? Let me phrase it better. How's it moving relative to? Is it moving closer and farther away? Is it moving further north, farther south? Like what?
I see. I know what you're asking.
Yeah.
Hang on, wait. I think there's actually a meme. Is this?
Yeah, further north, further south, you could still reproduce the kind of seasonality between the north and south, southern hemisphere.
Okay, let me ask you. Okay, so this now the answer I'm about to give you is not definitive, just so you know. Okay,
sure.
Because the sun's position, no one has been able to prove the distance to the sun, but let's not go down that rabbit hole right now. Okay, so what I'm about to present to you is a just random guess, okay? Sure. Do you see live stream voice text?
I see the path of this flat Earth.
Okay, this is alleged. Remember, this is allegedly what it could be. Okay, but the real answer is, or the best answer would be, why do seasons happen? Because the sun is moving. And now your question is, well, where does it move, right? So that's into a whole nother thing of like, okay, so how has anyone validated the actual position of the sun in real life? You're going to say yes, and then I'm going to ask you for proof, and then we're never going to get anywhere because you're not going to be able to measure 93 million miles. Like, do you have a physical measurement of 93 million miles?
Was it a tape measure or something? No.
Okay. Or let me ask you this. Can you validate 93 million miles?
Because I think we've gotten pretty close. I haven't done the math myself. I mean...
No, I mean physically.
I try not to
can you physically... let me.
Oh no one's been to the sun. No one's taken anything to the sun. I mean, we've shot like a satellite or something toward it, but or whatever you want. I don't know if do you even call it a satellite if it's just going to be crashed into something as its only goal. We torpedoed the sun. Yeah.
Wait, you actually saw something? I mean, the Globe claim the people that believe in the Globe are saying that something hit the sun?
Parker Solar Probe, probably. I've heard others bring it up. Yeah, they're convinced that they're shooting darts into the sun, yeah.
Darts is a good now, yeah.
Wait, I want to see that. Can you post that? Can you post that? I want to see that.
That's exactly what he's talking about, but I'll look up
No, wait. It should be from Shane. Shane should have it. He's not Haas. You're not the one defending the Globe or old Haas. You're not the Glober here. Shane is. Shane has to be the one to defend it, not you. It's his claim that something.
Was it my example? Was it my example?
I hear sun darts. I get all excited.
It sounds cool.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
It's insane. Yeah, I mean, here we are again. It's another, hey, Can you validate that they've sent something into the sun? Yes, they've sent something into the sun because they said they did. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I wasn't there.
Yeah, so to answer your question about what causes seasons on a flat Earth, the best answer is that the sun is moving, but obviously that's not. So that doesn't really. It's not a scientific experiment just to say something. You know what I mean? So that is the best. I would say that's probably the best guess. Is the sun is moving.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Let's see. Do we want to go into gravity? Oh, any questions for us? I forgot.
Yeah, I'd like to hear the whole gravity discussion. But the
Okay,
funny
here we
thing
go.
is, and I don't know if it's in all parts of the country, but the seasons aren't as reliably.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They're a little off sometimes, and
Gravity.
it's been it's been an incredibly cool spring where I am. I mean, yeah, there'll be days where it feels like the middle of the summer, but then it's like, oh, I guess I should put a coat on again.
All right, let's start with this. Shane.
Yeah.
Define gravity in one sentence.
What goes up must come down.
So nothing needs to be attracted. It just goes up and down. You don't. Well, then you don't need gravity at all. If that's the case, you don't need it. If something is just moving up and down, like what? You don't need so there's no mass attracting mass. There's no space time. None of that.
Yeah, I mean, we could just call the force uppy downy or something. What goes up must come down. We could say it's uppy downy force.
Okay.
We just happen to use gravity as the description of that force.
Oh, actually, we already went through this, didn't we? Because we already talked about how we need a demonstration of gravity acting on air, but we couldn't validate it. Okay, let me phrase the question differently.
Mm-hmm.
What is the best evidence for gravity?
What goes up must come down.
So something moving down is the best evidence.
I mean, it's the one that I can test. It's the one that
expanding in all directions.
That most comports with, or most agrees with my reality of what I experience every day. Right? There's very few times where I.
Hold on a second. If all that's happening, if all you need is something going up and down, that would work on a flat Earth too.
Sure.
I don't see.
Yeah.
You agree?
Yeah. I mean, why not? Why wouldn't some massively heavy thing that's underneath our feet still be able to pull things toward it?
No, but there's no pull. It's just because your definition of gravity is just be downy. Like it doesn't. Nothing's being pulled. It's just that's just the effect. That's not the cause. What's the?
But when you think about it, Zodiac, when you think about it, I've got no problem with things going down. I go outside, things go down. Where's me trusty pen? Oh, bottle top, that'll do.
Yeah,
that worked too. Yep, went down. Check. I got no problem with that. It's no proof of curvature.
Yeah, it doesn't.
No, I agree.
Really.
Isn't it? I mean, wouldn't the same thing said if you? I'm tongue twisting myself. Something taken out of equilibrium or return to equilibrium.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I really like the gravity conversation myself, and it's when people conflate the cause and effect is where they mess up and are never going to get anywhere. Is what happens very often.
Oh wait! I forgot to ask you something, Shane.
Mm-hmm.
When you say uppy downy, the thing that's going up, okay?
Yeah.
The thing that's going up, you believe that's gravity as well?
The thing that's going up? Do I believe that is gravity?
I should say the cause of it. Is the cause of the thing going up, is that gravity as well?
I don't know if I would say it that way. I could see where that would be drawn. I'm trying to think of if I would phrase it that way. That gravity is forcing something up.
Is it?
Gravity is forcing something up.
Let me be more specific. According to the Globe opinion, is gravity the reason something goes upwards? Yes or no? You're not going to answer yes or no, but yes or no.
No, I think for that one, I think you like. There's a lot of stuff missing in there, but I'd say yes. Like, there's a lot of stuff missing in between.
So gravity is the reason something goes upwards?
It's not gravity equals up, right? That's not what you're saying. But I'm also not saying that either. Like, I don't want to say gravity equals up.
Okay, let's say you have a balloon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the balloon, you watch the balloon go upwards, right?
Mm-hmm.
From the globe perspective, is gravity the reason why that balloon is going up? Yes or no?
It's not the whole story, but sure.
So yes? Is that a yes or a no?
That's one where I can't just give you yes or no. It's not the whole story,
You
but
can't just give me a yes or no.
That one I can't.
Yeah, we're cooked. We're cooked.
You might be the first person. You might be the first person I've ever heard. Dude, you might be the first person in a decade of me listening to this stuff to say gravity make things go uppy.
Yeah, yeah, me too.
Well, you know,
that's crazy, dude.
Just the point is, like, it's just a word, you know, right? As far as how we're using it. So why not call it uppy downy? What goes up must come down. It's uppy downy force.
Bro, dude. Shane, you know what you're doing. you know it's not right. Shane.
What am I doing?
Gravity doesn't make things go up. You know that, Shane. Come on. Don't
What thing
does not equal up?
Hold on, because all the examples I can think of in my head, I'm thinking of birds flying, I'm thinking of people throwing balls, and what example can you give of gravity making something go up?
Well, I never gave an example or made the claim.
I know, that's why I'm asking now. I was just...
Yeah. No, it's a fair question.
You really got me thinking about that.
Shane,
I wouldn't
know
think
what you're
too much on
doing,
that,
Shane.
I did not make that claim that gravity equals up.
No, he just asked
so it doesn't make things go up, right, Shane? Yes, correct?
Gravity
Come on,
itself.
Shane, don't be honest. Be honest with me.
Gravity itself is not equal to up.
Okay, so the answer is no, right?
No, that's not what I said. Did I say no? It's not fair.
You dodged the question. Okay.
That's not a dodge. If I dodged the question, I would say something totally irrelevant to it. Like, I'd say, hey, look at that over there. You know, or I would try to do something to go away from your question.
Shane, you're not
I feel like I'm giving you an honest response of how I choose to respond to a question, right?
Okay,
because
is gravity the reason why a balloon goes up?
You have to answer every question yes or no. Like, if you don't want to talk to me, that's fine. Right?
Oh my god. Okay, Shane, is gravity the reason why a helium balloon goes upwards? Yes or no?
Gravity does not equal the balloon going up.
So no. Why can't you just say no?
That's not what I said. That's totally not what I said.
So you dodged.
Okay.
Shane, what is with you? It's so easy. This is why I think you're dishonest. This is why I think you're dishonest.
False equivocations you're asking me to make. You're asking me to make these false equivocations to a word
Yeah, and if you say the phrase one more time, we don't have to continue this conversation. If you don't want, I'm going to start thinking you're some advanced AI thing. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Shane, we don't have to continue the conversation if you don't want.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about something.
Let her rhyme at him.
It's cooked. It's cooked. We're not gonna. Yeah, we're not. So, is there any other Globers in here before we? Probably not. It's probably too late. How about this, Shay? Would you, if you had a choice to bet all of your possessions, all of your wealth, all of your money, real life money, would you bet all of that the Earth is a globe? Like,
yes.
That you're that confident?
Yes.
Wow.
That's
How can he be that confident when he hasn't produced anything to back up his claim?
Oh, here we go.
All he's got is "I believe." That's all he's put out so far in the last 2 days. He had an attack on Jin's super zoom thing. He's made up his own custom model to describe things and hasn't allowed for refraction to go the opposite direction. And it's just a staunch "I believer." And he's willing to bet everything he owns on that. Shane, have you actually ever been outside to check things? Just curious.
Well, Shane, do you have a horrible gambling problem?
No.
That kind of wager. Okay, I was just.
How could you ever win a bet if you can't prove or demonstrate your position?
And well, here's how I'd win the bet. I'd say, hey, you bring me other people that agree or can also provide evidence that the Earth is round, and we'll.
Why other people?
American, which ones?
Why not just show you the direct evidence? Why not just take you out to a lake, shoot a laser across it, and go, "Where's the curve?"
Yeah, I'd be
Wouldn't
down
that
for that.
suffice? A direct measurement on the spot, no quarrels, no qualms, no issues. You get to see it firsthand. I get to demonstrate it, and we don't need other people. You can walk away and go, "Wow, you'd be good enough."
Yeah, I'd be down.
So, what's the issue with all the videos showing that same thing? Because they're on YouTube. I know some people hate YouTube.
I like the concept of doing it as a one-to-one or like doing an actual thing. I enjoy that concept more than the look what some person I don't know did. I think you guys appreciate that too, right?
You know what you'd be really good at, Shane? Is you'd be a really good politician.
Oh man, hope not.
Never answer a direct question. It's good. Or like a agent, maybe like a intelligence, like some kind of agent for the government, because you never have to. They'll never tell you the truth, You'd be like really good at like keeping a secret, All right. Anyways, you can't answer. What else is fun besides? How about the wobble? Do you have proof for the wobble? The globe wobbling?
For the wobble?
Yeah.
Huh. I don't think I have proof. I haven't really looked into that.
Really, like what was the other thing?
you talking about like the wobble, like movement of magnetic north, or is there, or like the wobble and the tilt, or
The globers, I believe the globe is supposedly wobbling, right? Like the Earth is wobbling, right?
I don't know. I haven't really looked into that. It sounds like something I've heard before, but I don't have a frame of reference for that.
Okay, no worries. Well, okay, how about why do you not like answering yes or no questions?
Some questions are not yes or no. Some of them I've answered yes or no, right? But also, why is it that I only am able to answer yes or no to a question? Why would that be important? That I would only be that would be the only way I'd be able to respond. What's wrong with a dialogue and a back and forth?
So like let's be specific here. So like if I ask you, is gravity causing a balloon to go up? And you don't answer yes or no, you say something else.
I can power people. I said they're not equivalent.
Dude, and using measured language intentionally not to undermine your argument isn't having a dialogue.
I'm either blind to what I'm doing or something else, because it doesn't feel like that's what I'm doing.
I think it's just natural because the whole story of the outer space thing is all circular. And I do think every once in a while you do know that giving a no in certain circumstances is damning to the whole certain parts of the outer space thing. The whole the gas pressure without a container conversation isn't even so much about it is and it isn't about the surface of the Earth. It's more addressing the outer space fantasy.
Yeah, that's why it's different when we're based on where you put that vacuum, like how close you put it to a larger object.
I mean, we do have pretty consistent gas pressure at sea level. Is that not interesting?
That's true. We have consistent gas pressure at sea level.
Fairly consistent, yeah. 14.7. I don't know if that's I would guess that's some sort of average, but.
Oh.
Can 14.7 pounds per square inch of gas be demonstrated without a container?
Didn't you just say that that's what it is at sea level?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the claim of the outer space all Earth. Here in reality at your house, this is like going back an hour ago when people were talking about the gas. You guys were talking about. So can you think of an example of where gas pressure can be attained without having some sort of containment? I mean, what is the definition of gas pressure?
I mean, multiple different explanations of it. I mean, like the density, the compactedness, things like that could be described as that. And different gases have different densities and different attributes.
Now you're describing a gradient. I'm talking about the gas pressure to begin with. Isn't gas pressure defined as the pressure exerted on the walls of the container?
Gas pressure has what's the container that it's for sea level gas pressure?
Well, that's the point. There is no container in the outer space delirium.
Why is the gas pressure like? Let's just say as an example, does gas pressure get lower or higher as you go up from sea level?
Well, where are the gases produced?
You're not sure what? I'm sorry.
Well, where are the gases produced?
Maybe. I thought we were talking about gas pressure.
Yeah, I know, but have you
Okay.
ever seen a wet fence in the sun at sunrise?
Sure.
And you'll see it steaming. All I'm saying is you're asking why the gas pressure decreases in elevation. Well, the gas is produced at the surface.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, that's why that's maybe you didn't, it's sometimes the reasons why these questions get asked get lost. But yeah, that's why everyone is talking about gas pressure without containment, which earlier you kind of said no, and then you wanted to, can you give a yes? So we're back to yes or no, or I would like to actually hear you tell a story now.
No,
because if you said no, then bye the idea, the whole Star Trek reality. But yeah, did you know that before? That's why that was brought up.
I know it before.
No, did you know that's why people were talking about gas pressure and containers?
I definitely had heard the conversation, so I won't like other people's
but do you understand the implications of it?
It was the first time it was asked of me, and I don't know if I know all of it, but I've heard different responses to it. So I mean, I could probably give some of those responses, but I don't know if I've heard one de facto. Where does that route lead in that conversation? It seems like it's went different ways when I've heard it. But I guess the question I have for you is like, so because the gas pressure is made closer to the surface of the Earth, that's why
the gas is not gas pressure, but the gas pressure is the pressure exerted on the walls of the containment.
Okay.
The gases gases are created
what makes the gas pressure at let's say at sea level different than the gas pressure 10 feet up or 50 feet up or whatever?
Well, I'll just the same answer. Yeah, the same answer I gave a moment ago is that's where the gas is created.
Because it originates from there. Oh.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, we were the 14.7 psi. It's crazy. It's kind of strange that they've sold us on the idea that we're in outer space, yet the gas pressure we've been literally breathing it our whole lives. It's been right under our nose.
That's interesting. I hadn't heard anybody before state, or at least I don't remember anyone stating what you had stated, that the gas pressure was more at the surface of the Earth because of that's where it comes from.
Well, the problem the problem is that if you really think it's the gradient, if you really believe that it's being caused by gravity, you would have to physically demonstrate air, like the air we're breathing. Can you physically demonstrate it being pulled down by gravity?
Yeah.
All right, post it. Let's hear it. Let's see it.
Man, you got me again.
Why are you? Why are you mad? Why are you angry?
Because I'm trying to have a dialogue. I'm trying to keep
time out. I'm no science genius, Shane. I'm no science genius, but aren't gases defined by going in all directions?
going in all directions. I mean,
isn't that what makes
they're
it a
defined by
gas?
trying to move toward
In all directions.
entities. They don't typically go. I mean, yeah, you could say it's capable of going in all directions, but it typically will try to move toward a lower density.
So gases don't go typically in all directions.
So it depends on you.
Hold on. He just said.
Are you sure about that?
Hold on. He just said that gas would go to the lower density. So how do we have it? How do we have gas pressure?
Yeah, it's like some molecules are heavier than others. So when they, or even gases themselves, there's ones that have different.
Yeah, but why aren't they going? Why aren't they out in outer space?
Some of them do. Some of them do fly away. And I mean, you guys have heard these responses, man. It's.
Yeah, well, you were saying it was just like now it's just some do.
Wait, some do. So
you said that they have a tendency in general.
They have a tendency in general to go toward lower density until they reach a point where they are heavier than that. So then they'll fall. Not a complete fall. It's not like it drops like a rain or something.
So do you believe the air you're breathing right now is not going in all directions?
Yeah, there's things that are going in all directions, but there's things that's the tendency of a block of a certain type of gas is to try to reach equilibrium and to try to go toward lower pressure.
So is that a yes? You believe that the air you're breathing right now is moving in all directions? That's a yes?
Some of it is, some of it isn't.
He seems to, unless I'm hearing you wrong, you're saying that it's being pulled in two general directions.
Let me think through that. Two general.
Some's being stuck to the ground and some's going.
Some of it. Wait. So that means some of it is not being affected by gravity, then.
Or maybe this is the gravity that makes things go uppy.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, true. So do you honestly believe gravity makes things go up? You can't be serious right now.
I never said that.
Stop the cat.
So do you believe it?
No, I've never said that gravity is equal to up.
Okay,
uppy
so
downy. That's what gravity is.
What was that, mate?
You said earlier, gravity uppy downy.
The definition of I used uppy downy as a hey, what
goes up must come down.
Yeah, what must up must come down. There you go. That's what I said.
So it's gone up in the first place. So gravity.
I mean, you could throw things up.
Yeah.
If you throw something up, does that mean you're gravity?
No, you're applying energy to it.
Yeah, exactly.
So what energy are you applying to a helium balloon?
Wait. So it's if it's not gravity that's causing something to go up, then what is it? Shane.
Typically, it's like density differences, like things that gases want to go toward lower density. They want to reach equilibrium.
So that explanation that you just gave me does not involve gravity whatsoever.
I think it does, but that's fine.
But you never mentioned gravity in that explanation that you just gave me.
Because gravity doesn't encompass the entire answer. Gravity is a word that we use to describe what must go up comes down.
But you never needed gravity to explain why something goes up. Because you just said it's because of the density. It's over. That's all you need. You don't need anything else.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Why can't you just take that principle and just apply the logic? Because remember, we already established an upwards direction without using gravity. So why can't we just use that same principle for the downwards direction by reversing the logic. Without gravity, you don't. If you can explain the upwards without gravity, why wouldn't you be able to just use the same thing for downwards?
I never explained it as without gravity. I just said that gravity is not equal to up.
But you said when you explained why the balloon rises, you never mentioned the word gravity. You said it's because of density. That's what you said. You never mentioned gravity.
Okay. What happens when something gets really dense?
What happens when something gets really
They
dense?
come into our Discord, we point and laugh at them.
That was a softball there. Nice job.
What happens when something gets really dense? What do you mean? I don't know. Okay, I'll answer directly. My opinion is that it goes down.
Why?
Why does it go down?
Because it's denser than the relative medium that it surrounds it.
What phrase?
It's the same.
You had to describe that. You had to describe that and say, this is the one word that describes things that are dense go down. What word would you use?
Relative density. It's not one word, it's two.
Oh, yeah, it's not one word. Yeah, you're right.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's not one word. Relative density, yeah.
So it's just relative density.
But why do you need gravity if when something goes up, you told me it's because of density? Why would you? You don't need it then, right? Why do you need it? Because you already.
What do you
told
mean?
me.
Why do I need it? It's
okay. The helium balloon goes up, and you answered because of density. That was your answer, correct?
Yeah, it's one of the factors. Yes.
One of the factors. What are all of the factors?
And there's quite a few. I mean, I've heard some really crazy ones, but I think we'll just stick with that one. We'll just stick with that.
So there's other things. Oh no, this is gonna get.
Yeah, let's not let it go down that path. We'll stick with just that.
Okay, so the helium balloon rises because the density, right? So why would we not? Why wouldn't we just keep that same logic or that same principle and just apply it to the downwards direction?
Cool. What's the force? Why does density go down? Why does heavier density things go down?
What's the force?
Yeah, what's pulling it down?
Do you need a force when it goes upwards too?
I think I don't know if you need a force more than you would.
So why do you need one when it goes down if you don't need one when it goes up?
So, all right, here's something I could do. I guess, could I say that gravity equals relative density?
Specific gravity. Remember that back in school?
Yeah. Yeah, specific gravity equals relative density.
See, the thing is, the word gravity, it carries. It's like the word God. It carries a lot of baggage with it.
Sure.
So yeah, it's kind of.
And the fact that they called it specific gravity is a little suspect. But yeah, you were asking about why does the dense thing go down? Well, the relative density means that it's a relationship between two things, the medium and the object. So I mean, if like an apple tree got struck by a lightning and ended up in a pond and the branches were underwater, when if the apple came off the branch, it would float to the surface, not to the bottom of the pond.
I think it's because the alternative leads to absurdity. Like think of it like this. If you use density to explain why helium balloon goes up, and you have no problem with that whatsoever, and you never ask about a force, you never ask about any of these other issues. So you don't, when someone says the reason helium balloon goes up is because of density, you don't even blink an eye. You literally don't ask any other questions. You're completely fine with that explanation. But all of a sudden, for some reason, when something goes down, now all of a sudden you start to panic, and you can't, like, it's crazy that you can't just keep the same principle and apply it to the downwards direction. That makes no sense.
No, I don't have any problem doing that. So what I don't think I had a panic either way. I think what my response is asking the question on the inverse, not making any claim or anything when I asked a question of you guys. So saying that a balloon goes up because of density, as one of the contributing factors. I'm not sure how that's like. How I'm not saying the inverse is possible.
Well, why did they put helium in a balloon?
Because it needs a container.
No, just why? I mean, I know you can blow up a balloon by yourself, but if you're having a party, you're probably gonna splurge and get some helium blown into your balloons.
Yeah.
So why did they use helium?
Well,
what they film of? Yeah.
Yeah. Helium's less dense.
Oh.
Than like our surface.
Yeah. So that's why they make the string taut when you tie it to the chair or whatever kind of party setup you're doing.
Yeah, but I'm sure you could be high enough.
Relative density.
Helium's hard because helium basically nobody wants it, right? It's so light.
What do you mean no one wants it? So they say NASA's the world's top consumer of helium.
Probably so.
Yeah.
It's an interesting gas.
Yeah, but why do you have to why I noticed you didn't say anything else about, well, there's other factors contributing to why they just use the helium because it's lighter than the air.
That's what I said? I said that was the only reason? Yeah. Okay.
Well, no, you didn't. Every other time you talk about gravity and relative density, you say there's other factors contributing. I'm just saying, you notice there you didn't say that.
I see what you're saying. That's
all.
I mean, I can explain it by it's 3:10 a.m.
All right, list them out. Tell us the factors.
There's no explaining. It was just you had a moment of clarity unbeknownst to you.
No. Oh, man.
Okay, list all the factors right now. Go.
Oh, God, dude. Yeah.
One word per factor.
Pass.
Is it how many? Okay, how about this? How many are there? Give us the number.
No, I don't know the exact number.
What?
Of all the factors that would contribute to things going up.
Is it a plethora?
Yeah.
Is it less than 10?
Man, there's so many nuances still. When things go up versus when they come down, and when they come down versus go up. There's so many nuances to that. It's hard to nail down either way.
Okay, he's cooked. Let's move on to something else. How about? Oh, wait. I have a better question. Okay. Mm-hmm. What is the cause? What's the cause of gravity? Or a better question would be, well, actually, yeah, because you're coming from the globe perspective. So, in the globe perspective, what is the cause of gravity?
And
come on, bro, I could answer
density,
this in
mass.
2 seconds.
Oh man, I'm getting tired, man. Yeah.
You said density or mass?
Density, mass.
Okay, mass. Okay, so
Yeah, we can use mass.
let's hold on to that. Hold on to that thought for a second.
Okay.
So, what mass? Like, when we're talking about something, let me be specific.
Okay.
When we're talking about an apple falling from a tree, what are the masses?
The apple and I mean everything
what?
below the apple.
Everything below the apple?
I mean, you ask me what are the masses?
Yeah, the mass.
Apple, apple is
the
mass.
The mass of the apple, and what's the other one?
Everything below it.
Everything below it. So the entire mass of the Earth would be included in that?
I guess you could say that, yeah.
Okay. So
it's not gonna fall through the entire Earth, so it's kind of hard to. I don't know.
Damn, you almost got a yes out of him.
Like I said, I can say yes or no to yes or no questions, but that wasn't a yes or no question.
It was a yes or no question because you said everything under it, so that would be everything else.
Yeah.
Well, anyways,
let me be specific here. Let me be specific. So, the entire mass of the Earth. Now, the claim. So, what you just said. That's the claim of the globe, is that the mass of the apple plus the mass of the Earth, or at least those are the two that are involved, right? So that's a claim. Now the problem with that claim is that you don't know the mass of the Earth. Do you see how that's an issue?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what it is. So you don't know what's causing the apple to fall because you don't know what everything underneath it is.
What? Like, I guess I'm not understanding the leap.
Okay,
because I can't because I have not experienced everything underneath the apple. I can't determine that the stuff underneath the apple are heavy.
No. The claim is very specific. The claim is that the mass of the apple is being attracted by gravity to the entire mass of the Earth. The problem is you cannot validate the entire mass of the Earth, correct?
Not by just looking at it now.
Okay. So that's the claim.
Okay.
We need proof that you can validate the entire mass of the Earth. Because remember, you're claiming that the apple is attracted to the entire mass of the Earth. Can you validate the entire mass of the Earth?
I think I just answered that question. No, I can't look at it and tell you how heavy it is. I can't just
is there
walk
anyone
outside
that has
look down and say that's about this much tons. No.
See, okay.
But can I? Well, let me ask one question here.
Yeah.
Can I look down and say that must be heavier than that apple? Everything I see down there must be heavier.
And everything down there could be flat.
Sure.
Okay, so how is this proof of
Yeah, same question I have.
The gravity. But the gravity of the globe is very specific.
He doesn't know the mass of the Earth, though. He doesn't know whether it would fall at the specific rate that gravity would claim. Yeah, he doesn't know. Because gravity has a specific, it has a formula, right? So
you talking about like terminal velocity type stuff? Or are you talking about something else?
Gravity has this is specific, right? It's not just random. It's not like generic falling, right? Has to be toward the center of mass, correct? It's not just like a generic falling.
I don't know if I would say that it has to be toward the center of mass, but as far as where it will fall, like where it would actually hit, it's like Boston just had a meteorite today, had a big boom, and that doesn't mean that Boston's the heaviest part of the world.
Okay, so you don't know the entire mass of the Earth, and you are claiming that the mass of the apple is attracted to the entire mass of the Earth.
My claim was I can look down and see that I can pick up, I could start digging. And I could say, man, there is a lot more heavy shit down here than there is in that apple.
That doesn't prove that the entire mass of the Earth is attracting the apple because you don't know the entire mass of the Earth.
Yeah, and have you ever heard of a plane breaking the sound barrier?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've heard of it. I've heard them fly over.
Don't let them sell you that big boom equals space rock arrived.
Big boom. Oh, I see what you're saying.
How could something like that be so local? Oh, a plane breaking the sound barrier is fairly local, but
yeah,
I don't know, man.
Yeah, they have I just barely saw they had like some weird imagery with that. Like, I don't know what it was. I don't know. I just saw like on some random site or something earlier where I had some weird imagery related to that.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
A meteorite in that way.
I'm sure it's on every. I'm sure it's on every news station that people called in and asked what the boom was.
Oh yeah, yeah. You ever seen that? Sorry for the tangent, but you ever seen the video of the guy who he blows up stuff in his yard, and right before he does it, he posts on social media like, anybody hear that boom? And then he blows shit up so he can be the first one.
That's quite a hobby.
Okay, how about this question? When somebody makes a claim and they want to prove that claim, do you think that they can prove the claim without knowing what is the claim? Like if somebody says the entire mass of the Earth is causing an apple to fall, but they don't know what the entire mass of the Earth is, and they'll never be able to validate it, do you think that they can still prove it? Despite the fact that they don't even know what they're claiming?
I guess I don't understand. Like, is there some part of your experience where something lighter doesn't fall to the ground?
A helium
balloon. Yeah, when you chuck a ball in water.
A helium balloon goes up.
Is it heavier than the ground?
Heavier than the ground?
Yeah.
How heavy is the
the question
ground?
The question I asked you was, you're saying that I can't prove gravity because I don't know the entirety of the weight of the Earth, right?
The mass of the Earth. You don't know. You don't know the mass of the Earth.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Why do you need the entire mass of the Earth to substantiate you proving gravity?
Yeah, the relative density relationship involves the object and its surrounding medium. Balloons are not on. Yeah.
Because you're claiming that from the globe perspective, they are claiming that the entire mass of the Earth is causing the apple to fall. So, my question to you is, if somebody tries to prove something, but they don't even know what they're claiming is, right? They don't even know what they're claiming, and they're trying to prove it. Do you think that is viable? Do you think that would work in reality if somebody claims something that they don't even know anything about, and then they try to go prove it? Do you think that would work in reality?
I mean, the answer is yes, right?
No, because if
so you're telling me that
somebody
you
tried
walk
to
outside,
claim,
No, you're asking.
No, someone else is explaining it to you. So person 3, so you're number 1, I'm number. Person number 3 comes to the table and says, gravity is X. What is gravity? Oh, I don't know. And now you're telling me you are going to accept the conclusion of what gravity is, even though they have no bloody idea what it is.
Okay.
So you're going to accept their broken story of what it is, even though we all know they don't know what it is.
Yeah. It's kind of like trying to prove. What would be a good analogy? It's like trying to prove the sky is blue without knowing what the sky is. Like if somebody doesn't know what the sky is, and they say to you, I'm going to prove that the sky is blue, but they don't know what it is.
Accepting the sky's blue off a blind person. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's equal to what you're doing.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make a wild statement, right? I'm throwing this out there as a wild statement. So you're saying that if I'm interacting with someone who has an extraordinary claim, right?
Yes.
But they can provide no model, I should not listen to them.
No, that's not what was said.
No, that's not.
You are accepting the sky is blue from a blind person. Would you do that in reality, yes or no? No, you wouldn't. Don't even bother answering it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's right. Because that's exactly what you're doing. You're accepting a gravitational model of someone who has no bloody idea what it is.
They don't know what, yeah. Because
how do seasons occur?
The sun. We went over this.
No,
well, let's have a look at your model. Your model claims it's because of the tilt of the Earth. Whilst on summertime, you are further away from the sun, and at wintertime, you're closer.
Can you show me that on a model that you accept?
I don't accept it. So I have no necessity to show you a model that I don't accept.
Wait, why do you need a model?
Oh, because the question you're asking me is...
That is your model. That is what you believe in.
Yeah.
No, but why?
From what we witness, check it out. From what we witness the sun following a daily path or a daily circuit. Over a year, that changes.
And
so throughout the year, we get the seasons changing due to the sun's path changing.
So, Matrix, let's agree. We both witness every day that when we take something relatively...
I don't have to agree to anything. Put forward your data, I'll assess it and break it apart from there.
So when we have something in our hand, a pen, a pencil, whatever it would be, and we let go of it...
Not analogous, we're talking about the seasons. You wanted to know how it works, I told you, and now you're making up these cool ideas. That's awesome, dude.
Nah, I'm keeping us on our topic. So the question I asked was, and the Zodiac asked of me, was if I was speaking to someone and they proposed a model, but they could not prove it and give me the data around it, why would I believe them? Is that correct, Zodiac? Is that not the question you asked me?
They claimed something, not a model. They just made a claim, and they did not know. They did not know what they're claiming, and and then, despite the fact that they have no idea what they're claiming, they're going to try to go prove it. That's ridiculous. You would never accept that. That's what I'm.
No, I agree.
Okay, then if somebody claims that the apple falls because of the entire mass of the Earth, they have no idea what the entire mass of the Earth is, then it's cooked. It's over. They don't have anything.
That means the apple doesn't fall?
They can't. They failed to prove gravity right there. It's over.
I see what you're saying. I mean, a lot of this is revolved around the word gravity, right? The word and the connotation around it. There's a lot in that word.
That specific claim they cannot prove.
Yeah, there's a lot in that word. It's not like gravity equals 12. You know, it's not like a straightforward thing of what gravity is or what other things are, or whether the word even encompasses everything that it could be.
Wait,
our
what?
Experience.
Wait, gravity's definition is not specific. What?
No, the word gravity. The word gravity doesn't have a number attached to it that says gravity equals 12.
Okay,
Gravity
it has a definition, right?
right?
It has a definition, right?
Sure.
You sure
So what's the
seem to be You seem to be using it in a very specific way, though. Here, that's some sort of pulling force, and here we are in the era of space-time.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like we're both using the word with different things we're bringing.
So how does the gravity discussion bolster the idea that we're on a globe?
I brought it up.
The discussion we're having.
No, I mean for you, he seemed to be interested in having the gravity discussion. No, I'm just saying how, or is it just sort of? Do you think it has anything to do with whether or not the Earth is a ball? Just talking about gravity, because now you're saying, well, gravity is this, gravity is that. It's you and I have different ideas of gravity, although we both experience the same gravity.
Yeah. So like earlier, you old Haas, you asked me the question, like, would things still fall if they were on a flat Earth? And I said, yeah. Why not? I mean, that's what we experience, right? Well, whatever.
So it doesn't have.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it doesn't have. I don't know. I'm not complaining about the topic being brought up, but I mean, do you think? And I'm not you're not really using measured language much anymore, but now you're going in sort of some pseudoscientific speak. Is that about gravity and its mysterious nature? Does that, in your mind, help you hold on to the idea that you're on a ball? Speaking of gravity in this way?
Help me with it doesn't. It's not. It wouldn't completely shift that if for some reason there wasn't something, or there wasn't the impact of me dropping something and it goes down.
Well, yeah, but you dropping something, that's something that you've picked up, removed it from equilibrium, and then it returned to equilibrium.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. Yeah, something has moved it up.
And then released it into this medium that is more dense than.
Sure. Sure is not as in. I'm discounting. Sure is in yes.
Yeah. When like you said, you've seen a fence steam when the sun rises. That gas is going up. Or there's no. It's being released. It's going up.
Yeah, when more dense gases go down. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where's the gravity in that?
I mean, I don't know. Based on zodiacs, I can't claim gravity's involved in it unless I know the very specific weight of the entirety of the Earth. So I don't know. I
But
don't know
then there's gravity. But the part of that was part of it was the gas defying this so-called gravity. It's not even at play.
Yeah, I mean, you're using the or not using, but you define it as like the relative density, right?
So not gravity. You just said it was like really complicated. And it would be impossible to even attempt a bridge between the understanding of me and the understanding of you and all of us.
No, that's how I learn, is try to understand things and put them together.
I mean, would you ever make an argument pro-globe using gravity? Earth is a globe because of this gravity that I'd like to have a dialogue about. Would you even attempt to go down that road?
I don't know if it'd be compelling enough to make that the case.
Okay.
Right. Because
what is the best argument that the Earth is a globe? I mean, I don't mean that you guys can talk about gravity if you want to, because I don't know it.
Yeah.
How is it that you're talking about gravity as some sort of pulling force when this is isn't this supposed to be space-time? Aren't we in the air of space-time? The apple hitting clock and Newton on the head, that idea was like left behind. No?
Shane, you there?
Yep.
You heard him?
No, maybe it was not even a question, but
yeah.
So what is the best? What's the best argument for the Earth being a globe?
So the one I gave earlier was the I'll use the same one I used for tilt and seasons.
Oh, brother.
What? Seasons prove that Earth is a. You can't be
I'm not claiming
serious.
it to be the best.
You can't use that. You can't use that because you told us if the ball wasn't tilted, there would be no seasons. Or
Yeah,
you
true.
said there were similar seasons, which kind of alludes to there are.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make that doesn't.
What's going on?
The sun doesn't. That doesn't. Weather conditions. That doesn't prove the Earth is a sphere, bro.
Okay.
What's okay? How? Okay, let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Can you articulate the direct relationship between seasons and the Earth needing to be a globe?
And it needing to be? No.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't think that is ever a claim that most people make would be on anything. Because there's multiple ways to describe things.
Okay. So it doesn't necessitate a globe. Okay. What is the best proof of the globe?
Wait. Okay. Seasons.
Doesn't prove it.
Yeah, but it's not one thing. Like, it's not like one thing I could just say and you and I will both go, oh yeah, that one's good. Or oh yeah, that one's the one. Or oh yeah, that one's completely disprovable, so it disproves the entire thing. Like, it's not one thing. Like, that's what makes this conversation like hard, right?
It's prove the globe.
And this is where it makes the conversation valuable as well. Like, I appreciate you guys bearing with my I guess non-answers or everything else I've been doing to you, I guess.
How would that make the conversation die? Wouldn't this allow the roots of dialogue to go every which way? If it's the I got to put some words in your mouth, but the body of science in its entirety, then there's things. How would that end the conversation? It sounds like the conversation is just beginning.
No, so like, what I'm saying is like, if I make one claim, and let's say that it's whether we agree
if you started claim stacking, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. Yeah, if we like started doing that,
if you started claim stacking and never substantiating any of the claims, would you not wonder what the hell you were doing?
Yeah, I would be confused of what the goal was if that's what we started doing.
Well, the goal would be for you to realize that the whole water ball flying and spinning through outer space is a house of cards. There's no real foundation for it.
Claim stacking, and the reference to claim stacking, right? Like that's. I mean, you've had people come in here and do that to you, and I don't want to do that to you. I mean, it's one I don't.
Yeah, but no, okay. So, but by you saying that would be your only option, that should raise a red flag. Remember when the wobble of the Earth got brought up when you guys were talking about the tilt?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard the expression "lipstick on a pig"?
Yeah, I'm from the Midwest, of course.
Okay, it's sort of like they add these embellishments for you not to realize that, swine.
Hmm.
They don't. It's the whole Wizard of Oz thing. They don't want you looking behind the curtain. None of these claims were supposed to be scrutinized. They were supposed to be done like you refused to do. They were supposed to be recited and accepted. The circularity of them is somehow okay with you guys. I don't know if you guys are not realizing it. But yeah, I mean, do you think it's a problem when all it is telling different aspects of the story and different details, just assuming the previous chapter is real? I don't know. How do you guys not see it as fiction? I don't know.
Oh, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to follow, but yeah, when you're throwing out just a
Shouldn't
massive
be
amount
hard
of
to follow.
information to somebody, it's just yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay, how does seasons necessitate a globe? Just answer it directly.
Let's see. How do seasons necessitate a globe? Well, you asked me that before, and I said it doesn't necessitate a globe.
Then
'cause
why
there
are
is
you
other things
acting
you
as
can
if
describe
it's
it.
proof?
Yeah, you said that was after we left the gravity thing. You said this is the best evidence we're on a ball. You said seasons.
Yeah, sure.
So
but
what's after
I didn't say it
seasons? Gravity's
necessitates
off the
it.
list. Seasons off the list. What's number 3?
Let's see.
I know you said you didn't arrive with the list, but you just may leave with one.
Let's see. What's another one?
Why did you say? Okay, never mind. Let's not go down that road. Yeah, what's the next best thing? Because it doesn't necessitate it. So think of something that really needs it to happen.
I'm trying to think of one that stands on its own without any others.
Their Jeopardy theme music here.
Yeah, I'll probably be thinking for a while. Because I can't think of one.
Experience?
Mhm.
Have you ever? Do you experience the Earth as a sphere in real life?
Yes.
Okay, can you give me one specific instance, like a memory that you had when you were outside, somewhere, that you knew for a fact this experience makes me 100% convinced that the Earth is a sphere? Can you
Yeah.
describe that memory?
I don't. I mean, I have other really good memories, but I don't know if I have one that's like attached to that experience.
Is there just like one experience that made you 100% convinced that the Earth is a sphere? Like, just describe the experience that you had.
So it wasn't an experience that took me from 0 to 100. So it's more of somewhere on the spectrum. Traveling very far. Traveling very far.
Okay, where? From where to where?
In the United States to Australia is probably the longest distance flight, but I've been on longer flights, just more time in the plane.
So when you looked out the window, you saw the Earth as a sphere?
Nope.
Okay, so what? Why? Where's the globe in this experience? Like, where does the globe come in this experience?
And you're not gonna like my answer.
Just do it. Just say it.
No, I'm gonna like it.
You know where I'm going.
Say
So
it.
I left.
No, I don't.
I left the Midwest. It was cold as shit. And then I went to Australia, and it was nice and warm.
What seasons? Is that what you're gonna say?
I told you wouldn't like my answer.
So why did you
That's
say
one
what
example.
didn't necessitate it then? Why did you say it didn't necessitate it?
Yeah, because it doesn't. On its own, it doesn't. Just
Well,
as I
then
told
it's
you.
cooked. All right, throw this one out too. All right, next.
Cool. Sure.
It's cooked.
So where we're going to keep going
So the
is
list that's been crossed off is gravity, seasons, 3 times.
All right, think of something that's not. Go ahead.
That's pretty accurate.
Think of something that's not seasons. That made you 100% convinced that it's a globe.
So again, nothing took me from 0 to 100. Everything compounds, right?
Hold on. How do you explain unseasonably cold or hot weather?
Oh man, there's quite a few different like weather systems and other things that I'm not a meteorologist or anything like that, but like we were always told those words. I assume you're
like water, like the oceans. Right? The oceans could possibly be controlling the weather.
Yeah, like I don't understand the El Nino and La Nina or whatever it is. I don't understand the mechanism behind that. That we experience here in the States. But yeah, and I do live in the Midwest, so just like everywhere else in the United States, you stick around long enough, you don't like the weather, it will be different.
Yeah, wait 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But anyways, so seasons were.
It doesn't snow in June.
Yeah. Okay, go on. I didn't mean to. Yeah, sometimes it does. There's all kinds of strange.
Yeah, it's definitely been weird stuff. I haven't experienced that, but I've heard stories like that. But
all right,
just
next,
wanted to point out
the
one
best?
thing real quick.
What? Give me one that necessitates a globe.
Look, okay. Do you want? I want to be completely genuous, or not genuous. I want to be completely. So each time you've asked me this, I've said the same thing. There's no one single thing that all by itself stands alone to prove everything.
Is there anything that necessitates a globe?
One single thing?
Right.
No. I don't think there's one single thing.
So how are you experiencing it in real life, like you said?
The ways that I said.
It's the way he interprets the season. You don't experience it.
I mean, that's a fair answer, right?
No, we don't have to continue this conversation if you don't want to.
He flies a few thousand miles away and it gets like twice as hot. So that's how he knows the source of heat is 93 million miles away.
Got him.
It's a huge leap. Okay, cool.
How is seasons equal globe not a huge leap?
No. This what he said was that was the only thing that made me say this is a globe.
Okay, but is there? Let me ask you this: do you agree that there's nothing that necessitates a globe?
I don't believe there's, as far as I'm aware, there's no one thing on its own that necessitates a globe. No.
Okay, so keep pulling
Let's go. Let's go.
Keep pulling all these things out of the bag, and we'll see if any of them.
One of us. 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 Yay!
Honestly, though, I've heard Matthew Learn's answer give a similar answer, and when cornered into that,
it's
when painted them, yeah, who knows?
Oh well.
No, it's not like.
It's not the win I think it is.
Well, I asked him straight up, how are these things not raising red flags to you?
Because he's not learning, even though he's Matthew Learns.
Was there a question at me, or still talking?
Sorry, we're talking about some other dude.
Yeah, I was just saying, how did these things not raise red flags? when this whole paradigm seems to just be supported by all these things that supposedly support each other, yet when examined one by one, they don't hold any water.
There's no one thing that necessitates a globe. Let's go.
Flat Buzz said time zones at Shane. I don't know how long ago that was. Not long ago. And then not one thing. I'm not sure what he was referring to. I guess maybe, I don't know if he was trying to give me a tip or if he was challenging something. I don't remember saying anything about time zones, but.
Wow. Honestly, I did not expect you to say that. That's based.
I've said it multiple times.
Yeah, I know.
You've asked me multiple times the same question. Is there one thing that necessitates a globe?
Yeah, but saying
one thing that
nothing
stands on its own.
necessitates a globe.
I didn't say that.
Okay, it's true or false? Nothing necessitates a globe.
There is not one thing that stands on its own. One single thing.
You don't answer true or false.
Because it's not a true or false question, man. Like,
well, another way, I think maybe a better way of phrasing the same question would be, what is there one thing that's a mutually exclusive proof for a rotating oblate spheroid? Mutually exclusive, meaning there's nothing that could be explained other than the globe. It couldn't be explained any other way. One thing.
All by itself? No, I don't think so. Nothing I'm aware of.
All by itself.
All by itself.
Well, I'm just asking for one.
Yeah.
There's none. So if there's not one, there's none.
It's over. GG. We win.
But out of your lived experience, you're still claiming there's multiple aspects of your lived experience that you can put together and form a globe out of your lived experience.
Yeah.
Well, another way of putting that,
more than one thing at a time. I experience more than one thing.
How about this? Another way of putting that question. Sorry to summarize again, but another way of putting that question is, name one thing that's self-evident about living on a spinning oblate spheroid. One thing that's self-evident about it. Just one thing that's and then nothing like interpretations of the sky. You're just born on this earth. You didn't learn anything about what they say about the stars being billions and trillions of miles away. That you didn't learn anything about going around the sun. You just were born on this earth without anything like telling you what the sky's doing or any interpretations. Right? You would just assume that it's stationary and level, right? Like everyone did forever, supposedly, right?
Yeah, I think that's probably valid. Like, I probably question a lot because that's just the nature of who I am. But I probably would accept that if there was no tools, no conversations, no
interpretations.
I agree with you. If there's,
so would you really be like, yeah, it's good that you're curious. That's probably why you're here. But let me ask you this then: would you be that surprised to find out that reality is like it seems, rather than the opposite? I mean, would it be really that surprising? Like, oh, so the reason we don't feel like we're spinning is we're not spinning. The reason it seems level is because it's actually level, instead of the opposite, with interpretations of the sky, substituting for your common sense. And what you would think would be self-evident. There's not one thing that's self-evident about a globe. And if we live on a globe, wouldn't you think there'd be one thing that we all would have as like self-evident? We know that, this time of year, we're going around the sun at this many miles an hour, and we have to batten down the hatches a little bit because, that little bit of acceleration change does actually cause something that we all know happens because we go around the sun, or some kind of effect of all of these extreme claims that you would everyone would recognize that definitely guarantees we're on this ball going around the sun 67,000 miles an hour, and the sun goes 500,000 miles an hour, 500,000 miles an hour through the galaxy. There would be something about that extreme claim that would come out as self-evident, you would think, right? One thing. But everything about a stationary Earth is self-evident, right? We're not spinning; it's level. There's no curvature. Um, People don't, exist upside down relative to us, antipodal, and feel exactly like us, and it just, there's no up and down, and that just makes perfect sense. Even though we don't really have suction cups, we just have this idea that we're being pulled towards the center and all this. I mean, it's really a brilliant reverse engineering. You have to hand it to them. But what a better way to control society than to convince them that their immediate reality is the opposite of what it seems in every way. Then you could convince them of anything. If you could convince them there's no up and down, shit, you got them. Those are the basics. They just separated us from the basics of everything. It's common sense versus consensus. And they made sure the consensus had nothing to do with common sense. And the reason they did that is so that when you say what you think is true, and it doesn't make any common sense, right? It wouldn't be anything you would come up with on your own. You would never get there on your own. Then they know they gave you that idea. That's how they know they control your reality, because everything you think is real, they gave it to you as a, completely absurd belief that you think is like basic fact. That's how good it was.
What's going on, boys?
And not to interrupt in that conversation, but real quick, a big part for me was really thinking about how outlandish these claims really are for the globe to be true. To think that, just for instance, like the atmosphere spinning perfectly with the Earth in lockstep, and even increasing in speed with elevation to maintain this same illusion that it's not moving at all. It's when you look at all these things that have to be working in unison to form these grand illusions, it's a tall order if you really look at what heliocentrism is asking for you to believe.
Yeah, and the only way they can do that is with kinematic concepts and mathematics, right? So just take the kinematics, learning, Shane, a big part of this, it seems, is that there's a difference between kinematics and dynamics. Have you ever heard of the difference between those? The idea that they're two different things, kinematics and dynamics. The kinematics is just like the math, the explanation for something, and they can Kepler with all the orbits and everything. You can just have the kinematic concept of it all. You could even attach numbers to it. But once you involve the forces, the real forces,
what's it called?
Reality,
the kinematic?
Kinematics. Kinema, right? And then there's dynamics. The dynamics is the real forces, the dynamo, the physics, the real physical physics, right? That the globe doesn't answer for any of that, right? There's no real physical physics. It's just the mathematic explanation where it all evens out, like the guy was just saying. Everything has to just cancel out so that they can pretend it's one way, but say it's another, or know it's another.
In other words,
for it to be completely stationary all the time, and for us to be moving in all these different directions at these, millions of miles per hour, eventually, that it's so absurd, it's so extreme. The only way to make that, somehow plausible is through just, canceling it out through numbers. There's no physics involved at all. No real forces that they can recognize or,
Do you know what? Do you know what the flat earthers taught me? It's to not give an F about what anyone else says.
The flat earthers told you that?
No, the flat Earth, not the flat earthers.
Oh, yeah. Don't give a shit what anyone else thinks or says.
Yeah.
Don't appeal to consensus.
Yeah, there's a difference between appealing to consensus. A lot of people you can gain a lot of information from people. You don't mean not to care about what anyone says. You're just talking about what the consensus says, right?
Yeah, or if if I don't believe something, if I know it not to be true, then I'll just, not care about it. But if I say something, you know, that maybe I could be leaving, you know, I might take it into consideration. But other than that, you know, it's like people are just like controlled by society. You got the round Earth, bloody vaccines, chemtrails, eating garbage, all that sort of stuff. You know, it's like people are bloody slaves. Like anyone still stuck in that matrix is like they're not even worth bloody dealing with. Not worth talking to whatsoever.
Well, there's the gems, though. Like, it seems that maybe even Shane here might be one of those people that you might assume that about if he thinks it's a globe, you know. But then it's cool when somebody that is actually inquisitive and curious and is using common sense gets what we're saying. That's why we're here, right? Because it's interesting, the psychological process that we went through and seeing others, you know, confront the same information. And it's kind of cool, you know, cool that there's enough of us now that we're not being laughed at. We're being run away from because no one wants to argue with. They can't argue with us.
You know what?
We all believed the globe at one time.
It was really hard for me to snap out of it. Like I had to like listen to this guy, like this guy that basically saved my life. And when he said like about the flat Earth, I was like, oh, fucking shut up, mate. And I didn't start listening to him until like a couple of years later. And it was really hard
they
to snap
trained us.
out of
They
it.
trained us to reject it subtly. They really did. They just, you know, that was one of the things that was like the thing you would laugh at. The thing that makes the most sense, we were taught to laugh at as crazy. That doesn't tell you something.
It was like, you know, Nikola Tesla. My whole, like, let's say I grew up with him, and then he says the Earth is flat. I'd be like, fucking, you know, you bloody retard or something. Like, get out of here.
Yeah.
Like,
Right. Without even considering anything more. It's a knee-jerk reaction they instilled in this. That it has to be stupid. For reality to actually be like it seems is the stupidest thing you could ever think. No way it's like it seems. It has to be the opposite of what it seems.
I was such an idiot. I even asked myself, like, all kids ask themselves, like, why doesn't a helicopter, like, just, you know, when it's above the ground, just move when the Earth's bloody moving or something?
Even in a world with all this practice inclusivity, that if you believe that your reality is how it appears, you know, it's okay to be bigoted towards those type of people and dismiss anything they have to say immediately.
Yeah.
Well, you know, that's the thing is, like, if they're in the process, of you know, because we all were there, like the knee-jerk reaction, it must be stupid to think that reality is like it seems. But it's interesting, then there's people that, you know, because that's what makes it interesting to talk to them, whether they're going to ever, you know, figure it out or not, because you don't know why one person sees it as like, duh, I'm so stupid for not realizing that already. And other people, you know, they dig in. And I think once you dig in, and it depends on how far you dig in, it gets even harder to get out, because now you probably hurt somebody, or, you know, gone on a rant, hurt somebody that was trying to convince you. And the more you lash out, then the harder it is to admit you were wrong, because you've got that to deal with as well as being wrong.
I swear to God, that if you bring up flat Earth over here, you get asked, like, you'll at least get asked this question if you're talking to, like, just someone like stupid or something. But they'll be like, have you been on a plane? And another one, and you know, that's silly because, you know, and it's weird because plane windows literally bowl outwards. Did you guys know that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, they bowl outwards, and obviously you don't feel a curve when you're in a plane, but
you can only see so far, you know. even if you were looking at through a window that didn't do that to the horizon, you might, convince yourself that you're looking at, the edge of a ball from up there because you can only see a certain distance. You could never see the whole Earth anyway. You can't see that far. That's the whole trick. Is they convinced us that you can see the whole thing. You go up high enough,
That's true.
the ball.
And another one is this guy brought up that video, the Red Bull jump guy with the fisheye lens. He's like, how come that's round? And like, even he was like, how come the Earth is round in that video when he uses like a fisheye lens or whatever? And
yeah, you can see it like getting like a tennis ball, size when it gets closer to the ground. It's like
the
whole
Planet
thing's
New
covered.
Mexico.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like what's his name? Even Neil deGrasse Tyson said that shit is flat or whatever he said. Like,
seems like they're gaslighting all of us with this. Like, why? I mean, why have a bozo like Neil deGrasse Tyson or Neil, Bill Nye? These guys are clowns. Why would they get them to represent the ball Earth? It's like the whole thing's gaslighting the people that actually believe it, and then gaslighting the people that can't believe that the people that believe it believe it.
And who's that British guy? Who's that? Who's the guy? He looks like lady faced. He's got like a lady face.
Bill Nye?
No. He's like British or something.
Brian. Yeah.
Brian Cox.
Brian Cox. That's it.
You see him in the band?
He looks like a bloody mannequin or something. He looks like
Have you seen him with long hair? He's got long. He looks like a total woman in the band he played in. Look up Brian Cox band pictures.
Been playing in the band, does he?
He literally said. Brian Cox literally said. He said, "I know of no ancient culture that ever thought the Earth to be flat."
It's got to be gaslighting, because why would they get these guys to be like the leaders of the clown show that they, want people to accept indefinitely as reality? Well, they just want everyone to be a clown, right? The consensus is
his balls are flat. I tell you what. If anything's flat, it's going to be his balls. He's got that none.
Yeah, look up the picture. Somebody posted a picture of him with like total femme with the long hair, 80s band. But it's like more like.
Are we talking about the transvestigation or whatever that?
No, we're talking about Brian Cox, the way he used to look. For real. I'll post a picture.
I looked it up. I looked up Brian Cox band. What's this? Darren Dream? Is that his band?
I'm just looking here. Here's the picture. I'll put the link too.
Wait, did you send me it in DMs or the side chat?
No, I'm copying it right now. I'll put it in the side chat. But you know what I'm saying? Why would they get these guys to represent, like, defend the globe? Why would that be their choice? Seems like they're either intentionally going to gaslight us forever with it, and it's just kind of like the royal, carriage riding through town and flaunting how rich they are and how you can't do anything about it. And they're going to tell you reality's stupid and you're going to have to. The emperor has no clothes. Everyone's got to. Believe he's got clothes on, even though he's naked. Is basically what it is, right?
I mean, he doesn't even look like a real human being. He looks like a fake bloody, like the fakest, like face.
You would think that's intentional. Why would this guy be the one they put out in front, or even like Elon Musk? The biggest gaslighting line ever is, "It looks so fake, it must be real." And laughed at. He laughed, on top of that. And he's tripping balls. Tripping balls. Yeah. It's like
That
they're
car
faking
in
it poorly on
space.
purpose. Yeah,
Was that the
like
thing he
that
was
was
on about?
intentionally. It was like poorly done on purpose. You would think, right? Just to cause the discord about it all. Like, why wouldn't they just pretend they're doing something really scientific, right? Why would they just like have play with water on the ISS or golf on the moon? They could have faked it a lot better and made it seem like they're doing something scientific, and even come up with a bunch of stuff that they're actually doing and make it look really complicated. But no, they're just playing with water for kids, treating us like children, treating the people that believe it like children, and that's their way of like getting out of it. I think mentally as well. Like,
you know what I like
if
about
you
Elon
believe
Musk,
this,
though?
if you believe this, then we don't feel sorry for you because you believe such a stupid thing. That's why they do it poorly on purpose, partly.
And
I imagine.
even Bill Nye saying, if there's one thing I want this generation to understand is that we live in an. He said, what did he say? He says we live in an enclosed world.
Yeah, you cannot leave Earth.
Yeah, you cannot leave the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that clip. Yeah.
These clips were just like given to
He's
us. And
saying
there's
that
so
how the
so
fuck do
many.
people go to the bloody moon? You know what I mean?
It's like all of these lines were like the perfect narrative for us to like go ha ha, because they want us to challenge the people that are their faith. They want the people that have a faith in this scientism to be challenged, because their faith has to be challenged, and it has to be faith because there's no proof for what they believe, but they think it's based on fact. That's the brilliance of it. And they had to make the claims completely outrageous so that they know people have faith in it. And if it was just something common sense you would come up with on your own, then they don't know that they instilled that mindset, that they made you believe something ridiculous. That's how they know they've got you under control. If it was something anyone would come up with on their own, if it was self-evident, Shane, then they would never know if they gave you your ideas or not, because it's something that we would all come up with on our own. It's common sense. The question is, how much do they know? Like, how far does it go? What's how do you manipulate possible energy things and all the stuff they might know with the esoteric, knowledge they keep for themselves. And then there's the exoteric, kind of like kinematics and dynamics. You got the esoteric and the exoteric. Because one of the first conspiracy 101 things people realize is there's like the hidden knowledge, and then they give us like the plebs, interpretation with all the faith and craziness that they humor themselves with making us, convinced of. And then how many of those people like Einstein or, people that coming up with the, theoretical physics and stuff, how convinced were they? Or how many of them actually knew it was bullshit, but they knew their role was to put forth like a quote unquote real effort to figure out all the orbitals and the reverse engineering. I mean, I think if they were reverse engineering, they had to know that there's an absolute reference frame, that the Earth is stationary and everything's based on that. To reverse engineer it, you can't reverse engineer it unless if you actually believe it. You just be trying to figure it out rather than reverse engineer it. But they had to start with everything that they know are real observations, and then figure out how can they make those observations fit the ridiculous spinning ball idea. That took some work.
Over a lot of years.
Bravo. You have to give them a slow hand clap, especially with this revelation of the method. Do it faking space on purpose, without even caring if people realize how fake it is. That's the craziness we've gotten to now. That's how much control they have. They don't care if we know. In fact, they like us to know, and they're giving us a little wink and a nod with their, wires and on the ISS that they show us. There's no way we were showing all those wires on accident. They show it to us on purpose. But why? Is it just to gaslight us, or are they going to use flat Earth for some kind of, eventual like reveal in quotes, where they can like say, oh, it's another whole pseudoscience to go along with their version of flat Earth. That's what I always talk about. That's would be crazy. Like if we're playing into their scheme by getting there for them to give us like another version of it with the outer ponders as aliens and such.
I guess it is. I guess it is Speculation Sunday after all. So yeah.
There we go.
And it's another thing is, I don't know, like in order for a new system to be sold to the people, the current system has to collapse,
Yeah.
And
they'll do it like a controlled demolition, right? They always plan the end so that they can, come out on the other side with the control still.
Yeah, of course.
Do you know the ISS is supposed to be put into the ocean 2030 or something like that? And that would be 33 years exactly after the time they say it was deployed into space. And then the same exact time span that they planned for the World Trade Center from when the time it was born or made, constructed, to the time they took it down. 33 years. And I'll find my meme and post it in the side chat here. I made a meme about that because somebody was talking about that comparison. Then I noticed the 9/11 Twin Towers. If you took the sides of the Twin Towers and made them like solar panels, it's the exact same thing that the ISS. It's like they took the Twin Towers apart, on the sides to make the ISS panels. That's how close they are. And they're both 33-year lifespan. It's like a sigil of some sort. Kind of like maybe the Georgia Guidestones were, which also have a similar construction paneling.
There does seem to be a lot of ritualistic stuff that goes on.
That's the esoteric that we're not privy to, right?
Yeah.
Or actually, that information is pretty easy to come by. Depends on how much somebody's taking liberty with the interpretation. Who knows how close they would be anyway. It's very interesting. A lot of that information is accessible. But then it's kind of demonized. It's made out to be like some kind of I think they use that as a front. Like people, anything that's like dealing with the secret, mystery schools, that's devil worship or something. They give it a black and white thing, and that's like the front, so people are scared to actually look into what the real information might be. In my opinion.
Yeah, it would make sense. Who knows, But there's definitely a lot of weird occurrences like that. A lot of weird numbers, and repeating patterns, and rituals, and
bunch of important numbers.
Nods.
Mm-hmm. Predictive programming. Oh, I found the meme. Check it out. I just found a picture of the ISS, and those, even like the space between the little rows seems very similar to the construction of the Twin Towers. Then I put one panel on the side of the building just to show how close it is. Exact amount, and everything. 33-year planned construction and destruction.
Like the ratios. Well, yeah, the rectangular ratios and everything.
Yeah.
That is pretty interesting.
It's like, we own this. This is the spectacle. We will build it and we will destroy it under our control. That's playing God, on earth. That's how you become gods. Become the type of, what do you call, demigods, gods that, whoever it is that's controlling the people that we think are in control, whoever they are. Bravo. Or like the money for the 9/11 stuff. Oh man, for Speculation Sunday, that's one of the most interesting ones where you fold the $20 bill. You guys have all seen that, right? You fold the $20 bill, the 50, the 100, the 10. Like, it's just close enough that if it wasn't what they told us, it's got to be intentional. But if you think it's what they told us, then you're just going to look at somebody showing that to you as crazy. It's perfectly just not perfect, So you could totally see that it had to be intentional, or totally think it's crazy because it's not too perfect for you to deny it if you want to. Sorry, I'm just rambling.
I like that one because, I mean, it would be pretty damn cool if, like, you had something in your life where you did something as like I'm not saying this is what you're saying, but like if you had control over the dollar and you put some weird shit in it just to be kind of your legacy.
Well, it seems like that's what they've done. I mean, like, almost objectively speaking, have you seen it? What I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've seen.
Well, you've seen the owl, right? On the dollar bill, you've seen the little owl in there with a magnifying glass.
Oh, the hollow? Is that what you said?
An owl.
Oh yeah,
There's a little owl in one of these. Yeah, you've seen that, right? But have you seen the bills folded to look like 9/11, the construction and destruction of 9/11?
I haven't seen that one, but makes sense. Be itched.
Oh, when you see it, I don't know what you think about 9/11, but I've got that right
I'm
here.
all over the place on 9/11. So on 9/11.
Well, they made these bills. They made these bills. These bills came out like 10 years before, right? New issue of bills 10 years before 9/11 happened, right? So I just posted it in chat. And so, like, the $5 bill, like, you can see it halfway being constructed if you zoom in on that. And then the $10 bill shows, like, where the first plane hit. The $20 bill shows where, like, both towers are hit. The $50 bill is a crazy one because it's this big plume of smoke, right? Like they've fallen. There's actually two 50s, one that has nothing on it, like the smoke had cleared, and then this one, which has the smoke. I mean, two different versions.
Is that the one where you fold it and it looks like the 9/11 towers or whatever?
Yeah, I just put it in the side chat. And then the last one, the 100, has like a drizzle
I don't see anything in
going from
the
side
chat. Like, where's the chat that you're posting this?
It's one above the live stream. Live stream.
Oh, is it right above? I'm using the side chat in this room, like the little quotation box symbol in the room we're in, between, like, next to your.
The live stream voice text, is that it?
That's not what I posted. I was using the side chat. I thought people in here used the side chat. Should I put it in the other one?
No, you
put it in I don't know.
Oh, this is the main hangout. I didn't even know I was at the main place. I did put it in voice text. Yeah, I did put it there. Okay. Thought I was using the side chat. Does it go to the same place? No. Oh, you're not even able to post in the side chat in here anymore. Or now, at least. You never were, because at the original 24/7, everyone always posted over there. But when you go to the English pub or these other places, people just use the side chat because there's too many.
Yeah, I see it. Another one I noticed is the the no smoking signs.
Yeah.
That's like the two little towers at the end, and then the smoke coming off of them. That's another little 9/11.
Oh, I haven't looked at that one. No smoking signs. Okay.
Yeah, the no smoking signs. The two little towers at the end, smoking, like, the smoke coming off of them. But there's like a million.
The Hilton logo. Have you seen that one?
No, but as I was saying, like, there's like a million of those. Like,
Oh yeah, the predictive programming. You mean?
yeah. With 9/11 especially.
Yeah. Yep. Crazy. Have you seen any of that, Shane?
Uh, like the smoking thing, smoking sign.
No, there's a couple of videos you could find where I could post it. It's just like all the predictive programming, like all the things that had, um, like towers being taken down in film or in a commercial or on The Simpsons, or like all these advertisements that have like oh my God, it looks like they knew this was going to happen, and it's you know
There was
completely
also
obvious.
a film about like probably 10 months before 9/11 happened. It's about this government sort of plot to literally fly a plane into the fucking Twin Towers, and this guy's like, he saves the plane from like going into it.
That was a spin-off from the show from X-Files, yeah. The guys that were helping him in the computer room, yeah.
I mean, that's probably like the most obvious one. Like,
and that was like a month or two.
Here's
like
my
August.
conspiracy thing. Oh, sorry, Shomer, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that episode of the X-Files spinoff, that happened in like August. That happened like a month or two before 9/11.
Oh yeah, a month. Yeah. I said 10 months. I forgot when it was. But yeah, I mean that's like the most obvious one.
Oh yeah, it's like
people always talk about like The Simpsons, like always having predictions in there. I'm convinced that the writers for The Simpsons are doing all this shit to us.
Well, they're a part of the esoteric group that we're talking about.
Yeah.
They're part of the group that actually do know that the towers are going to be coming down on this day, and they, weren't in the building, and maybe who knows how many people are actually in the building, but they didn't show up for work that day. Right?
I used to like The Simpsons, but like I watch it now. I used to like sometimes I'll watch it now if it's on TV, and I'll be like, this is the shittest thing ever. I don't know why. Maybe I just like growing out of cartoons or whatever, but like it's so bloody crap. Like,
you mean the plot of a TV show or something?
No,
yeah,
just
it's
the
hard
whole
to watch.
Simpsons thing is.
The Simpsons. Yeah, it's just like crap a lot of times.
Yeah,
it's the same joke over and over again.
Have you guys seen that? Sorry, but have you guys seen Back to the Future predicted 9/11?
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah,
I didn't see that.
There's three. There's just like the Back to the Future that has all like the 9/11 stuff, but then also the movie that was made about the guy that did the walk the tightrope between the Twin Towers. The guy that actually did that, and the movie they made about it, and how his jacket matches. He's got the red jacket and jeans, just like Marty McFly. And there's like this whole like string between those three movies. And the guy who made it, I think, is Robert Zemeckis. He made both of those movies. Or had a
Is that a Jewish guy? Robert Zemeckis?
I imagine. Robert Zemeckis, yeah, I imagine.
Mm.
Even if the name doesn't match, probably. Who knows if it's Jewish or Jesuit or whatever, Who knows?
It's normally Jewish, isn't it? Just the way it is.
We're kind of off the flat earth topic. I know it's speculation Sunday, but if anyone wants to get back to Shane, is there anything self-evident about the globe at all? Did you think about it? You'd think there'd be one thing, right?
You guys are ready to beat me up again?
I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm not trying to beat you up. It's just interesting, because it seems like you're a cool guy. Seems like you're actually interested, maybe curious, and that you're not going to be intellectually dishonest just to like hold a position.
Yeah, I try not to be.
Yeah, I heard you in here the other day. Actually, I recorded you talking about the video with AI because you kind of thought there was going to be a fight about the video you brought, and it was more like, let's look at the information,
Yeah. I was pleasantly, it's not surprised, but more just that was a good conversation.
Yep. I'll post a link for that. I put it on I record a lot of these conversations because you can't really get it better than just hearing people talk about it. That's the best way to witness it, flat earth in quotes, because if you're just listening to what somebody says about it and it's all like, a scripted show or somebody talking for it or against it, where it's like, intentionally supposed to be a certain way. It's just people talking. They've gathered all that information from these different viewpoints and they're hashing it out. And if you're there in 2017 or whatever, this kind of got rolling and became a thing, you would have witnessed that flat earth won up back then. Flat earth won, as far as the debates online and, the obviousness of there being nothing self-evident about the globe. So, except for just like the rhetoric that they had. And it's obvious if you were actually listening to those conversations back then. So I try to save as many of those interesting conversations now. And then I started posting them and people are like, expected it. So I kind of have a flatter TV channel of a lot of conversations that people might find interesting to go back and listen to, now or in the future.
Sure.
It's the only thing that you might be able to know is real soon enough, or even now, because with the AI and, anytime somebody scripts a show, they have like some kind of intention behind it, but it'd be hard to like have an AI bot be in the conversations that we're in and sound natural, at least at this point. I think
they get AI to like write the scripts and stuff, like.
Yeah.
That's why I only watch every now and then bloody like Disney Snow White or something like that. Even though that's probably bloody, maybe we'll think it's like Illuminati or whatever, but I still think it's kind of cool. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Disney, huh?
Yeah.
I just watched
Disney.
a short. I just watched a short thing that happened to pop up about Dolly and Disney made a film together, or they started making a film together, and then they threw it in the bin or threw it on the rack and never finished it. So they had to complete it. They had these artists in France complete it so that they could release it. They didn't own it until it was actually finished. Was the whole point. And it was like a short 6-minute Dolly / Disney film.
I heard from this guy. It was like this guy into anime or whatever, but apparently the Lion King is like a complete, like the movie is a complete rip off of this other thing. I've forgotten the name of it. It's like, but it really is like, it's like a complete rip off of this other thing.
That happens a lot.
Yeah.
Depends on how close of a ripoff it is, because if there's so many motifs or storylines that you can't really blame someone for repeating to some degree.
They try to personify animals. That's where the whole furry thing came into business. That's where also the whole vegan thing, and these, like, especially in like European areas, Western areas, because they personify animals as being human. When
Oh yeah,
wait,
makes sense. Bambi. Don't eat
yeah.
Bambi.
Oh, Bambi's mother. No.
Right. Now
Yeah.
they're doing that with the AI too. They did that like with the robots, and they had that one that Will Smith was making out with or trying to hit on or whatever. And they were aiding a lot of this AI stuff is aided by a human, but they make it seem like it's just the AI. It's still a little bit of an overlap supposedly where they're helping the AI seem more real until it gets to that point. Probably how they're getting people to invest so much in
I'm
it.
not too sure, but it takes animals out of their like natural place in the food chain. Because obviously, when you look at animals, they're not people. They're like just, they're roaming around eating whatever they can find and stuff like that. Like they're.
Well, I definitely think there's an effort for them. They want us to eat bugs and cheap
fake meat,
whatever
laboratory
they
meat,
do not want us to eat
pills.
it. Laboratory.
Yeah.
That's definitely part of the agenda.
Yeah, that's all a part of it. Do you think it's going to happen? Or do you think it's already happening? Because I heard they're putting like laboratory grown meat in Aldi and Lidl and that. Like,
and what?
And they're putting they're replacing whatever they're selling in Aldi and Lidl, which is like a store over here, with laboratory.
Okay.
They're putting laboratory grown meat in there, and just saying, "Oh, it's meat," but they're not actually telling anyone. It's like a social science experiment or something.
Yeah, imagine, and then they use human DNA or something for some of it, right? Isn't that like part of the ingredients is like human?
Yeah, human. They get human remains and, or like when they drink child's blood or whatever, they put the.
Yeah, there's a Soylent Green like
put the
direct
bodies
from humans, possibly, but then there's also something about the lab grown that needs a human, like something to make it grow better or something. I don't know. I try not to look into that. I want to know, but I don't want to know because I don't have too many choices of what to eat. That's the case, but
always support your local farmer. Get a good connection with them, and like these supermarkets, everything in there is bloody garbage. Like like nothing. I only get from there like, let's say something that I can't get over here, like chili peppers or something like that.
The biggest thing is the pasteurization. A lot of people seem to think now. Seems very on.
Are you on about the raw milk?
Yeah, the raw milk. It just makes you feel like you can just tell when you drink it. My opinion.
I just gave a little bit of raw milk to my buddy. He said, "Wow, holy shit, tastes amazing." Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a shame because
they just take they just water it down and like process it to the point where the nutrients are gone.
Yeah, and when the nutrients are gone, they call it fortifying, right? They add these chemicals to it that are made in a lab. So even like the best milk in the supermarket is fortified with like absolutely artificial chemicals.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say, man. Like the elite, whatever, the cult-ridden elite that have mastered the art of getting us to think what they want us to think, are now having the abilities to master the technology of what how our body will develop and grow and our mind will develop and grow by being able to engineer this food, just like they've engineered these.
And they've been doing that for a long time.
Yeah, it's just going to get more fancy. more intricate.
They want to make sure as
They
soon
have
as
to
you
because
retire,
cow farts are
as soon as you retire, you're gonna, yeah. They want to make it so that no matter what, like just about when you retire, or even as soon as you retire, you're just gonna give all your money back to the hospitals for medical bills. Perfect.
As far as the elites are concerned, like money don't even matter. It's just to make us like more fucking poor or whatever.
The meat won't have certain nutrients your mind needs to function, in a healthy state. Or who knows?
Yep. Hip replacements. I mean, how many people? Like, really? Is it? I mean, everyone's got weak bones by the time they're a certain age for this reason, probably.
I learned the other day in Japan, right? You get like, I think it's called torisashi. Do you guys know what torisashi is?
No.
It's like a raw chicken dish that they have with like soy sauce, maybe. I don't fucking know, but apparently that became illegal to sell in restaurants in like 2016 or something. Like they were eating raw chicken all the time over there, every day. In 2016, the bacteria is going to get you, something like that.
Salmonella. Yeah, that's funny. We have. I don't know if you know about a guy who goes by Blob. He was just eating raw chicken on camera earlier today.
I ate yesterday.
Something about it. Did you do that? How do you just right out of the supermarket, or do you have to like go to make sure it's from a local farmer?
I make sure it's not fucking. Yeah, if you ate it right out of the supermarket, like you'd probably be fine, to be honest. Like
that's what he does. Yeah, he thinks it's better to eat the raw chicken out of the supermarket than to cook the chicken in the supermarket.
Yeah, no, I try and get it as like good as I can, like high quality, But I'll slice it up and just eat it like that, really. A little bit of the cartilage on the bone, whatever that stuff is. I don't know what it,
And you feel like it does more for you, like when you drink the raw milk, you know your body.
Yeah, with the raw chicken, it's really light on the stomach. Like it's really light. I don't feel it in there. Like I could literally eat like a kilogram of it. And but with cooked chicken,
you have to get past that. You have to get past the mental part of it at first, I imagine. Because we're all so like with flat Earth, we're trained to think that's not healthy.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is that you just think like, people have been doing it for ages. Like, I mean, Japan does it. They're like the longest living people on Earth. They eat raw fish, and thankfully they exist. Because if it weren't for them, there wouldn't be any like raw food on Earth at the moment. Like, because that's like the only raw thing people eat nowadays is raw fish. Or like fucking raw vegetables.
Tastes so much better. I can imagine it'd be the same, I guess, eventually with any meat. Yeah.
People eat close to raw beef. People eat raw beef too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, steak tartare, metbrötchen, which is raw pork. The Eskimos, before they were colonized or whatever, they used to eat bloody raw food, and drink the blood of seals and stuff. They had no heart disease, no cavities, no nothing. But
if cooking food is a psyop, that's one of the most brilliant ones too. Like it actually is bad for you to cook it, but it tastes so much better when it's cooked. Man, what a good job they did with that one. That's the psyop.
Yeah, but you got to put seasoning and all that sort of stuff on it when it's cooked.
Yeah,
it tastes better when it's raw, I think.
I can imagine that's like the truth, because sushi tastes way better than cooked fish.
Yeah. Also, with like raw fish, like apparently, like with the whole mercury thing, the people and they've done these like studies with these people who eat like raw fish every day. They found no higher content of mercury in their blood than like anyone else.
You
So
think
that
part of
whole
that's just psyop to get us to not eat
yeah,
raw fish?
the whole mercury thing in fish is a myth. They don't want pregnant women eating it. They don't even want anyone eating it.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, the mercury's going to bloody get you. When it's all based
Right.
off of like probably, you know, cans lined with bloody BPA and all this fucking
Right.
shit. Like, you know,
Raw eggs is the other one. Raw eggs, I can tell the difference the way my body feels from eating the raw. I feel like I get the nutrients directly. I can tell. I can tell the difference with the raw eggs.
you know what? I don't eat
don't want me
the
doing that.
I don't eat the egg whites. I only eat the yolk because I feel like it does something to me. The egg white, it doesn't feel right in the stomach. Feels like it's
They say
because
it's
apparently it
actually better
has.
to cook the egg whites a little bit because there's some chemical or something like that. It's not as good
Yeah,
in the
it's
raw.
like some anti-nutrient or something like that.
Yeah, it does something too that like you're not getting the benefits if you eat the. I understand what you're saying, but if you cook it just a little bit, but keep the yolk runny, that might be the best way to go.
Yeah, you don't want no hard egg yolk. Like you'd be a retard to want to have that.
We're speculating on food and everything else. Is there conversation that people want to have besides raw food?
I mean, we can deviate on certain things.
But that's interesting. If
Whatever.
it's a psyop, bread is the other thing that kills us. They say.
Oh yeah, it destroys your like gut lining and makes you go mad. You know, disrupts the because the gut's connected to the brain. You know, and apparently schizophrenia is caused by it a lot of the times.
Folic acid, like the enriched flour, they put all this folic acid in it.
Folic acid.
I don't think like natural, like if you like milled your own grains, I don't think it's quite as bad for you there.
It's not as bad, but you know, like you'd still be getting like I guess a dense source of energy, but you know, you can't only eat that. You know, it's not something you can live on. You know, you'd have to have some meat as well with it.
Oh yeah.
Some people think that you could actually live forever if you did, the right diet. And it's basically the chemicals that they put in the food or the air or the wrong foods. Otherwise, you should
It's probably
not live
the
forever. Live
Illuminati
a lot longer.
drinking bloody child's blood all the time makes them live forever.
Yeah, or just blood in general, maybe. Wonder if you drank the blood of a animal, could that give you longevity as well? I mean, how old do you think some of these people are if they know the secret?
And it also seems like fermented food and the diversity of your gut biome is really important in this conversation as well.
That's right. We're talking about like raw food, because that's when the bacterias and enzymes are active, So it helps the gut bacteria, gut flora, stuff like that.
We think bacteria is gross or harmful automatically, but it's actually the thing that might be the best thing for you. Again, opposite
And
of
parasites also. People are fear mongering parasites, bacteria, viruses. I mean, viruses are all like man-made anyway. So, but parasites are all symbionts. They live in harmony with the body.
The one thing we can't talk about, I guess, is some of this medical stuff. From what I hear, just to let you know, or since we're on YouTube.
Of course.
The V word. Try to avoid that. I don't know how strict they are these days. It's all right. Just letting you know. That and some kind of like protected group, whatever, for the YouTube. There's some
Yeah, but as I was saying,
guideline.
the bacteria lives in harmony with the body. No other animal cooks their foods. Not because they can't do it. It's because they would never do it.
Yeah.
And it's like denatured crap. Like, you will, it loses all the B vitamins, which is why everyone apparently supplements bloody B12 and stuff. But 50% or 60% of the vitamin D, depending on how long you cook it. And yeah.
It's a hard one for a lot of people, especially if they love good cooking. Certain recipes and stuff.
Yeah. It's just
you don't even
like,
try to put anything on the chicken. You just like it just straight up. You don't try to like put some lemon on it or a little salt or anything. Sea salt.
with the raw chicken, supposedly soy is going to make you into a transgender or whatever, but I have a little bit of soy sauce with it, or a great little bit of ginger, like a tiny bit, because ginger's like quite overpowering. But
right.
I don't know. I don't think I could do the raw stuff now. Now smoked, which still keeps temperature down low, or like possibly fermentation, like curing.
Right.
If it was to be raw, I could do like something cured or fermented.
Would you eat?
Because still broke down and stuff like that. But yeah, no, you don't got me on the raw chicken. No thanks.
Well, I ate it a couple of months ago. 2-year-old. I left this. It's called high meat, right? It's called high meat.
You have to burp it.
It's where you leave like raw meat, or I left like raw calf's liver in a jar for 2 years.
2 years?
2 years, yeah.
Oh my god.
And I ate it, and it tasted like, I felt fucking good afterwards. I was like laughing.
People say you trip. You almost hallucinate. Don't you? Like it's a high.
Well, it's kind of like that. It's like a. Have you ever had like ecstasy before?
Of course.
It's kind of like that, but
that's what I'm saying. That's what I've heard. Yeah.
It's like a more calming feeling. It's like very calm when you eat it.
Has anyone done the study on what that actually is causing? Is it like a poison almost to your body? I mean, almost like a bacteria in a good way? Is it like threatening your body, and that's why you kind of trip?
It hasn't been studied. It hasn't been studied. No. There's like no studies on it.
Somebody must have studied it. Somebody must have.
No, there's no studies on it. It's just like people saying it'll be like mostly anecdotes, and I feel like if your gut hasn't healed properly, then it won't work. But you're still like, you'll be like, oh, that's kind of nice. It's nice food or whatever, But if you, because I remember when I ate it for the first time, I didn't feel like nothing. That was like 2-month-old raw liver or whatever. But yeah.
Have you heard of Natasha
Campbell
McBride? Natasha Campbell McBride, yeah. Sounds like
yeah.
you have, yeah.
I know all about this. Yeah, she's quite nice. She's like, eat some brain, eat some caviar, eat this and that. And she realizes the trend in like autistic children, which is growing, and soon every child will be autistic if we keep feeding them like garbage.
Well, they say that's the shots too, right? About to bring that up.
Yeah, the shots, the everything. Yeah, the food, especially the food in the shots. Autism right there, you know.
What do you think the reason behind that is? Like, autistic kids are easily disposable, or they're just like easily controllable, or what do you think it is?
It just makes them bloody like, you know,
I mean,
they don't even.
if everyone's autistic, what kind of society would that be? What are they trying to do?
Well, they don't even see like their own family as like, you know, like as their family. They see them as like foreign people for some reason. Like,
Depending on the type of autism or severity of it or whatever.
yeah.
That's not like every autistic person, is it? It's not like a common trait.
Depends. Like as a kid, it's probably every or like if you get the kid a shot, and then they're being like, you know, they're like something like that, and they don't know how to string words together. You know, be like paranoid all the time, and like, you know, like a bit.
Well, what would be the reason for having everybody? Like, if that's like so common that like the majority of people are autistic, what would be what's their plan there? Is what I'm asking. Like, how would society even work if everyone was autistic? You know?
Well, it's just a byproduct of, you know, the whole shots and the food.
Oh, you don't think it's intentional?
Oh, it could be. Yeah. I have
If
no
it is,
idea.
what's the reason? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, dumbing people down is one thing, but just having them be not able to have an intelligent life at all, or
It's because you wouldn't you wouldn't have geniuses at that point. You'd have retards.
Right. Which is what
I
they
get,
have
like,
now.
There's a lot of autistic savants.
Yeah, I know. There's autistic, supposedly, but you look at most autistic people; they're like just, you know, they might be like obsessed with playing a game or something, or you know, they're not like geniuses like Nikola Tesla or anything. But
Do you think that might be in preparation for the automated world they are creating? Like, they don't want people like philosophizing or having social revolutions of any sort, or any kind of introspection.
yeah, they don't want people
Just
connecting.
push the button. Yeah, push the button and go along with what you're told to do.
Yeah,
like Idiocracy. Like, those people are, when you think about that movie, you seen it? Idiocracy. The guy goes to the future. Well, it's like set in the future where everyone is basically autistic, like you're saying, and he's like not a smart guy, but he's from the past, so he's 10 times smarter than them. It's a good movie. It's a guy that did King of the Hill, Mike Judd. He did King of the Hill and Beavis and Butthead. That's one of the movies he wrote, along with Office Space.
Oh, King of the Hill, I love that. Even though that's like probably some bloody Illuminati shit in there, I don't know. But
yeah, he could be like Matt Groening, who does The Simpsons. He could be like In the Club or whatever, maybe.
Yeah, Natasha Campbell, she's predicting that by 2030, about one in 1.5 children will be autistic, just because of the sheer amount of garbage people are eating and the vaccines people are getting.
Yeah, you got to stop with that, but you got to stop with the shot thing. But anyways, we heard it like
the shot
times. But have you ever considered that maybe there's more people than ever who have been educated to diagnose autism?
Sorry?
Well, think about all the people who have been educated over the last couple decades.
But look at
who
kids
have been trained
naturally
to quote unquote diagnose it. So maybe because there's all these people with these specialized. Oh, and I've met them.
Look, naturally, there's no autistic kids in especially like indigenous places, which don't even exist anymore, but when they used to exist, there were like all the kids got along with each other. They never
the people that were communicating via clicks and whistles. You don't think they would be diagnosed as autistic?
None of them were. No.
Well,
none of them.
Okay.
Autism is a completely like unnatural thing,
I don't know.
Like, it shouldn't
it's blown
exist.
out of proportion.
But it's to make us like all not get along, really. Like we're all sort of skeptical of the person sitting next to us or whatever, which you should be, really. But
well, just think of how many people who identify with the label and who have self-diagnosed themselves as, I'm autistic.
Yeah, but they're bloody.
Maybe just like to do puzzles.
No, it's like a thing. I think it's like a way of like trying to compliment yourself, because almost like saying you're like focused so much on this thing that you know so much about it. Like a savant. It's like they're trying to take on the autistic savant part of it without, which
they're
isn't
trying to get the bloody disability benefits, the payments from the government. That's what they're trying.
No, it became well, maybe. It became like an in thing to call yourself autistic.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people doing that.
I just call it nerding out.
I posted a thing in the chat of the DSM classifications for autism to kind of back up what Old Haas was saying. That like we don't really have definitions that were as broad as they were in 1994. So you get like a massive amount of people being diagnosed with autism because now there's words you can attach to it or subtypes.
Oh, by the way, also with Discord, you're not supposed to post any medical stuff, as far as I've been told.
No, you can post whatever you bloody want. Right?
Oh, can you? I didn't
Discord,
know
I think. Yeah.
No, there's rules for Discord that you have to kind of follow with medical stuff. From what I've.
What in this Discord?
Yeah, in this Discord or any Discord. So I'm going to delete that if anyone wants what he just posted. I can't delete it. Actually, I'm not a mod here. Maybe I am. I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, and also consider this is on YouTube. So there's those. Anyways, how we even got to this point?
Sorry?
We were just talking about your gut.
You were talking about raw meat or something. Pasteurization.
I think I missed the whole 40. I was doing another thing. I was away for the whole 45 minutes. I heard
there's a psyop not only about
Shane for a moment.
It's like the
we go
psyop
from 9/11 cooked foods to bacteria and fear mongering it to stuff like that, and then the autism thing, because that connects to that.
Well, it started with also the esoteric versus exoteric information, and how they keep that whatever the maybe true or more accurate knowledge for themselves, and then give us the globe, or whatever to believe, whether it be diet, whether it be anything. And that there's nothing self-evident about the globe. We've learned that tonight, right, Shane? I got to go soon.
I'll be back in a moment.
Going full circle. Yeah, I got to go too. So nice to meet you. I sent you a DM. You'd think there'd be one thing that's self-evident about the globe if we actually lived on the globe, is the point, right? I mean, that would make sense. You would think. It doesn't mean you have to think it's not the globe. But if you're still here, Shane, you would think there'd be one thing, right? Maybe. You would guess. It might be one thing.
I think you heard me. I'm really tired, so I'm not sure if I'm going to make any sense what I'm about to say.
That's fine. I am
Yeah.
too. No worries.
I appreciate it, man. The dolly was interesting. I never heard anybody eating raw chicken. That's interesting stuff. It'd probably kill me right away. I'd have to
Yeah,
dabble.
maybe if you're not used to it, maybe make you sick.
Yeah.
I'd imagine. I don't know. I've never done the raw chicken. It would gross me out. Psychosomatically, it might make me sick.
I've seen like people like post online or whatever. Like, oh, I had a medium rare chicken breast. Like, oh,
Oh yeah, exactly. That even grosses me out. Like even that, like if you bit into your chicken sandwich and it was raw in the middle, you'd be so mad.
yeah. But man, that guy's gut has to be phenomenal, man. He could probably like lick the bathroom floor that Heathrow and be fine.
Right? Does make sense. Like the whole idea, like even just like you're talking about with like the way they make us, so germ paranoid. Like is being cleaner actually unhealthy because when you're a kid and you're drinking out of the hose and maybe like you're building up an immunity to a lot of things if you're not worried about having everything be so sterile. There's a point to be made there on a lot of different levels. Probably. But then there's like actual poisons that they're putting in possible things. I don't know. Whatever it is, the environment's probably not that great for us. Maybe intentionally, who knows?
I like George Carlin's little rant about that, about getting exposed to germs. He had a pretty good little rant about it.
What's that?
George Carlin,
Do you
the
remember any of
comedian.
it? I love George Carlin.
I mean, he has a skit about it. You can just look up George Carlin.
I
germs.
figured I might recall it if you gave me one line because I like him a lot.
He talked about he grew up swimming in the river and
Drinking from the hose. Probably what I said was
tempered by
partly
swimming
George
in
Carlin.
human shit.
Yeah, drinking from the hose. I think that's where I might have even got it from. Something he said about drinking from the hose.
Yeah, that might be in there too. It's been a while since I've seen it. But it was a pretty good little rant about it.
Yeah, he's got a lot of good ones. What a guy! I like his rants about stuff, like taking your stuff and you have to go here and you have to take some of your stuff, not all your stuff.
Yeah, we need another George Carlin.
Yeah,
that's what the world needs, man. If there's anything we need, it's that. We need another one of those guys.
There are some guys out there. I mean, not on his level necessarily, but there's some people out there that are pretty good.
Yeah.
Dimitri Martin was kind of good.
The comedian from The Whitest Kids You Know, that I think he ended up dying, but he did some pretty controversial comedy.
Who?
I can't think of his name right now. It'll probably come to me shortly. Yeah, those used to be a skit comedy show called The Whitest Kids You Know, and it was one of the main guys off of there. And he did some really controversial comedy, years ago about 9/11 and about many topics. You should look into some of his work. If I can remember his name, but you can
Trevor Moore, maybe.
Yeah, that's it.
I just googled it. I didn't even know he passed away, man. Oh.
Yeah, he done some really controversial shit.
Probably why we never heard of him, or some of us. He doesn't get put in that.
Yeah, no, he definitely didn't sell out to the big industry.
How did he die?
That's exactly what I'm looking up right now. Accidentally falling from a balcony in Los Angeles from his home.
Yeah.
Head first.
Yeah, you should look some of those stuff, man. It's pretty spicy.
Was there a suspicion that it wasn't suicide, or was he just drunk, or what?
They said that it says in here that subsequent toxicology reports identified alcohol as a contributing factor. But I'm guessing he was probably pretty good at alcohol. Yes, man. It sucks, man. Young dude, too.
Did he have a good friend? I wonder if this is the guy I was reading about, because there was a movie that was really disturbing, a crazy movie that was actually up for an award this last year, and then the guy that made it was like friends with this guy that fell off a balcony. I don't know if it's the same guy. They were both filmmakers, and the movie kind of is supposed to reflect some of his dealing with losing his friend and all that, some of the rage. But the movie was like, man, that was one of the craziest movies I've ever seen. What was it called? Oh man, it was up for an award this last year. It was anyway, this like witch comes into town and starts like gathering the kids up into her basement through her spells and keeping them there like zombies. It was like really disturbing. So, and it was up for an award this last year. Let's see. I just say don't watch it unless you know are interested in being disturbed. Not too many movies can really do that though, so you want to watch it for that reason. Yeah, it was called Weapons. Did you say the guy's name was Trevor Moore?
Yeah.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. That's the friend. The director of
Really?
the film Weapons, Zach Kreger, was deeply impacted by the tragic death of his best friend and longtime collaborator, comedian Trevor Moore, from the White Kids You Know. That's where I had heard it before.
Wow.
Circumstances of the death. On August 7th, 2021, Trevor Moore died at age 41 after an accidental fall on the second story balcony of his Los Angeles home. Blah, blah, blah. Zach Kreger channeled his grief over Moore's passing into writing the script for Weapons. You wouldn't know it from watching the movies. I've seen it, that it had anything to do with his friend's death necessarily, but somehow it did in his head. Yeah, the woman that's in that plays the witch won an Academy Award for acting, for supporting actress. And they don't. The weird thing is, I watched the Academy Awards this last year, and that film, and there's another one that's really bonkers. They don't give you any warning. Like, not that they should necessarily, but people that are like still watching the Academy Awards are going to go see these movies without any kind of idea that it was as disturbing as this one was, or like the one that I ended up going with my parents with on Christmas one time, and it was like, oh my god, that you would never know from the preview that it was as crazy as it was. With it was called Poor Things, and what's her name's having like it's basically like a porno. We called it Porn Things afterwards. I'm sitting there with my parents on Christmas night watching this because we didn't want to go to the other one, whatever it was, like Willy Wonka. Anyway, you want to watch a softcore porn movie? It's called Poor Things, and it's kind of a Frankenstein movie with what's her name having sex throughout the whole thing.
Oh.
But she's like a child. That's I don't want to give it away now. But yeah, it's Emma Stone. She's great. The whole idea, since it's been out for a while, is the Frankenstein type character finds this woman that's pregnant, right? That jumped off a balcony trying to kill herself. But the baby lived, right? And he finds the body with the pregnant woman, and the baby lives. So he takes the baby's brain and puts it in her body. So she's got her own baby's brain, but she's like a fully grown adult. That's how crazy the movie is.
That's
And you're
messed
not
up.
you're not
Wow.
warning like older people that are gonna go see this without any warning.
Yeah.
That this he's like a total nymphomaniac too.
Jeez.
So like a child nymphomaniac. And if you saw the preview, like which we did before we went to it, we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. And then when she won I think Emma Stone, won, Golden Globe for it or something. There's no warning at all when these people win these awards that they go see this movie that you might as well call Porn Things.
Yeah, reading the description of it doesn't even really tell you that much. It's like, it's like Downton Abbey, Victorian London. Whose body is brought back to life? Oh, yeah,
Right.
Trying to slip some of that desensitization in there.
It's weird. It's almost like a joke on everyone. Like we're gonna get them to watch this, and they're like, they have no idea. We're not gonna even hint at it. It was a really amazing movie, regardless of all the sex. It's awesome set decoration and all kinds of stuff. But totally out there. The guy that made that is the same guy that did Begonia. That's another weird one from this last year.
Yeah.
Begonia, did you watch that? That has a flat Earth at the end of it, by the way. Emma Stone again, playing the alien. But then when they show the world that she's from, it's a flat Earth with the firmament. There's so many flat Earth references. That's the other gaslighting thing they've been doing. I mean, they've got Matthew McConaughey, a hot air balloon saying space, the final frontier. Actually, he's in a space helmet. Then he takes off the helmet and goes, nah, we got to worry about what's going on Earth. And he's in a hot air balloon. So you think he's an astronaut, and then he's in a hot air balloon. Then he got Kyle MacLachlan walking through like or Ewan McGregor walking through like he's selling a TV, some kind of an advertisement. During the Super Bowl, these are Super Bowl commercials where there's direct flat Earth messages. The guy, he's walking behind the TV, and on the TV you see the astronauts are in space, but then behind him they're on wires. Because they really wanted us if they really want us to believe all the space travel stuff, why would they do that?
I think it's interesting. You know the metal band Mudvayne? I think it's interesting. They have a song that talks about gravity and the firmament and stuff like that, and came out in like 2002.
Yeah, there's lots of hints in music. I love going back to the old songs and finding that stuff.
I believe they put that stuff in the movies because they know that we're waking up and that they're going to have to disclose it eventually. So they're preparing us. The whole predictive programming thing. Thank you.
What if they plan on doing it? What if that's what I was getting to? Like, what if the whole idea of releasing flat Earth or allowing it or knowing it was going to be like a hive-minded thing? You know, they planned on it on that day where they act like we forced them to tell us the truth, but then it's like this whole pseudoscience version of flat Earth where oh yeah, there's a firmament, there's no more land, it's just a firmament, and God's real, and you should now be like separated into your own religious, fights and all this again, or maybe even like the air in the big firmaments contaminated, so we got to get you in these small smart city domes to protect yourself from the air in the big dome. That would be the perfect way to get people into smart cities. Tell them the air is trapped inside and poisoning you or something.
There's throttling the release until they could figure out more thorough control mechanism.
Well, yeah, or they have it planned already. I think that even if there's not outer ponders, I call them outer ponders because as soon as you realize they're not a spinning ball, first thing I thought, at least, that there got to be a lot more land, a lot more civilizations, right? Could be an infinite plane even. Who knows? I mean, why would reality have an end to it, right? If it's not, if we're not in a vacuum of space, then where would the end be? And what would that look like? Even if there was like a firmament or, some kind of barrier you couldn't get behind or beyond, doesn't mean there's not more reality on the other side. Like if you put your hand through whatever it is, would your hand go into a non-reality? It's almost like it has to continue on until proven that it doesn't. In my mind,
I have the same amount of evidence that it continues as that it doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah, you can't know. But that's what I was getting to. Like even if there's not anything else but what this area is, they could use that idea of other lands or outer ponders as what they've been building up to with the aliens. But the reveal, the big truth reveal about quote unquote flat Earth will be, including that the aliens are our ancient ancestor outer ponder, higher, technologically advanced beyond what we've gone. Maybe good outer ponders, bad. They can have all kinds of stuff. The psyops are endless with that idea. Whether it's true or not, they could give us a version of it that would give them like real-time gods, kind of like with the AI. Like, oh, the AI did it. We have no control. Or the outer ponders are here. We have to do what they say. Or you have to be like them. Maybe we should emulate them. They have smart cities. We have to be like them. All kinds of stuff. But aliens from outer space is not only not going to, they're too far away to even believe that they get here. But then you're having to use aliens. And if you're psyoping people with that, you have to have costumes and everything. If it's ancient ancestors, just humans, you just have actors play the part of the ancient ancestor. But they could do it so good, we won't know. Even flat earthers won't know if they're really from the outer ponds or not. Like, that's how good it could get. If it was an alien, you just want to squash it like a bug. But if it's an ancient ancestor, highly advanced, version of a human, that's a little bit, that gives you so many more opportunities. Then there's some kind of intelligence that we're dealing with, not just like some alien we want to squash like a bug. And you could have all kinds of like intricacies to that new paradigm. And maybe that's why they're faking space probably on purpose. So, the controlled demolition of the whole idea.
Have you heard the theory that the outer ponders are threatening us and that's why they're doing such a poor job faking space, because they want us to realize that it's fake, because they all know that the outer ponders are threatening us? I thought that one was pretty interesting. So
yeah, I mean, that's an idea. I mean, who knows at this point? If that's the case, who knows? They could put in all of those different interpretations, and how will we ever know which is the correct one or why? You know, like yeah, but it does almost seem like they're doing it fake, like they're trying to give us the, wake us up, kind of secretly, even though it's the out of ponders that are making them make us believe this bullshit. So they do it like poorly on purpose as like a little hint. So this last one, the Artemis, is pretty bad. I mean, it was really bad. That was one of the worst. It almost seemed like they were laughing. Did you see when they were like talking to the president and there was no delay between talking to the president? There's supposed to be like a 9-second delay and they messed up on it like 3 times and they were totally laughing at themselves. Like none of that's live, really. They pre-record it. They wouldn't show it. You know what I'm saying? Like they're showing that to us on purpose somehow, for some reason.
I like the recent one where the recent mission where there was like where there was supposed to be a delay and there was like give me a thumbs up and the one dude was like
yeah, that's what I was talking
thumbs
about.
up and the other guy was like Picard from Star Trek facepalm.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. I put that on my channel. I'll put the clip in the chat. That was like, I mean, there was a lot of people actually. I had some normie friends after the whole Artemis thing. Uh, totally on board with the things I've been telling them for 10 years. Maybe not completely flat Earth, but my friend's wife was like, "Oh, the moon landing's fake and all this stuff." I'm like, "Yeah, that's what I've been telling you." Yeah, it almost seems like they're doing it on purpose. I don't think they have too many things that they let people, let become a phenomenon without it, some kind of plan B or intentional reason for that dissemination of information to spread. They don't really want to kill any paradigm, though. They don't want to kill any one idea. They just want to have their hands in controlling, whatever narrative it is. They don't want to kill it. They just want to use it and control it. Because the Discord, like we're on right now, that's what it's all about. Give you 3 different versions that aren't true, so everyone can argue about it.
Did you say you had that clip handy?
Yeah, it's on my channel. I'll scroll for it right now.
Appreciate it, man.
Sure. Yeah, it was Mark Sargent's show was playing the clip, so I recorded them playing it, and then I repeated it a couple times to show how bad it was. Here we go.
That in the camera scene where it shows all 4 of them in the shot, and then the camera's like smoothly like panning over and shit. And
Yeah, who's
looks at
holding
the
the camera?
window and holds still. Yeah, exactly. Like it's like
But
trolling.
they're going to spend all this money on it. You'd think that they wouldn't make mistakes like that, right? They would think about these things. I mean, they're spending how much money on faking it? They could do a way better job. You'd think.
I mean, one would think.
But it's just perfect. It creates the discord. It has us calling it out and other people trying to argue. It really is gaslighting the believers, like to have to, defend this shit. It's really, I think that's who they're laughing at more than anything. People that still are, defending it, no matter how bad it gets. It never ceases to be funny to me. People are just so confident, because it's like obviously the consensus, and they have no idea what they're talking about. They're insulting and confident and dumb at the same time. It's hilarious. There's a lot of that on my channel. Stuff from in here, stuff from other places. If they're being a dick, it's even funnier. Because they're being a dick and they're wrong at the same time. Happens all the time.
And insult the injury for themselves.
Yeah. I feel bad for some of them. I mean, the true believers that really just want it to be true are they're being nice at the same time, actually being nice. genuine. Don't get that often though. The genuine people usually realize. I mean, like if you had 10 friends of like reasonable intelligence, you would think if they consumed all the information we did, they would obviously know that we're not on a spinning ball, right? Like 9 out of 10 at least, right? You would think. They won't look into it. People that actually look into it end up realizing it, but most people that they're trained not to reject it. So that's what they're banking on, is people rejecting it rather than looking into it. Or they're banking on people eventually looking into it so they can give us the outer ponder ancient alien psyop that I was talking about.
Yeah, at least
Actually, I made a meme for that one too. Hold on. Go ahead.
9 out of 10 people that can be, honest with themselves and even care to find out, to have the courage to find out what's real. Many people are just they're perfectly fine. They're saying it doesn't matter. They're perfectly fine staying right there.
And it's fun. It's something you find out. Is the crazy part about it? It's not like something you decide to believe, or It's not like you decided to not believe in the globe anymore. You just realize you're not on a spinning ball. You can't unrealize that. So anybody says they were like flat Earth and then they decided to believe in the globe again, that's bullshit. You can't unrealize something.
Yeah, flat Earth isn't about belief. It's about the suspension of belief that we've
Yeah,
taught.
it's the loss of a belief more so than the gaining of a new one. Right? Once you lose the belief you're on a ball, you're back to your base axioms, and that's just what we all experience directly, which isn't a belief; it's just your direct experience.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been talking about Outer Ponder since 2017. They made some memes of me with Outer Ponder backgrounds and stuff because that's the only thing that made sense to me. If I like, wait a minute, is this some? Why are they not trying to kill it more so? Why they're not making enough of an effort to kill it? They're like 1 foot on the gas and 1 foot on the. Are there shills in there? Are there people actually pushing this for a reason? What's going on here? Well, the only thing that would make sense is if they're planning on, because the alien stuff they're disclosing, kind of coinciding with it all, would make sense that they would, you know, link the two together and say that the aliens were always just ancient ancestors with, outside of this realm. And, now that we've come to this point of awakening, we've graduated to become their, you know, to follow their footsteps or something. There's so many ways you can control societies with they had the UFOs, there's something that was flying around up there. We know that too. There's real technology that they're using. And that's why it's interesting. Recently, I've been doing some sessions with my old buddy E1, who figured out actually a possible layout for a flat Earth, a dual pole flat Earth, and it's all electromagnetic. And that's really compelling because if you look at an electromagnetic field, the way that got the counter rotation with the rotation, clockwise and counterclockwise rotation, and the next to each other, just like an electromagnetic field. That's what the stars make in the sky. And that makes a lot of sense. If it's everything's electromagnetic, we know we live in an electric world. We're electric beings. Everything's electric. And the gravity field between the poles on the flat Earth only works on a flat Earth, so pole to pole with the magnetic field lines. And that's where the longitude comes from. And then they saw the stars circling around, and that's where the latitude comes from. Because if you have the longitude between the poles, you can go from pole to pole. Then if you want to know how to navigate around the poles, you have to have the latitude lines. And that comes from positions of the stars. It's the perfect parallel to how things look and seem. And it seems like maybe that's part of what they've been hiding as well, because talking about a two-pole flat Earth is like talking about flat Earth to a normie. But you're talking to flat Earthers. They reject it almost out of hand for some reason because the AE map's been kind of put in front of us, in my opinion. All right, I got to go soon, but I'll post this. The meme that I made about the outer ponders and what they might be planning on doing. And I like to try to say it all in one breath. You read it, that's why I wrote it as one sentence. But it says, ironically, the flat earthers were the most useful when the government decided to finally admit we're on a stationary plane, trapped inside of a domed firmament where God is watching your every move and making popcorn for the upcoming outer ponder, ancient ancestor, extraterrestrial, ocean emerging UFO, directed energy weapon, PSYOP invasion that'll make 95% of the world's population live in a perpetual state of frenzied panic until they're told that everyone just needs to give up all property ownership and personal freedoms to avoid a more immediate death and get the internet turned back on as soon as possible. I could actually hear George Carlin saying that one. To get the internet turned back on as soon as possible. I'll post one thing about my friend who's I'll just post one thing and go. But this is one where I actually play a bunch of the unlisted clips that I'm making a final version of me just talking with my friend about the dual pole of flat Earth. Seems like weird that a lot of flat earthers would reject the dual pole of flat Earth, with the whole TFE thing being like a thing that ballers are always trying to use as like a proof, because this just kills that. I mean, 24 hours sun works. He just used the GPS from the Nautical Almanac, lined them up with. He had the dual pole version of the graticule transform that he didn't even know existed, because he's been like offline and doing everything hand drawing all his maps and everything. And he came up with what I actually had saved already, the dual pole exactly like that. But he came up with it on his own from looking at the GPS and figuring out the way the continents had to be arranged. But the key was that he found out or figured out, actually, it's not even a theory. They moved the prime meridian 33 degrees, 33 again, right? They moved it from the line going over the Great Pyramid, which is why the Great Pyramid was built there, so that the sun comes up and the equinoxes all line up. But they moved it, which is another way of like controlling the mapping of everything, it seems, is to move the prime meridian. It's an arbitrary starting point for the starting of Aries and the way the stars circle around. So it doesn't really matter technically that they moved it, but the star's relation to the sun matters. And the esoteric symbology that comes out of it with the ley lines and all that, something that he discovered seems to be part of the reason that they obscured that starting point to be over Greenwich rather than over Egypt. I know that was a lot. Sorry. I'll just post a list of unlisted ones. Anyone wants to watch.
Hello, anyone talking in here today? At the moment?
I've been idle for 2 hours. I haven't talked yet.
You're talking now?
Yes, sir.
You're forming complete sentences. Go ahead. Any shred of evidence empirically that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? Go ahead. Anybody? Bueller? You're not coming through, man. If you're trying to talk, I see you lighting up, but your light's on, but I can't hear what you're saying. As I butcher Pink Floyd. Looking through the list. Anybody else new here? Got any questions, comments, concerns? Speculation Sunday. People can speculate, make up stories. That's how we got the globe. They made up a big story and they did a bunch of math, basically. A little more to it than that, but that's the nuts and bolts of it. Everybody thinks they're on a ball because people looked at the sky with telescopes and did math and made up stories. Somebody prove me wrong. Looks like no globe defenders on here at the moment. Early 9 a.m. here in central USA, Kentucky. Gonna be a pretty day. Around 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Not sure what that is in Celsius for you Celsius users, but pretty day, no rain. The sun, whatever it is, will be in the sky pretty much most of the day. See, it comes up over here in the east, and I watch it move across the sky, and it goes away down over in the west. So that means I'm on a ball, right? Gotcha.